All right, everybody, it's that time again. FET time, same FET time, same FET channel. Here we are. Let's do this, as they say. So I have a couple of things I want to go over before we get into what we're going to talk about here tonight, and that will be the year 1986. Totally inspired by the last couple of videos that I did. I started thinking about that year and how cool it was. So we're going to talk about that. But before we get into any of it, let's do the coolest thing we can possibly do and bring in you-know-who. Hit that beautiful Fez footage.
Ladies and gentlemen, millions watching around the world, let me introduce to you the genius of genealogy, the guru of guitar, John Fez Wendo.
Holy smokes, before we say anything else, Admiral on deck, Admiral Teague in the chat. What's up, man?
Hey
nice
there.
To see you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, SP4H as well. Yeah. Well, you know what? I might as well do that. Let's do that. Last week I really blew off the chat because of the jamming. So let's just do that real quick. We had, let's see.
Yeah.
We had Tim was the first one here. He said, hail. I said, hail, brother, man. DJ Play Nice was here. He says he has to appear on a program at 15, but he'll try to roll back this way afterwards. Have an awesome show, Fet. That's the only thing we know how to do is have a, right. Anyway, FKHC says, boom. And I said, nice try, buddy. That don't work here. SP4 he says, giggity. And I'm clicking on the wrong shit already. Where'd it go? What the hell happened?
Somewhere.
There he is. There he is. Admiral on deck. Okay. So, got some stuff to talk about. John, first, how was your week, buddy?
It had its moments. There was a couple of days I was feeling pretty sick. But, stomach and intestinal, that kind of crap, literally. And fortunately, much better today. And a couple of good things happened. I managed to do what I said I would never do again, a plumbing job for my buddy Jody. I love him dearly. He's, the brother I never had growing up. But every time he calls me for plumbing, it's a disaster. Today, we were done in 5 minutes. The only time I cursed is when I saw the copperhead snake out by the pool.
Ooh.
And, I was back in time for dolphins. So, King Dolphin.
Cool.
So, things went pretty well today.
Oh.
And it was a beautiful day anyway.
Yeah.
The last couple of days, it rained like the hammers of hell, but,
Yeah, it was threatening rain here most of the day, so I didn't cut my grass, which I should have.
Yeah.
But on the bright side, Admiral Teague says, hail, John. Glad you're feeling
Hi
better.
there. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Yeah, it's
leather.
And I just had 3 tacos, so I feel powerful.
Oh, brother, I'll bet you do. John's going to be tooting that trumpet or something later. So, all right.
Yeah.
So, okay, like I said, I got a couple of things I wanted to talk about. Last week, first I want to apologize for monopolizing the stream with my jam, and it was a bad week. It was a bad week. I really enjoyed it. I do have to thank everyone, though, for allowing me to indulge. I really enjoyed it. Had a good time. I hope you guys did, too.
That was great.
I learned something from that stream, too. So, going back into doing this here live stream thing. Okay. Like I said, you guys know I used to do the marathons, the 10-hour live stream and stuff like that. And I was informed I'm doing it completely backwards. I should do longer videos and shorter live streams. So that's what I've been trying to do. I did notice something. Now, when I did the 10-hour long live streams, so they got views because it's, I assume people came back and watched them in blocks. You watch a couple hours, come back later, a couple days later, whatever, watch things. So they slowly got views. Now, doing the short live streams, they're getting views too, quicker, but roughly about the same amount of views. So I don't know, kind of whatever there. I noticed now, last week, okay, we kind of did it was all guitar, and then me playing and stuff like that. Now, what I noticed last week was that is getting views. It is. People are still continuing to watch that. However, what I noticed last week live on the show was nobody really popped in. Well, I shouldn't say nobody. There were a couple people here, but we really didn't have a panel. We really didn't have any of that. So I'm afraid that kind of drove some people away. And I know not everyone's crazy. John, you're not going to believe this, but not everyone is as crazy about guitars as us. Do you know what I mean?
Well, there's that, yeah.
So,
plus, was it a good weekend weather-wise?
Last weekend?
Yeah.
I think it was.
Okay, they might have been getting out of the house and doing the camping and the cookouts and the,
That's
mowing the grass while the sun is down-ish.
Now, in a perfect world, what I wish I could do was have two separate shows, one for the music, one for the, whatever you want to call the, where we talk about things. But right now, that's a little tough. I could potentially, now that the summer is officially here, I could potentially do something like on a Tuesday. I tend to home a little earlier on it would be early morning. So that would be great for like John, you and Lenrod and me, because we're talking. Starting at 12:30, 1 o'clock in the morning, and going to 3, something like that. But I don't know. We'll see. So trying to do a little of my own because I'm a cheap bastard. I'm trying to do my own market research here. So you guys, let me know. Let me know what you think. Are you bored with the guitar talk? Would you rather that was somewhere else? Would you rather we talked about pop culture things tonight or whatever? Would you rather the music tonight, pop culture, and let me know. Give me ideas. I'm clay. Mold me, shape me, make me your fet. Tell me like your French girls. So but before I get too much more carried away, and let's read a couple of these here. FKC said, and gassy too, Fez. I bet yes.
Yeah,
he's taco fueled tonight. So we got brother Lenrod in the chat. SP48 said, no need to apologize for that. True. I know now there are some of us who are metalheads and we enjoy that sort of thing. But, I want to have something for everybody. I know I'm not for everybody. That's for sure. But, so whatever. Lenrod says it's your show. Do whatever you want. Yeah, but I want people to come here too. You know what I mean? Yeah. So not everything I think is a great idea. Yeah. To my surprise, is not always a great idea. Yeah. But let's see.
And I was having fun with the fact that you were having fun.
I needed that. Honest to God. I'll be honest with you. I needed that. And even leading up to this right now, I guess I actually kind of need this right now too, because the last couple of hours, man, I just been like down in the dumps and stuff. And anyway, hanging here with you, fine people, I'm feeling a little better and feeling a little more felt like. So I don't know. Cool. Anyway, Admiral Teague says, I've sworn myself to 3.5 hours or less. I call it approachable length. I'll go for 4 Star Trek on Saturdays, but I have 3 panelists and me. Yeah. I kind of, because that's the thing. I do want to do what I want. I mean, obviously, it's my channel. I should be able to do what I want. But I like hanging out with people too, believe it or not. Sometimes, oh God, I said I like hanging out with people, and I instantly get to regret it. John, hold on.
Wow. Thanks for the great introduction.
That was a good one, wasn't it? That was pretty good. Have you ever felt so welcome on YouTube?
You sound like one of my teenagers. Oh, God, it's Mom.
I'm probably mentally just like one of your. But, hey, Carla, since you're here, check it out. See my bubbles. Do you see my name bubbles here?
No.
I don't know if I'm pointing the wrong way.
I
Okay, so last week you suggested about removing the bubbles. I did find a way of how to remove them, and also in the meantime, I added the where you can put your whatever down below it in the white there.
Yeah, description.
Yeah, so it makes it smaller at least.
Mm-hmm.
So it doesn't take up as much of the screen. So that's all thanks to you. That's
So you're gonna flex. Are you gonna flex on how you remove them?
let's see. Hopefully I don't end the stream or anything.
Yeah.
But, so hold on, let's see. There you go. Look at that.
Ah!
See that?
Yeah.
Sometimes I can be
Monkey
dangerous.
learn.
Yeah. But that's all thanks to you, Carla. Yep. You
Oh,
know what?
yeah.
The funny thing was I remembered. That's the amazing part about it. I remembered to do some research.
Yeah, good job. Well done.
Yeah.
It's nice when you can tick another thing off that you can do.
Yeah.
True. So I'm just bringing this up for a second so I don't lose my place. But how are you doing, Carla?
I'm good. Yeah, just busy, but that's mom life.
Oh, busy with the B. I thought she said.
Yeah,
busy.
yeah.
Okay. Well, that's good.
Wow.
Oh, that's good. They keep you young. I need motivation. That's what I need. I've been, man, for like the last year especially, I just been in that rut where I'm like, I'm going to start getting exercise and doing everything next week. It's always next week.
Tomorrow. It's tomorrow.
Yeah, it's always no. In my case, it's next week. I need a bigger buffer. I need to know I can get up tomorrow and not do anything because I got a week left to go. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe if I told myself tomorrow, I'd actually do it. I don't know. One of those.
Tomorrow
How are
and
you guys?
tomorrow and tomorrow.
What was that, Carla?
Yeah.
Ah,
What'd you say, Carla?
How are you guys?
I'm a little
Better.
warm. I'm a little
better.
warm. It's toasty here.
yeah. I was sick
No,
for a
that's
couple
not.
of
It's
days.
cold here.
Really?
Yeah, it's like 7 degrees Celsius doesn't mean anything to you, but it means something to me. It's
Yeah.
like 64, 70. Yeah, it's about 70. That's too cold for me. I'm like, no.
I could use
I
some
like
60
70.
right about now. I can't. I'm just at the age where I complain. I used to like to be cold. I never liked to be hot. I used to like to be cold. Now I don't like either. I just want to be comfortable.
Oh, yeah.
Never seem to
I-
be
I-
comfortable.
Yeah.
Mm,
And it's
I
66
prefer
up
cool
here.
over heat. I prefer cool over heat. At least you can put warm clothes on. There's not much you can do once you're too hot.
Yeah, but
Well, you can take warm clothes off, but the neighbors might
yeah, but there's only
complain.
so many, right?
Yeah.
Best
Well, I think-
solution I've ever. Sorry, go.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh no, it's terrible. But the best solution I ever had when it was hot, I was washing the house, and you got your arms up there washing stuff, and the water went down all into my underwear, and I was cold. I was cold the rest of the day. It was awesome. But I don't think walking around in wet underwear is a real preferable.
No.
Especially at 50.
Yeah, if my underwear is wet, I've drunk too much. So, but that was
There we have
many,
it.
many years ago.
So there we have it.
Let's see.
So, Carla, like I was saying at the beginning of the stream here, I noticed last week, I really enjoyed playing and everything, but I feel like I kind of drove some people away. Were you okay with that, or
Yeah, it was awesome.
like I'll do it
Great.
again? I'll play again for sure, but
But the
maybe
problem was we couldn't hear you. That was the problem. Is that we couldn't. I don't know if have you solved the solution as well.
I still haven't because it's the
Okay.
switching between the microphones is just such a pain in the neck.
Mm-hmm.
It's only a couple of clicks, but when you're just playing and you want to go, hey, what do you think? You know what I mean? But you have to stop playing, then click over here, bring this thing up, and you know what I mean? It just kills the moment. And then to log in with the laptop, I can do, but then I have this wicked delay where I'd have to wear either headphones or earbuds, and that kills my vibe too.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Well, that's fine. We'll just have to say, suck it up.
Yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there. Baby steps.
Yeah.
Baby steps. In 10 years,
Yes.
this channel might be remotely professional. So stay tuned. Hey, it gives you a reason to keep coming back. Stay tuned.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Come with me on my professional journey as I become more and more professional.
Yeah.
Oh,
But
Good job.
here's something. Lenrod got his web back again. Yeah, he
cool.
lost all his internet before King Dolphin.
Has he got a
So
link?
he-
Has he got a link? Has
If he has X, it's in the group chat
Yeah.
on X, or I could
Okay.
send it to
And
him.
he's in it. Yeah. You
Yeah, he's
added
in it.
him the other
Oh, he's
day,
here.
right?
He's
Yeah.
here. Well, never fear. There he is.
Ah, speak of the
Ah,
devil.
All right,
Yo.
everybody. There he is.
soldering fun stuff.
Mm.
How goes it, my dude?
Oh, sitting here, finally got my internet back up,
Cool.
Yay.
Well, I finally got the whole internet. I had YouTube and Facebook. That was it. Nothing else would load.
Yeah.
Well,
And
let me
then
tell you
the,
something, buddy. You weren't here for my explosion. If you go back a couple of live streams when my internet cut out,
It was epic.
I
It
had,
was
Oh.
Doomcock worthy.
I had a meltdown, dude.
Oh yes, that's right. Did you ever get that fixed?
Yes, knock on wood. We seem to be okay here. I got the new modem. Yeah, well, okay. So I don't know if I ever
There you go.
clarified this, but
Hello.
hey, there he is.
Ah, there he is.
I don't feel as bad for my explosion now because I totally thought, again, I put off for over a year paying an astronomical bill for a phone and TV that I didn't need. And I just had a feeling, my gut told me, this is going to cause me problems because I'm downgrading. They're not going to, they're going to treat me like royalty,
Mm-hmm.
And the day that they first came up here to disconnect the things, they had a kid and they were training the kid how to do it, right? And they had him up on the pole. And anyway, long story short, the cause of the problem was a cracked connector up on the pole that was probably caused by that kid that let water in my line that caused me to lose internet that night. So there you go. Every bit of rage directed towards them was necessitated,
Justified.
in my opinion. So yeah,
Yeah.
so
Justified rage.
they had it coming, you might say.
That's right.
But so all right,
Rage
tell you what.
against the cable guy.
Oh, I thought you were going to say machine. I was going to say, John, I can boot you right out of here. So I'm going to read. I'm going to read. I'm behind on the chats again because I see Lenrod's here and he's still in the chat. So I'm going to read these real quick. Admiral Pig said, I wish I could be everywhere. Anyway, I was just, never mind. Carla has me thinking underwear and I just, anyway.
Sorry, I knew I shouldn't have said that, but I always think it was a great day.
Of course, when Lenrod says something like being everywhere, I don't know. I think about walking through walls and anyway. So, yeah. Anyway, Admiral Teague said, single coil or humbuckers. I take a song by song approach. I'm pretty much, if you ever heard me play, humbuckers all the way. I mean,
Yeah.
I have a couple single coils on my guitars and I don't even ever use them. I rarely get out of the bridge. You know what I mean? I'm a bridge humbucker guy. So, I mean, honestly, if I built my own guitar, I'd be Eddie Van Halen. You know what I mean? It'd be one volume, one humbucker in the bridge. That's really all I need. The other is just for show. But so hey, what about you, John? Single coil humbucker.
For me, I prefer humbuckers. I have used and still use on the Granite Caster single coils with the bridge humbucker. But it depends on the sound you're going for and what you feel in the moment, But you do have a point about the single pickup because that's how Leslie West got his tone, was with the Les Paul Jr., just single coil, one volume, one tone, no fiddling around. And he was able to get his hand further in the cutaway because that other pickup ring isn't in the way.
Well, I like to fiddle around, just not with pickups.
Yeah.
Lenrod, how about you? Single coil or something tells me I have an idea what you're going to say, but single coil or humbucker?
Dectuple coil.
Holy smokes!
Yeah, pretty much everything I have is humbuckers though. I don't think I have a single coil instrument. Used to have a Fender Strat ages ago, but I think my dad's got that now.
Yeah.
I have a Strat, but it has a humbucker in the bridge, but it does have two single coils.
Yeah.
And I have several Ibanez guitars that have like the two humbuckers, but with the single coil in the middle. So I technically do have a bunch of single coils. Never use them.
Yeah. Yeah, I've experimented with coil taps and coil splitting. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Depends on how confused I am at the time.
So what does any of this mean?
Absolutely.
Well,
I don't know what a coil splitting is.
It's
when you karate chop a wire.
Yeah, basically. Instead of the double coil pickup being two coils in line that are connected, so to speak,
Yeah.
with a common ground, there's a switch that separates them into one coil and the other coil. One of them will shut off, the other one will keep working.
Okay.
Or in some cases, you can keep both coils working, but in opposite polarity, out of phase. So what it does, it affects the shape of the sound. And then coil tapping is you have one or two coils, but somewhere in at least one of the coils is a wire coming out to a switch that you can use less windings of the coil, and it thins your sound out a little more.
Okay, but so this coil is what, one string?
Well, yeah, it's one string of wire going around a bobbin, but there's two of them you put together for the humbucker. Huh?
That's some pretty fine wiring if they can do that.
Yeah, that's down. I forget what gauge that is. Do you know, Lenra?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Yeah, it's a really thin gauge.
Imagine probably in the upper 30 gauge, probably.
Somewhere in there, 30s or maybe 40. But
40 is
it's really,
like less than a human hair, so.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I've got a whole spool of 40 gauge wire in my workshop. Works great for redoing traces on circuit boards.
Yep.
That stuff is thin, really thin.
Yeah. And the fact that they're able to put it through this machine where you've got your spool of wire setting up here, and it goes through a couple of pulleys, and one has a spring on it to keep the tension constant, and then down to the motor where the bobbin is. Now, the bobbin is not round, it is long, and that spins around, hence the need for the spring to keep the constant tension. And it's the newer ones at the very least, I think most of the older ones too, they had a counter on it that says how many times the coil has gone around, how many wraps you have. And if you're good with the older ones that don't have the automatic stop, you'll stop within, switch the machine off within what your desire is for how many wraps. The modern ones have an automatic stop. So you can set it for so many wraps and it shuts off. But, and of course, the magnet underneath the coil, that also affects it. And there's 3 or 4 different kinds of magnets. And it all has a different effect. How many wraps, how many coils, what gauge the wire is, whether you're doing singles or double coil. And the whole reason for double coil in the beginning was to get rid of the 60 cycle hum from your electrical system that goes through the amplifier.
Wow.
And so there's a lot of math and science, and
so that's why strings are expensive, because of that math and science.
Well, that and what they're made out of.
Yeah. I mean, the regular guitar strings are just from the bridge to the tuners, and different gauges of playable string, I guess you would say. But you can get them in phosphor, bronze, nickel, steel, other kinds of steel. I mean, I'm not really up on all the metallurgy of it, but you can get them in different thicknesses.
There'd be a difference, right? There'd be a difference with the type of metal you use as to its sound.
Yeah, because phosphor bronze you're going to see on acoustic guitars a lot.
It doesn't need to conduct as much electricity.
Right.
Or at least, electromagnetic waves anyway.
Okay.
Yeah, because as the string you're playing vibrates, it creates a signal by induction through the coil that goes to your amplifier, which amplifies that sound. And it should be based on the actual sound of the string. But you can modify it with different pedals and different effects and things,
So you couldn't ever put nylon strings on an electric guitar because it's all about the electricity going through the wires.
Not so much that.
It's just how it affects the inductance on the coils.
Right.
Like nylon really wouldn't do any effect on the coils.
Yeah.
Like it needs to be able to affect magnetism somehow, or be magnetic in a way.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and I don't know if you can use nylon on a piezo. I don't know enough about that particular technology. But usually with nylon string, they just either put a microphone in the sound
Yes,
hole of the
yeah.
guitar
Yeah.
or right
So
in
it's
front of
totally
it.
different mechanism.
Yeah.
And what about bass? What's so sorry, this is the last question of boring stuff I'll ask. What about the bass? Why are basses so deep then?
Well, it's just very thick strings because
Mm.
your
Chonky.
higher strings are very thin.
Yeah,
As you
yeah,
go
yeah.
towards the lower notes, they get
Mm.
thicker and thicker and thicker, and then down into the bass, you're using essentially what would be I guess, a low C string would be the D string, E, A, D,
So
G,
is it
the
lower?
G
So
string.
you've got your electric guitar. Is a bass guitar lower than the lowest note you could put on an electric guitar?
Yeah,
Primarily,
yeah.
yeah.
And it's thicker strings, it's longer strings,
Oh,
or longer
wow.
necks with longer
Okay.
strings. Although they do have
Um,
short scale basses, and they have what they call the baritone guitar, which is a medium scale length.
I've
And
never heard of that.
yeah, it's little known, seldom used, but it's out there, and it has its own unique qualities.
Okay.
But
Okay.
yeah,
Thank
No,
you.
it's a good thing Wendy's not here because she
Hey,
wouldn't get
William
into the
Shakespeare
details of
book.
fingering that there bass. But
yeah,
the funny thing is I started the show out asking everyone if they wanted me to cut down on the guitar talk, and I don't think you can get much more technical guitar talk than what you just had right there. As far as it comes to pickups and coils and wires, and they make noise, and that's all I care about.
yeah.
I want them to be loud. That's all that matters to me.
Big
And,
amplifier,
yeah.
big speakers, big wattage.
Exactly.
Mhm.
Lots of noise. Lots of noise.
Tower of power.
Yep.
But
William Shakespeare Berg's in the chat. Tell him to come here.
Oh, hey, well, William. I have a hell of a time saying that name. William Shakespeare. Hail.
Well met, brother.
John, what I want to know is what's this? You said what? I said what?
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 What? Where? Who? When?
Why?
Hey, Legally Blonde.
Uh-oh.
Aw.
Oh, no.
Hello there.
Right? Oh, no. Oh, no. Hold on. This is what I get for getting behind on the chat. So William says, hey, guys, I'm out getting chores done still, but we'll be home in about an hour and check in. Sounds good, brother.
Okay. Yeah.
Carla Burton,
Nice.
show us the model case.
Yeah, I see that.
Star Wars over in it.
Yes, the Curio.
Mm.
I got to get back on making my toy videos, too. Totally forget about it.
Mm. There you
Oh,
go.
good Lord.
Can you see it?
Yeah.
Oh,
I
yeah.
see it.
Yeah. I see.
There's,
Oh.
yeah, and there's a Star Wars book there, and planes, and my husband's in it. And up there is a what do you call it? All of the figures from those that belong with those guys and stuff like that. But they have to be arranged perfectly, and we don't have that. And here are the posters that are in. It's a 40-year-old posters.
Nice.
So there you go. Darth Vader looks upon us.
Sweet.
I have that same
This is
Hoth
the right
place
place
that
now.
right inside my bedroom door. I see it every time I walk in my door.
William Shakespeare, well, we do too. William Shakespeare told me, he goes like, oh yeah, there's a knob there that makes the thing fall apart, and I'm like, oh yeah, there is.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
So we're living the dream, man. We're living the dream.
I had mostly Empire stuff when I was a kid. I had a lot of the snow stuff, and in Pennsylvania here, it snowed a lot, so I used to take that stuff outside and play with it in snow. I used to take pictures too. I don't know whatever happened to them. I used to have pictures. I was a big nerd. Set everything
That's
up.
Cool. Yeah.
And the Sarge is here.
Holy crap! Yeah, Legally Blonde was here. Said, just hi, painting the store. The store? You have a store in your house now? All right, cool. Oh, you got to fill me in on that. Be listening. Cool. You stay there. You don't come here and pick on the Fett. It's my show. Let's see. Yeah, there he is. There's the Sarge. He says, what the F? Make me a mod. Oh, I did it? All right. We will rectify that right now. Oh, hold on. It jumped.
Who's this Sarge? What does he do?
He's your drill sergeant. You didn't know that?
No, he didn't know that.
And what? Hold on.
Yeah, I have a drill sergeant already.
Okay. All right, brother. You should be blue from here on out. You should be blue. William.
What's Len Rod been up to?
Stuff.
Uh-huh.
It hasn't been fun, let me tell you.
Oh, sorry.
Nah, it's been. Not going to go into detail. It hasn't been fun. My brain has not been working right.
Well, that's never fun.
No.
Yeah. And the former gal pal has done the impossible. She managed to close my autopay account.
Oh.
She overdrafted so many times that the bank closed the account.
Oh.
Real quick,
she's going to try to pay me back, but she keeps dodging me, so probably going to have to unleash the nuclear option and take her to court now.
Oh,
yeah. That's not fun. Sorry, what is it? Fett?
I was just going to give a shout out to Wade. Real Wade Nation in the chat there.
Yo.
Hello.
Hi there.
Legally Blonde says, I would love this room. It's filled with boy toys. I got to see it one of these days. I like my big boy toys. Sarge is wrenched up. There he is.
I got my boy toys.
Oh. What do we got there, John?
This is a Miller's Falls auger T-handle. And it's a ratcheted design for drilling holes using drill bits like that.
Oh, that's a big boy.
Oh, yeah. And this thing was more rusted than this drill bit 2 weeks ago. Couldn't get anything to move. Managed to soak it in vinegar for about a week and started to slowly get pieces to start moving bit by bit and getting it cleaned off. And this is, you've got your drill in, you're starting to drill your hole by a ratchet. It goes in 2 different directions or no direction. I keep forgetting I have to lift or push on that one. Anywho, there it goes. But yeah, and you could use this in the standard T formation, or you can twist the handle off and put it in the top and use that in corners.
That's cool.
So, and this is from 1888, I believe.
The days before power tools.
Oh, yeah. And the funny thing is, I got this and a whole bunch of other tools from my old DMLA advisor. And he gave me 2 big boxes, and they were the guy's actual tool boxes. Unfortunately, they were rotted out. But, and some of the tools were just beyond help. Lots of woodworms and rot, all that kind of thing. But there were several tools I kept and I use on a more or less regular basis. So I'm pretty happy with that. But one of the things I found was if you go into Google Patents, you can find the patent drawings.
Oh, wow.
And use those for helping you figure out how to get the thing apart.
Looks like a Lego build.
Yeah. It sort of is, only more fun, and it's made of metal. I've just got to.
And it's actually useful.
Metal.
Yeah, I got to rebuild the wooden handle on one side, but that's not a big deal. I know I have a friend with a lathe, so.
Tim wants to know if they're beyond Thunderdome.
Yeah, but if you'd seen this a couple of weeks ago, you'd never believe it's working now. This thing was so rusted up, it was unbelievable. But so I'm pretty proud I got that going.
That's cool.
But one of my favorite little toys now. And not only did I get all those tools, but a lot of the tools have the guy's name stamped on them, DP Quick.
Oh, wow.
I did the research and found out that he was a carpenter for the DL&W Railroad mining company. They had, the blue coal mines and all that. So that was one of the things, is finding out where he was. The other is, in the box was the actual stamp he used to stamp his name on things. And I found out that was made by a company on Wyoming Avenue in Scranton. So it's one of those rare things when you get the whole toolbox and the guy's stamp. So pretty neat.
Was the toolbox stamped or the actual tool stamped?
Each of the tools, because this one isn't one of his, but on the front of it you can see several stampings on this one.
Yes,
can't really make it out because of the camera, you know. But there's the manufacturer on it, and then William Ward owned this one, and he was from New York. And then let's see.
So people stole tools back then too.
Oh yeah, E.T. Curie was the other fella.
Yeah, tool steal is probably a bigger deal back then than it is now.
Oh yeah,
like
yeah, because these things were
back then.
Yeah, and these weren't cheap. This one I turned into a phone stand because there was no irons with it, and the wedge isn't original. But you know, and there's just nothing I could do with it, and I needed a phone stand. But yeah, I love the antique tools, and you know, when the power goes out, there's less chance of me getting killed.
Yeah.
You know.
That's always a good thing.
I still have plenty of hand tools in my workshop. They just work.
Yeah.
I have a handsaw that my dad gave me when I was like 5. I still have it, and it still works perfectly fine. I take it out back and trim my trees with it.
Yeah. It's amazing what you find, and the technology still works as long as you can keep your, you know, things like chisels and planes sharpened. And that's not too bad. But yeah, lots of fun you can have with old tools. And some of them, you know, they don't work, but they just look good.
Yeah. I've ever watched
this?
Here we have a gift from good old Tim. Like those of us never got called this enough in our lifetime. Thanks, Tim.
Yeah. I am a tool nerd.
That's funny.
He also says he has something for Fez.
Yeah.
What the hell?
Can you make it bigger? Oh.
Scroll the mouse wheel.
Control scroll. I don't know.
No, it won't let you zoom it.
No, it won't.
Oh,
interesting.
It's a big old cigarette.
Open it.
It's a big old smoke, though.
Oh. Maybe
must be a lucky strike.
I had a cousin used to smoke Lucky Strikes.
Yeah, I never got into those. Tried the Cool Filter Kings my dad smoked, and God, those things are rough. they're like smoking pavement.
Ooh. There was a time when I could tell every brand of cigarette by its smell.
Oh, really?
I worked at a gas station back when they still allowed smoking in the buildings, and you'd have everybody coming in the early morning. Everybody had their different brand that they would smoke, and sell them this pack, sell them that pack. And eventually I started figuring out what every brand was by the smell.
Wow.
And then Newport's
That's
made
a lot
me
of
racist.
smoke. That's a lot of smoke and hate. The dude, there's these guys called Dude Perfect, and one of them used to like be a salesman, and he could tell like every gas station or whatever pizza or pie or something like that. He did a blind taste test, and he had like 6 in front of him, and he could guess every one of them.
Nice.
So,
That's
Fat, what's new with you?
Me?
There it is.
There's a bigger version.
There you go.
Yeah. Anywho.
So when are you going to pull out your guitar?
I'm probably not going to tonight. I'm trying to see something. I want to see if more people show up when I'm not playing guitar, rather than.
But I think there wasn't someone else streaming last week, and then like at the end they came in or something when you were going. I thought that's what happened.
It seems
last
no
week.
matter what I do, if I go till 4 o'clock in the morning, it's like that's when people show up. I don't know what it is. It's weird.
Oh, when you got all the time zones available, everybody's everywhere
Yeah.
every
Yeah.
time.
True.
Yeah.
Well, I thought what inspired me tonight was okay. I might as well get back into this because let me tell you what I always say. I fly by the seat of my pants, and I have so few notes tonight. We're really flying by the seat of our pants. But so the thing that inspired tonight was the last 2 days I was working on a couple of videos. I ended up a short resulted out of it too, and probably I was going to talk about the video that I put out at this morning. But man, it's like the worst performing video I ever had in my life. At last I checked, it had 9 views. Man, it took me literally. I worked on that thing for 9 hours, off and on. I did have to
Whoa.
leave and come
Holy
back at one
cow.
point, but yeah, man, I started that thing at like 5 o'clock yesterday evening and didn't finish. I got it uploaded finally 2 o'clock this morning. Put a lot of work into that thing. But I figured, in event, sometimes they do take off slow, and then people go and watch them. So I figured I just throw out a couple little Easter eggs that are in the video. So the video. Maybe the title didn't help. I know not everyone's in sneakers or shoes or things like that, but so I put out a video this morning about Converse high tops, Converse weapons.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
In the video, there are some Easter eggs throughout that video. For example, the high school pictured in that's my high school. That I went to.
Oh.
If you
cool.
look
Doxing
if you look
yourself.
at the picture, what's that?
You're doxing
myself.
yourself.
Yeah. Well, I don't.
No one said he still loves it.
Yeah. No one said I anywhere near it, but.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, matter of fact, if you look at that picture, right, there's a set of stairs on the right hand corner of that picture, man. That's where I stood. That's where I stood.
Aw.
That was my spot. So that's a little thing in there. The mall pictured in the beginning of that. Those are actual pictures from the mall that I lived at when I was a teenager.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Bought that mall. So and it's torn down. It's not even there anymore. So
Oh
lot of-
wow.
a lot of little bits and pieces in that video.
Cool.
Worth kind of checking out. And
You
then,
need a pop-up video. You need one of those pop-up videos that this is where Fat was, where he stood in high school.
well, the funny thing was a couple of years ago, I did a video about it was called "Why I Love Return of the Jedi." I literally had 16 hours in that video from the time I thought about it, put everything together, edited the video. I even kind of scripted that one a little bit. I wrote that out, and so I had it all done, and it was like 16 hours. I spent more time on that than I worked the night before.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
So and that only got 100 views or something like that. And in that one, there were a lot of little Easter eggs, personal
Okay.
things in that.
I watched that one. Was
Yeah,
that,
that one
was
had
that oh no, the movie theater one. I remember. I mean,
Yeah.
I watched all your videos, but
Yeah.
was it the movie theater? You spoke at the movie theater?
That was the movie theater. I saw Return of the Jedi in when I was a little kid.
Yes.
Yeah. So
The
Yeah.
Vicky, yeah.
I don't know. It's weird, man. It's like I'm starting to think people don't like me. I mean, every time I put little Easter eggs in about myself and people don't watch the video. I don't know. I guess I'm just not getting out there. I don't know what happened. We had a real big, boom there. People were coming to the channel and videos were getting a lot of views. And I don't know, the last 2 weeks it's kind of died down. I don't know. I guess I'm not getting in an algorithm again, but
Well, it's summer. People are going out.
Yeah, that's
people are
right.
out.
Yeah.
People are out.
Notifications don't work so good half the time.
That's
Or
true.
all the
Yeah.
time. I didn't get a notification for any of your videos that popped up.
Everybody
Not
tells me that. Everybody,
Yeah.
everybody I know tells me that they don't get notifications from my videos. I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
I'm definitely not liked by YouTube, so it's rough doing this. But anyway, that video's out there. I also clipped a short out of it about metal from 1986, which is what sparked this today. Because honestly, all week I was trying to come up with an idea for the live stream this week, and I couldn't. And it was literally just a few hours ago. I thought of that clip at the end of that video, so I clipped it and made it short. And then I thought, 1986. Let's talk about 86, because I started thinking about all the great music in metal, especially that came out in 1986. So, and I was Linrod. I was hoping you would show up too, and I knew John would be here. So, a lot of good stuff to talk about there. But even the movies, I spoke on many an occasion how much I love Big Trouble in Little China, and I'm like, man, Big Trouble in Little China is from 1986.
Yeah.
So I have a cat up on my desk right as we speak, and there he is.
Awesome.
1986.
The funny thing is, he's been upstairs all day, so much so that he was worried. I keep checking on him, and
Now
it's
you're
like,
getting the views.
maybe the cat will bring the views. But
Cats
yeah,
can do it. Yep.
it's funny, man. No sooner I start setting up for this, he came downstairs and he's been around me like a shark. So yeah, anyway, that video's out there if you guys want to check it out or whatever. Honestly, Honestly, it was a lot of work. I did have a lot of technical issues, which caused it to be 9 hours. I tried some new things in the video too, some new effects and things like that. So anyway, just something you might want to check out. But like I said, I got thinking about 1986. Holy cow! What a great year. So I have some stuff here. Unfortunately, I think I'm going to have to. This is Kylo, by the way, everyone.
Oh, hi,
Yeah,
Kylo.
Kylo.
Was not met
Kylo.
Kylo before. He unfortunately stuck with the name. For everyone new to the channel, I got him right after The Force Awakens came out, and I always wanted to name a cat with a Star Wars name. And at the time, I was in a relationship; I was never allowed to do it. But right after The Force Awakens, we got him, and I was told I could pick a name, and I couldn't think of a name for him because we had a couple orange cats in the past, and I always wanted to name them Wicket. I don't know, it just looked like an Ewok to me, but I didn't want to be like, well, okay, finally you can be Wicket, even though I wanted to name 2 other cats previously Wicket. So I wanted to come up with something different, and it was suggested Kylo. And at the time, I didn't hate Disney Star Wars yet, so unfortunately, the poor little guy stuck with it. But I do have another cat. I don't know where he got to, but his name is Anakin too. So
Oh,
balance to
there
the
you go.
Force. So we
Yeah.
got a Disney and we got a George Lucas era. But that's funny that he's sitting here right now though, because I want to share my screen, buddy.
You got to share me. I'm a cat.
Yeah.
Well, good thing you can't see him right now because his rear end is like basically right beside the camera here.
Well, cat butts get views. Everybody knows that.
Yes. Hey, holy smokes! Matthew Eagle is here. I know he's gonna.
Hello.
What's up,
Hey
buddy?
there.
Hello.
That's before it said you should have called him Ben Swolo.
Yeah.
Well, the funny thing is, I really don't call him Kylo. For some reason, I've always called him Lokes. I don't know, like as in Loki, which I'm not even a Marvel fan, so I don't know how it works. But my kids always I'm 100% responsible for screwing them up because I never called them by their names. Matter of fact, my daughter for many a decade probably has been called. I called her Boot. I think I don't even remember where it came from. It's funny. We'd be out in the store or something, and I'd yell for her, and I'd be like, "Hey, Boot, come here!" And these people would look at me like, "You just call a girl Boot?"
Yeah.
I don't know.
That's
At one
not
time,
abnormal.
Yeah, I had like a piece of tablet paper with all my son's nicknames and stuff. I don't know, but my family's always been like that. My dad was part of a big family. He had like 8 brothers and a sister, and they all had weird nicknames. Matter of fact, my dad's name was Raymond. Okay, but everyone called him McGee. That was his nickname. It was McGee. And to this day, I'll run into somebody out there in the world, and we'll get talking. And I'll be, "Oh, I knew your dad." And I'm like, "Oh, Ray." Who? Like, oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, a lot
It
of
was like
people
my
didn't know.
grandmother, my dad's mom. She never knew her actual name until she turned 18 and saw her birth certificate.
Yeah.
And so that's never the name she went by. She went by the name everybody else called her like her whole life.
Yeah.
But like she never knew what her actual name was until then.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Yeah, we
Mine-
just had the same thing with my Uncle Jeff. He never knew his first name was Roger.
Your Uncle Jeff was. Oh, that's funny.
Nobody ever called him Roger.
Mm-hmm.
My mother is 7 years older than he is, and she even said, "No, we never said Roger." But there's his birth certificate and this
Wonder why.
pile of information.
Somewhere in the abyss.
Yeah, somewhere in the this vast abyss of paper and books and notes and charts. I need a life.
Yes. Yes.
There's
Oh.
that kitty.
There he is.
There he is. I'm gonna have
Hello.
to put him down now. So I just want
Yeah.
everybody to see him real quick before he goes
Oh,
down.
he looks so
Hey, he's a
soft.
beautiful cat.
Yep.
Mm.
Never fails, man. I pick a black shirt, orange cat jumps. Man.
Why do you
Covered
think
in
I keep my tuxedo at the lodge?
I just learned to
Our
live with
number
it.
8. Our number
Yep.
8's called You. And I said, oh, we named him that so you can just say, hey, you.
Yeah.
He comes.
No. Oh man, poor Matt. He says, I'm the 7th kid. My dad calls me Rick, Charlie, Dave, Cindy, damn it, boy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
Right.
exactly. That's right. If you call a kid Hugh, you can just say, hey, you. And they'll come.
Just cycle through all the names. That's all you got to do.
Oh, yeah,
One of them's
do.
bound to be right.
Yeah. Well, no,
Yep.
sometimes I call them all the names of the kids that aren't even here anymore, like have been moved out 5 years ago. Blah blah blah.
Yeah. Let's see. Did we miss someone here? No, I think we're good.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. He was talking to the cat. My brain just went hey. And okay, I'm feeling much better now. So there's that.
Yeah.
All right. All right. Sorry, I had to get a drink. I had cat hair in my mouth. Anyway. Now, what was I saying before I was interrupted by the old cat there? Okay. 1986. Okay. I'm going to attempt to share my screen here. I have some stuff. We'll start with no, hold on. Things are freezing.
Of course.
Yep.
So
Well, we'll start with the most important thing from 1986. This guy.
Yeah.
You were born in 86.
Yep.
Very
I
nice.
escaped from the womb early in 86.
Very nice.
Right
year to
around
be
my
born.
21st birthday.
Record blizzard.
Ah. Okay.
That's weird. There's a cat up there too. That's weird. I didn't
The
plan that at
internet's
all.
for cats.
Yeah, this is not like a cat live stream or anything. This was not planned.
Yep.
So anyway, I thought I'd bring up, we've got good old IMDb here, and I thought we'd look at, we got like the top 50 movies from 1986.
Cool.
Number 1 being Aliens.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I remember seeing, I'll tell you what, that's one movie that I've never been scared when I was young by many. Man, I used to watch Friday the 13th, all that stuff. You know what I mean? Texas Chainsaw Massacre. That stuff didn't bother me. But the one night, probably spoken many a time before how we had an HBO when I was a little kid, and I lived in my house. You had to be in bed by 9, but I would often sneak back downstairs, try to catch some nudity or something on HBO sometime. But every now and then you catch like a really cool movie, and Aliens was one of them. And I watched that in the dark by myself, and I already was like doing something I wasn't supposed to. So I'm already like on the lookout for everything and already feeling like I'm doing something wrong. And then I watched that, and that one kind of did scare the crap out of me as a kid. So
Yeah.
I think that's one of the most legitimately scary movies out there.
Yeah.
But here's one for the Sarge. We got Platoon. Platoon.
Yeah.
The number 2 movie of 1986. Then Stand By Me, number 3. Never real big on that one. I don't know why.
Never seen it.
It's kind of one of those
bits and pieces. Well, it's a Will Wheaton movie, so
yeah, it's kind of one of those. You see it once, that's good.
yeah.
Ferris Bueller's Day Off. Now that's a big hit.
That was
I
a
know.
fun movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Saw that.
5 Blue Velvet. I don't really know that one.
I don't know it either. I
Well,
think that was
let's
one
see.
that Doomcock really liked, though. So I think
Yeah.
I've heard him mention that name more than once.
The synopsis says the discovery of a severed human ear found in the field leads a young man on an investigation related to a beautiful, mysterious nightclub singer and a group of psychopathic criminals who have kidnapped her child. Sounds kind of interesting.
Yeah.
Rated R,
Yeah, of course.
7.7 stars. Sounds kind of interesting. Okay, so number 6, Castle in the Sky. I gotta be honest, I don't know that one either. You guys know
That's
that one?
Hayao Miyazaki, I think, isn't it? Studio
Is
Ghibli.
it?
Yeah, that's an anime.
Oh, so that's probably on Doomcock's radar for sure. Okay, 7 was Top Gun. Everybody knows Top Gun, right?
Oh, I'm surprised. That's at number 7.
Yeah. Yeah, you'd think that would be higher up on the list. This is IMDb too, so I
I
don't know.
suppose this was
Yeah.
1986, though. It's like when you have an endless barrage of great movies, it's like splitting hairs
Yeah.
for greatness between films.
Yeah.
Mm.
Oh, wait till we get into the
Yeah.
metal. Oh.
Yeah.
At number 8, we have The Fly. Yeah,
yeah.
that's a good one.
Oh,
Well,
I remember that one. I think that's sort of a horror, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a little too intense for me.
Yeah, that's out
That's
there.
interesting.
That
Yeah,
is.
it's actually a remake
Yeah.
too, but it's one that's done in
Mm.
such a way that both movies can stand on their own.
Mhm.
Yeah,
And I just
Yeah, 'cause-
particularly, I'm a big fan of Jeff Goldblum. I don't know.
Yeah.
There's a style about him. I
Yeah.
like him.
Yeah.
He can almost do anything, and
Yeah.
it's kind of all right with me.
Yeah.
He's so down to earth, I think,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and,
Yeah, for
and
sure.
funny.
Yeah. Definitely has a style. It never
Yeah.
really mentioned a lot of times. You know, people are talking about great actors. Never really brought up, and it's not right. You need to fix that. Coming in at number 9, The Name of the Rose. Another one I don't know.
Sean
I
Connery
love
film.
that movie.
Oh,
It's a
that's
good movie.
You do? Good movie?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a good movie. It's got a few plot holes in it and a few continuity errors, but overall, it's a really great movie. And there's some great scenes in there. One of them I won't describe because, nudity and all that, but she was,
Yeah.
and I can't remember her name, but she went on to several other movies. She played the female Cenobite in one of the Hellraiser movies.
Hellraiser
I
movies.
can't- Yeah. Yeah. Princess something, or it was weird, but yeah, she was pretty amazing. But yeah, that's a movie that started my fascination with book collecting, because
Nice.
it all centers around this library and a book written in Greek that isn't supposed to exist. But
Yeah.
I see it says
it's-
Christian Slater's in it.
yeah,
I was kind of
Oh.
like,
yeah,
he's
Yeah.
pretty good. So,
yeah.
most definitely worth a
And,
watch, I guess.
Oh yeah, it's a lot of fun, and it all takes place around a Gothic monastery in Italy. So that was
Mm.
Yeah,
really
basically during the Dark Ages.
atmospheric. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, and just very interesting.
Cool. Now we're getting into my territory. Coming in, number 10,
I don't
Labyrinth.
know what that is. What is it?
Labyrinth,
Oh, yeah.
man, the movie that introduced
Oh,
me.
Labyrinth.
Yeah, the
I love
movie that
that.
introduced me to Jennifer Connelly, man.
Oh, she's so pretty. She's so pretty.
Yeah.
It's a good movie too. It really is. It's a really a good fantasy movie.
Yeah.
It's supposed to
Yeah.
be organized by rating as opposed to actual box office numbers.
Mhm.
Because I know Labyrinth and
Mm,
Big
it-
Trouble were both box office flops.
Yeah,
Mm.
but
The
yeah,
only-
Labyrinth.
You can watch Labyrinth now easily. Just easily. I watched it a couple of years ago. Like, yeah.
Yeah,
Well, now my only gripe with Labyrinth is, so you have like Disney, okay,
Mhm.
digitally adding hair over Daryl Hannah's buttocks and
Right.
Splash. You have things
Yeah.
like that going on. Maybe we should like digitally remove David Bowie's bulge in that movie. It's a kids movie. That's my only gripe with
Yeah.
the movie.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
My only gripe with the movie. But
Yeah.
I mean, I'm too busy watching Jennifer Connelly anyway.
Yeah.
But
That's the whole
other
point
than-
of the bulge. Like the boys are watching Jennifer, the girls are watching Bowie.
yeah,
When I watched it just like a year or so ago, I realized that at the beginning of it, you see her, she's wearing that medieval frock and reading that book, and you're meant to think she's in medieval England or like something like that, because
Mhm.
because then of course she patches up her dress and runs in her jeans, but I was like, oh, they were trying to give you the idea that
Mhm.
it was in a long time ago, and it really
Yeah.
was.
It's an
Yeah.
interesting
Yes.
framing.
Yeah.
Mm.
Listen, no movie could have the bog of stench in it and not be great. Am I wrong?
Right.
I mean, how
Yeah,
the
that's
eternal bog
true.
of stench,
You're
right?
right. Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
So
Yeah.
yeah,
Now, the only thing that disappointed me about that movie was, David Bowie's doing that thing with the crystal ball with his hand. That wasn't
Yeah.
him. That was a guy standing
Yeah,
behind him.
I know.
Aw.
I was
saw
so
the video.
disappointed.
Yeah, the background. What do you call it? The behind the scenes. Yeah, I watched
Yeah.
that.
well, it's weird too because I mean, listen, I was never a huge fan of David Bowie's. I've learned to appreciate his music as I've gotten older. But I have
Yeah.
always heard rumors about David Bowie. I mean, you would think isn't he good at ball handling? You know, he really needed to bring
Yeah.
in a stunt.
Oh,
stunt.
the Mick Jagger story. Yeah.
Yeah.
Newton's
Meanwhile, on another channel.
Cradle. Let's keep going.
Yeah, that absolutely.
Yep.
Because now, one of my favorite movies of all time, and clearly in my book shouldn't be number 11. But Big Trouble in Little China, holy smoke!
Mhm.
Yes. Great
That's-
movie.
That is one.
I
Matter of
just-
fact, I just go ahead,
Did
John.
I
you-
saw
Kurt
that for the
Russell's-
first.
Oh, go,
I
Josh.
saw that for the first time this morning at 5. At what was it? 3:30.
What?
Something like that. Yeah, I happened to. I was bored, and you know, I couldn't get to sleep, so I had put on Tubi, and Big Trouble in Little China was on. So I texted John. I'm like, John, the movie's on. So he started watching it too. Because eventually, I like to bring a bunch of people on one of these
Yeah.
Saturdays and just specifically talk about this movie. So
Oh yeah.
and anyone that's up for that, just let me know. I definitely want to do that one
Yeah.
of these days. But
Mm.
Yeah, and
Heck
it
yeah.
was fun. It was silly. It had some great effects to it. Some great stunt
yeah.
performances.
Yeah.
And I was sold when the one guy came in with the spinners on his hands. It's like, yeah, propellers on the hands. I'm in.
Mm.
yeah, he texted me like he got a little bit into it, and he texted me back. He's like, a guy with propeller hands. I'm totally invested in this. So I was like,
Yeah.
man. Yeah. That's one of those
Yeah.
movies that I have to watch. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Do you think
can't-
it's Kurt Russell's best one?
It's
For
up there in my opinion.
For like personality, you know, like the
Yeah, for the
Jack
character.
Burton personality.
character.
Yeah.
Yeah, for
Yeah.
the character, because it's such a bad portrayal of John Wayne. You know what I mean? It's hard to say it's
Yeah.
Kurt Russell's best performance ever.
Okay. Yeah.
It's such a fun
Yeah.
character, though.
Yeah, I mean, Little Fett
Yeah,
is
'cause
totally.
He could overplay it without overplaying it, you know.
Yeah.
Just enough to make the
Maybe-
character just silly enough. You know.
Yeah.
Right on
Yeah,
the edge of
but-
being over the top, like right there. You know, the top
Yep.
of the
Because
cliff.
it could have been a way tacky movie. If I reckon if you had a different actor, possibly as him, not as charismatic, you may not have got
Yeah.
away with that.
No, he definitely
Yeah.
made the role for sure. Nobody
It
else
could
could.
have been
No,
oh,
that's his
dang, I
movie.
forgot- What's the actor's name now? Peter Weller. Because Big
Oh.
Trouble, like the original script for Big Trouble in Little China was actually supposed to be a sequel to Buckaroo Banzai.
No kidding.
Oh.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Ah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Nice.
Well, it's like there's still every now and then you hear rumblings about The Rock doing either a remake or a sequel or something. Oh,
Mhm.
don't do it.
Like
Well,
if they did
But
like
SB4
a similar
says, you
scene
know
but
what
with
Jack
different
Burton always
characters.
says?
Yeah, there are so many like lines in my life that came out of this movie. You know, like just as simply like it's all in the reflexes or yes sir, the check is in
Yeah,
the
that's
mail.
right. It's all in the
Yeah.
reflexes.
Yo, one of the corniest lines ever is in this, but I love it when he says, "May the wings of freedom never lose a feather." You know what I mean? In
Yeah.
that Jack, in that
Yeah.
John Wayne style, like yeah, love that.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it.
So many great moments.
Yeah.
And it's so 80s too. The colors and everything. It's just so 80s looking.
Mm.
It's
Oh.
And the
weird.
special effects.
it
The
looks-
special effects.
Oh, the effects
yeah.
are really
Oh,
standing
yeah.
good. It's like
Yeah,
the,
and I'll save it. I won't bring it out now. I'll save it for when we do like an episode or a live stream on
Yeah,
it. But, you guys are probably sick of hearing it, but like Gary, that's one of the first things Gary hooked me up with was a ring that the monster wore in this movie.
No way.
Yeah, I
have it behind me here. I'll have to-
Aw,
Yeah, when we do this
that's
episode,
sweet.
I'll break it out and show it off. So yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
yeah. So all right, I guess I'll move on because I could talk about this thing all night. But
Yeah.
Yeah.
coming in at number 12 now, I'm about to shock the crap out of all you. Highlander. Okay, I've only
Yeah.
ever seen.
Oh, I
bits
saw
and pieces.
her.
I never sat down and watched the whole thing.
What?
I don't know why. I don't know why.
Oh my
Yeah.
god!
I've never seen the whole thing either.
Yeah. Oh, I
I get it's epic. I know
Wow.
people love it. It definitely
Well, that's
represents
a
the
good-
80s.
I mean, I've never seen
Yeah.
it once because I'm not into gore, but it's a good movie.
See, I dig gore. I love stuff like if you're gonna talk like action type movies, Braveheart, The Patriot, 2 Mel Gibson movies, Gladiator. I love stuff
Mhm.
like that. You know,
Yeah.
I should actually watch this movie, but I get it definitely.
Yeah.
And
You're old enough now. Come on.
Yeah, I should have seen it. There are so many movies. Like I've always said, I have a pretty big movie collection, but like ever since I met all you guys here on YouTube,
Yeah.
realize, especially doing the movie of the week, for Doomcock, it's like every time I
Mm,
turn around, it's like I never even heard of that movie. You know what I mean? And I thought I
mm.
had a lot of movies, but big surprise.
Yeah.
But so okay, so coming in
I'll
at
be right
13.
Keep,
Okay.
yeah, keep
Coming in at-
going. I'll be right back.
Coming in at 13, Hannah and Her Sisters. But I gotta say, I don't know this one either.
I
Me
don't know
neither.
either.
No, you guys know?
No. How can it be so high if we've never heard of it? That is ridiculous.
It's
Well,
a
I
chick
see.
flick.
Well, the names are Mia. It's directed by Woody Allen, so it stars
Okay.
Mia Farrow and Michael Caine.
So it's film
So,
school
Oh.
material, so they have to watch it.
I mean, it's got Michael Caine.
yeah,
Oh,
can't be all bad.
wow.
Yeah, it can't be
Okay.
all bad. But
Mm.
but I'm all for skipping that one and going right to the next one. Look what we got here.
I can't see. Can
The
you
whales.
make that bigger? Are you able to enlarge the like the screen?
I think that's as big as I can go on here.
Okay, that's cool. I just wondered. That's all right.
Well, hold on.
because-
I'm gonna try something. Hopefully we don't go anywhere. Hold on.
Probably it's my bad because I have like an iPhone I'm looking at. So
How's that? It kind of got rid of us, but can
It's a
you?
little bigger.
Oh yeah, it's a little slightly bigger. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, so
Sorry.
yeah, so here we have Star Trek IV: The Voyage Home.
Oh,
Excuse me. No, that's 5, isn't it? Totally
No,
I
screwed
don't
up
know.
my royal No, that's 4.
It's a 4, yeah.
Yeah.
ID is
All right.
4.
That's the one. Okay, now that's the one with the whales, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah,
I
think
love that
so.
one. I got to be honest, I love that one.
Ah.
Yeah, I remember seeing when I was a little kid, my mom used to win all these contests on this one radio station where they would you would
Oh
win.
yeah,
free
you said
tickets.
that.
Yeah, and like
Yeah.
a lot of times they didn't take for like the big movies, but man, I saw almost every Star Trek movie in the movie theater because of that for free. But
Wow, awesome.
yeah, but it was, yeah,
Nice.
definitely. I definitely remember seeing this one in the movie theater. Definitely love this one. Probably my second favorite Star Trek movie. Of course, my first got to go, Wrath of Khan. But
Yeah.
I just have a soft spot for this one. There's some classic stuff in that one.
Yeah,
Mhm.
and
Great
my favorite line in any Star Trek venture of any kind was the garbage men when the ship landed in the park.
Yeah.
and all that's going on, and the one guy says to the other, "I didn't see anything, and neither did you, so shut up."
Yeah, that's a good one. Oh, and by the way, so I think like 2 weeks in a row now, I totally forgot to put up the movie of the week graphic. I'll try to remember at the end of it. Let me just give a hint. This ties in to this week's movie of the week. So hopefully I'll remember to pop it up at the end. But yeah, definitely love Star Trek 4. Definitely a great one.
Mhm.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, moving down to 15, Down by Law. Okay, see, I don't know.
I'm
kinda-
Tom Waits in it.
Yeah. Anyone know this movie?
Nope.
Never
No.
heard of it. So the only thing I recognize is Tom Waits.
Well, see, this is Fett not preparing again because I was so focused on the metal. I'm here touting these great movies from 1986 and I didn't even see half of them.
Like, you don't even need to see half of them. As long as you see the few, that's all you need.
Yeah, I saw the great ones, man. But I don't know. Anyone in the chat know Down by Law?
Nope.
Let us know. Any opinions on it? Well, I mean, let's
what's
move on.
its rating?
It is a 7.6.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I mean, going right down to the mission. I don't know that one either.
Robert De Niro on that one.
Well, that's probably
I've
why.
seen
Jeremy
it. I
Irons.
don't remember it.
Never been a big De Niro fan. Although Jeremy Irons is okay. So
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
never saw that one either. And continuing the trend, number 17, Manhunter.
I
Don't know
think
that
I've
one.
seen this
The,
movie, but I don't remember anything about it.
Wasn't that the prequel to Silence of the Lambs?
I don't think so. It says,
Oh.
I don't know. It is about FBI. It says former FBI profiler Will Graham returns to service to pursue a deranged serial killer dubbed the Tooth Fairy by the media. I don't know. Maybe it is.
Oh.
Yeah.
Sounds like it'd be related.
Yeah, I think it is. That had the guy who played Grissom in the original that show in
CSI?
Las Vegas.
CS.
Was it
Oh.
CSI? I think
Yeah.
it was.
CSI,
Yeah,
yeah.
the CSI,
Crime
yeah.
Scene Investigation. That's it.
That's how I think I've seen this movie. Because I remember watching it, going, "Oh, it's the dude from CSI." Because I don't remember anything about the film other than that, though.
On Wikipedia,
Mhm.
it says it was the first film adaptation of Harris's Hannibal Lecter novels.
Ah,
There you go.
There you go.
interesting.
Yeah.
So at number 18, The Color of Money. It's Paul Newman
Seen
and
it.
Oh,
Tom Cruise.
I vaguely remember the name of it.
It's like I'm aware of it, but I've never seen it.
I think it's one of
Yeah,
those I've
that
seen
was,
in passing.
That was a sequel to The Hustler with Jackie Gleason and
Okay.
who played Don Corleone?
Oh, Jarrell.
Yeah.
What the hell?
Why
blank.
don't my brain work?
Yeah, it's
John
right there.
Turturro's in it.
Too many names to remember.
There's a good cast in there. They've got Paul Newman, Tom Cruise, Forrest Whitaker, John Turturro. I love John Turturro.
It's a Martin Scorsese film, so it
Yeah.
must be legendary.
Okay.
Yeah. But the original Hustler film was from the late 50s, early 60s. And God, why can't I remember his name?
Oh, I happened to see in the chat, SP48 said Manhunter, very underrated. It's based on a Tom Harris book, Red Dragon. He also wrote Silence of the Lambs. They are connected. Red Dragon was a remake of Manhunter. Okay, Red Dragon, was that like the third in the Silence of the Lamb movies, I think?
Could be.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Sarge says Jackie Gleason.
That was in the original movie, yeah. But the star was...
I thought that's what you wanted.
Oh. It was the guy who played Don Corleone in The Godfather.
Yeah.
Okay.
Jor-El.
Someone can research that.
Why can't I get his name?
Okay, Chad.
Juggling it now.
Yeah, me too. My phone's just slow.
Let's see here. Who not helping me? Screen.
But you got 1 point.
Marlon Brando.
Marlon Brando, that's it.
Of course.
Look what they did to my boy.
Yep.
Don't forget
I
to
don't
hit the
want his
like
mother to
always
see
thumbs
him
up.
like this.
That sounds really good.
Thank you very much.
Could have been tender.
I made my voice an offer he couldn't refuse.
And then he refused it. Wasn't a good idea.
Yeah, so I started smoking again.
The wife didn't care for that either. She kicked me out. Made me sleep on the couch in the front yard.
Oh yeah, SP4 said Red Dragon takes place before Silence of the Lambs, but it's the third movie based on those. Yeah, I thought so. It's like prequel or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, I only ever saw that like once. I remember liking Silence of the Lambs the most of the three.
That's probably why they picked that one to be the first one to make.
Yeah. It was a well done movie.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't beat Anthony Hopkins in that one.
Oh,
No,
it was
great.
incredible. Yeah.
All right, moving on to 19. Hoosiers. Any fans?
That's a fun movie.
I don't.
Never
It's
seen
not
it.
Americans.
Yeah. It's it's basketball themed, sports themed movie, but it's a fun movie.
Yeah, I haven't seen it in forever, but I mean, it's Gene Hackman and Dennis Hopper. So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh,
listen,
wow.
I'm not a big sports fan, but like I've said it many times, the movie The Replacements with Keanu Reeves, I think that's more like the 90s, maybe early 2000s, I forget. But where Gene Hackman is the coach of the football team. Yeah, he was great in that. Gene Hackman was great in that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, I could watch him in almost anything. That's another guy who, when people talk about, you hear these all the time, the question posed, who would you want to narrate your life? And everybody always says Morgan Freeman and stuff like that. James Earl. I would love to have James Earl Jones have narrated my life, but everybody forgets everybody forgets about Gene Hackman's voice, man. He just has one of those voices that, it's him.
Yeah, if he's being intense, it's intense.
Yes, he is.
Yeah.
All right, man. And women? Woman, men, and
Yeah. Woman.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Number 20, Little Shop of Horrors. I'm sure people know this.
Oh, I only watched it for the first time last year or this year? This year. It was.
Another
I
one I
did not
haven't
like
seen.
that movie. I didn't like the movie.
It's weird.
It's.
I've never
It
actually
was
seen the
just
whole.
sad.
I got like part of the way into it, and I'm like, I just don't care anymore.
Yeah.
It was a musical, and I'm just like, eh.
Yeah.
Real quick,
I was
Matthew
watching
Eagle
with my
said
son.
Pauly Shore could narrate me or Bobcat Goldthwait. That'd be different.
Oh God.
Different. But yeah, interesting thing about Little Shop of Horrors that was directed by Frank Oz.
Yeah.
Oh, I
Yeah.
didn't know Frank Oz directed that.
Yeah, puppeteer Frank Oz. That's pretty cool.
Frank Oz
Yoda directed it.
a Leverage episode.
What is Leverage?
Oh, it's a TV show. It's basically a whole lot of heists that happen every episode. But yeah, I love it. But anyway, we were watching it the other night, and I said, "Oh, was it?" Yeah, I'm like, Frank Oz. He directed an episode. I didn't know he did that. But there you go.
That's cool.
Yeah.
All right, moving down to 21. Pretty in Pink. I know that's Molly Ringwald.
Yeah. I
Yep.
haven't seen that in a
Saw
while.
that. I think twice
Oh,
I
that-
sat through that.
That
Yes.
by Anthony Michael Hall. Is that his name?
That was.
He was such a. Was that him?
Was that? What was that one? Yeah, that's the
16
one where.
Candles.
Yeah,
16 Candle, oh yeah. And the thing is, he was such a nerdy looking guy. And now you look at him, now he's like a tall, buff guy and like so
Yeah.
handsome. I was like, talk about ugly duckling.
Yeah. But Molly
Oh, it probably
Ringwald
motivated him. He probably got tired of getting picked on for being scrawny. That's probably what motivated him.
Dang.
Yeah.
But yeah, he
Woke
turned
up.
out all right. My gosh.
Yeah, I mean
And
Molly
Mo-
Ringwald, man. That's man.
Oh,
she
she
kind of
was-
represents the '80s, man.
Yeah, she was
Yeah.
hot back then.
She's still pretty. She was in what do you call that show? Psych. That Psych, that TV show that was on
Yeah.
in the, I don't know, this 2016 sort of thing era. They had basically all of the Brat Pack. Like they had Judd Nelson and Anthony Michael Hall and Molly Ringwald was in an episode, and the dark haired chick. Oh, what was her name?
Ali Sheedy.
And
Ali Sheedy.
Ali Sheedy. Oh my gosh, she was in it so many times. She was amazing.
Yeah.
She was like a psycho person, but she was so good at it. It was like so all of those people managed to be in an episode each time.
Yeah. And Ali
No, I'll
Sheedy
say-
was strangely hot.
Yeah, I was just gonna say.
I know she was like my favorite.
I
Because she had
preferred her.
dark hair. I had dark hair and stuff like that. I don't know,
Yeah.
but yeah.
I totally preferred her to Molly Ringwald. Totally.
Yeah,
Really?
well, me too, but
Yeah. Oh yeah.
yeah.
All right,
And
moving
you
down
like
to 22.
brunettes. So there's that.
Oh gosh.
22, man. That's not a knife. Crocodile Dundee.
Yes.
I
We
mean,
still
yeah.
use that line.
yeah.
Yep.
Anything
Well,
everybody
even-
knows Crocodile Dundee.
That's
Mm.
such a fun movie.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, because
Hey,
even
you know-
a couple of years later, when I was working at the salt company, we had a guy come work for us from Australia, and I guess we drove him nuts with questions about it.
Oh yeah.
You know, because you're from Australia, you should know everything. And so,
Yeah.
leave me alone, poor guy. But
That's
he
funny.
DJ'd on the side, going by the name of Ken Garoo.
You know what? The thing is, how many Australian movies have gone mainstream like that one?
That one
Right?
and Road Warrior.
Yeah.
Mad
man.
Max.
Or Mad Max.
Yeah, but
the
it wasn't.
first one.
But it wasn't based in Australia, was it?
Yeah.
Like I know.
The
What I
first
meant
one.
was Mad Max. Like the time Mad Max, the movie. I know it was filmed in Australia, but where was it sort of based?
I think it was
Is
just
it meant to
generic
be Australia?
post-apocalyptic future,
Yeah.
and that was it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
Mm.
from the accents and everything, just the whole layout of it was Australia.
Okay. Yeah, I've never watched it.
Well, Matthew Eagle
Yeah.
says Dundee better than Labyrinth. Yes, I love Paul Hogan. I don't know, man. Labyrinth has Jennifer Connelly.
Yeah.
I love
Yeah.
me some Crocodile Dundee, but I don't know. And it sucks because it's only got a 6.6. And I don't know.
Yeah.
Just my taste, I guess. But man, Crocodile Dundee is so much more iconic, I think, than a lot of.
Yeah.
Well, it was the movie of the year.
Obviously, a lot of Gen Zers are voting on this list. They shouldn't be allowed to.
Yeah.
Although going down to 2023, going down to 23, we have The Hitcher. Rutger Hauer, man. Jennifer Jason
Never heard
Leigh.
of it.
Oh,
Yeah.
he was good in that. That was on HBO a lot, man. I remember I saw that one a lot.
Yeah.
Now that one has a
I've seen it.
7.2 star. That one has 7.2
Oh,
over 6.6.
that's weird.
Hmm.
And Crocodile even has more ratings.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, I wonder what order these are actually in then.
I don't know.
Random.
I guess. They say it
Well,
can't
yeah.
be box office, and it's definitely not by rating.
I mean, obviously, Big Trouble in Little China should be at the top,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Obvious. All right, we'll move down to
These
20.
are good. It's crazy that these are all 1986. Like,
Yeah.
wouldn't you just want two this year and one a year like now?
Mhm.
Oh, well, wait. Oh, geez, man. Well, wait till I get into the music. Holy cow.
Okay.
You're not going to believe the amount of albums and stuff came out in 86 as opposed to now. You know what I mean? People go
Yeah.
4 or 5 years, and, they make a comeback. Back in the 80s, man,
Mm.
bands worked their asses off. Not like now.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll get there. 24. Suddenly I want to say 2024, 2020. 24. Basil, the Great Mouse Detective. Okay. Basil. I don't know that one.
Yeah, it's a
Is
cartoon.
it Basil? Is it
Yeah.
Basil, yeah. I
Said
know
he
I've
wrote it-
seen this movie, but I don't remember anything about it. It's been so long since I've seen it.
It says he's the rodent Sherlock Holmes, investigates the kidnapping of a toy maker and uncovers its link to his arch enemy, Professor Ratigan.
Yeah.
So-
I remember watching it when I was very little and seeing that it did have a lot of very adult themes buried in it.
Mm.
You mean Basil Brush? Basil Brush used to be a fox, a puppet fox, and he was like sometimes rude, and he'd go boom, boom. But it was an English thing, so like an English TV show.
Oh man, SP4H is getting worked up. Hold on, buddy. Calm down. We're getting there. We're getting there. One more to go. Yeah, hold on. 25. Jean de Florette. Anyone know this one?
Never
No.
heard
Familiar
of
with
it.
it now.
That's Gerard Depardieu. So no,
Of
I
course
don't
it
know that one.
is.
It's got an 8.1
Yeah.
rating. Wow.
Oh shit! I almost, you know what? It almost went way up in my book. Because you see this here? I don't know if you can read this, but it says Metascore. For a second, I glanced. I thought it said metal score. I was gonna say, oh,
Yeah.
a metal soundtrack. But speaking of metal soundtracks, here you go, SP4H.
Yes.
Talk about one of the greatest metal soundtracks. Number
yeah.
26, The Transformers, the movie. Oh,
Again, it was a box office flop, but it's still ranked in the top half.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, well, geez, right off the bat, look at the Orson Welles and Leonard Nimoy. Okay, another voice that I would gladly have loved had narrate my life, Leonard
Yes.
Nimoy. Like when I was a little kid, I don't know, you guys remember that show?
Yeah.
You remember back in the 80s, he did that show called In Search Of? Honestly, sometimes
No.
it was as boring as all get out. But like I could listen to him narrate Paint Dry. You know what I mean? Just listening to his voice. He just had another one of those voices. But
True that.
yeah. But the Transformers, the movie, for those who aren't aware, okay, check the soundtrack out, especially the title song, The Transformers, performed by the band Lion. Oh man.
Yeah.
Greatest version of the Transformers theme ever, in my opinion.
True that.
And also, if you guys don't know, Lion, that's where Doug Aldrich started out. You know, guy who's in Whitesnake, Dio, all these bands now.
Yeah.
Well, he started out in that little band called Lion. Another little thing, doesn't really tie into this, sort of, but I think I touched on this before in another live stream, but in the episode of Friday the 13th, part 4, they wanted Metallica to play in the scene where Crispin Glover dances to that metal song, but Metallica wouldn't let them use their music. So that's Lion. That's also Lion in Friday the 13th.
Mm.
So,
Wow.
actually, I have their first 2 albums on CD. They're actually quite good, believe it or not. So definitely worth a listen if you guys get bored and you want some metal to listen to. Check out the first 2 Lion albums.
Cool.
Mhm.
Good stuff.
Totally blew off Transformers the movie and made it all about the metal soundtrack. But hey,
Yeah.
you know what I do.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Well,
I mean, you
if you know
can't.
the soundtrack is good. I mean, you got to focus on it.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, anybody else, you go to another channel and they talk about Transformers the movie, they're going to talk about the movie and they're going to blow off the soundtrack. I love the movie. Don't get me wrong. I love the classic Transformers, one of my favorite cartoons ever. I mean, you know, all I ever talk about is Star Wars and metal and stuff. But believe me, I have a soft spot for Transformers and Masters of the Universe, man. I just coming home from school and putting those on
Oh
when I was a little kid.
wow.
Oh, yeah. Love me some Masters of the Universe as well. But
Cool.
so that's one of those things. I talk about my nephews and I, you know, being so close in age, we grew up together. Well, I was the Star Wars guy. I had the Star Wars stuff at my house and they had the He-Man stuff at their house. So I never really got into collecting
Wow.
He-Man because that was their thing.
Nice.
And
Yeah.
but yep, love me some He-Man though.
Yeah.
But anyway, that one went off the rails. But number 27, The Sacrifice. Again, don't know this one. I don't
I don't know
recognize
either.
names in it either. No.
Who was in it?
It is Erlen Josephson, Susan Fleetwood, Alan Endwall.
No.
Yeah, I don't know. It says it's
Not at all.
at the dawn of World War III. A man searches for a way to restore peace to the world and finds he must give something in return. Yeah,
Yeah,
don't know that one.
Sounds horrible.
Chat, you guys,
Yeah.
all three of you. Anybody know?
No.
Well, we'll move on to 28 in the meantime. An American Tale. I have seen this. I don't really remember it, but I did like it.
That's
Is
classic.
that one the one with Fievel the mouse?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, I remember a little
Don
bit.
Bluth picture. Like the only animation studio to really compete against Disney.
Mm,
Of course, Don Bluth
Okay.
worked for Disney and then he quit because he didn't like their ways.
yeah.
Mm.
Imagine that.
Started his own studio that actually effectively rivaled Disney. Arguably, they're doing better films than Disney was in the 80s. I don't think any of Disney's movies actually did that well in the 80s, whereas Bluth's films were absolutely tearing it up.
I was
Yeah.
never a Disney kid.
Okay.
I was never a Disney person. I'm not just saying that now,
Mm.
trying to be cool. Like I knew you guys. I was ahead of you guys.
Mm.
No, I mean I never was on a Disney bandwagon. I just never was. I only gave them a shot because they bought Star Wars and they screwed it all up, didn't they?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Mm.
So
Yeah. I was kind of a, part-time fan of Disney. When they came out with something I liked it. When it sucked, I didn't like it.
Yeah.
Mm.
all right. So number 29, Manon of the Spring.
Don't know this
Never
one.
heard of it.
No. See, that sounds like another like foreign film.
Yeah.
Mm.
These are beyond our tastes. This is what.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Alright.
right. We're not
This is
what
what
cultured enough.
This is for like the Cannes crowd, the film.
Yeah.
Yeah.
These are for people that hold their pinkies out.
Yeah.
Move
He's
along.
up while drinking.
Yeah. Number 30, Flight of the Navigator. I remember that one.
That's
was
a good movie.
So do
I've
I.
heard of
I
it.
believe
Yeah.
that is a Disney film too, isn't it?
Don't know.
I'm pretty sure that is a Disney
I
one.
think that was. Paul Rubens was in that. Jeez, I don't remember that.
Oh wow.
Wow.
Yep, it is a Disney movie.
Mm.
I've
Okay.
been watching that quite a bit. It was a good
Holy
movie.
smokes. I didn't realize The Three Amigos was from 86.
Yeah.
Mm.
I didn't think it was that old.
Yeah.
I love that movie, though.
Chevy
It
Chase,
is.
Martin Short, and the other guy.
Steve Martin.
Steve Martin.
Yeah. That's him.
Yeah, that
Oh
was a
yeah,
great
and
movie
the
too.
Chevy Chase,
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Martin
love
Short, and Martin.
Steve Martin.
Steve Martin.
I
Yeah.
love almost anything Chevy Chase is in. I know he's supposed to be an asshole, but I don't know. I just find him funny,
No,
Yeah.
yeah. That,
Art and
probably-
artist,
But that's
that's-
been Bill
yeah.
Murray, right?
Modern
Murray's funny in
Problems
this.
was a great movie with him.
Who? Modern Problems.
Yeah. That was fun.
Mm.
There's a scene in there. I think one of the funniest lines, though, in Three Amigos was actually from Steve Martin. It's at the end battle scene when they're fighting, and he's like up on a platform yelling down at El Guapo,
Yeah.
and he says something to the effect of, "You move and I'll fill you so full of lead you'll be using your dick as a pencil." And El Guapo, El Guapo goes, "What does that mean?" And he goes, "I don't know." I don't know, it gets me every time.
That is a great line.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, moving down to 32, Short Circuit. Yeah, I remember that one too. That's Johnny
Yeah.
Yeah.
Robot, right? Johnny Five or whatever.
Yeah.
Number
Ali
5
Sheedy in
alive.
the bathtub.
Yeah, Ali She. Oh yeah, in the beginning, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh yeah, man. Yeah. Thanks, John. Thanks for bringing
Nice
that.
PG rated.
software.
Yeah. You know, surprisingly, I think I remember the song from that. Wasn't like there the theme song to that something like "Who's Johnny?" She says. She smiles in her special way. "Who's Johnny?" She says. Isn't that like the song or something like that?
Could be. I don't remember it offhand.
I don't know why.
I know I've heard that song before, though.
I don't know why I was even singing that live on YouTube. I really don't.
Mm-hmm.
You got the vibe, man. You got the vibe.
I did. I kind of went back in the 80s and I was sitting in front of the TV with a bowl of cereal for a second there.
Yeah.
Aw.
All right, moving down to number 33 before I make a bigger ass out of myself. Sid and Nancy. Definitely don't know this one. I'm not okay. That's got to be Sex Pistols related, right?
Yeah.
It's just
Yeah.
It's got Gary Oldman in it.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
Never been big on
Nancy's
the Sex Pistols. Any fans?
Nah, not really.
No.
Yeah, the only thing I ever really liked was Megadeth's cover of Anarchy in well, they did USA, but
Yeah. The American version.
yeah. It's the only thing I ever really cared about. All right, number 34, A Better Tomorrow. Jesus Christ. I definitely should have went through these. I don't know most of these here. Better Tomorrow. Anybody know it?
Don't know it.
No.
Man.
Nope.
See, now this has to be, this is including like foreign stuff. It has to be, because look, it's Lung Tea,
Yeah.
Lovely
Yeah.
Cheese. Oh,
You
Well,
probably
a lot
got
of-
a pen in it though.
A lot of the art films,
Yeah.
and many of those only played in the bigger markets, New York, Los Angeles, Chicago,
Yeah.
that kind of thing.
Oh, that's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, maybe I should have just went with Wikipedia for the movies too, because IMDb is too they're being too hoity-toity for us.
Yeah.
I wonder if you can't filter it by like amount of money it made. Or
Yeah.
having said that, like you said, Labyrinth and that didn't make much money at the beginning. I suppose it become cult.
Yeah.
classic.
Made a
It's
lot of
definitely
money
gonna
on
get a US
video.
theatrical release. It's not even a rated film.
Mm-hmm.
What there should be is just a cool filter. It's just
Yeah.
that's cool stuff. But 35, Heartbreak Ridge. Something tells me the Sarge might like this movie. Clint
That's a
Eastwood.
Interesting movie. He definitely had some really great lines in this film.
I know I've seen it. I just don't remember it.
Yeah.
It's like a true Gary Wire, piss napalm. Yeah. Something like that. But yeah, it had some really good scenes in it, some really good dialogue. But I know the end was kind of sad.
Yeah.
Mm. Well, it's hard to go wrong with the Clint Eastwood flick, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's pretty solid. You know what you're getting with him.
Oh, yes.
Number 36, Henry, Portrait of a Serial Killer.
Don't know that one.
Yeah, not
Michael
familiar with this
Rooker. Who's Michael Rooker? I know the name.
one. It's an unrated film, so it must not have been in theaters.
Oh,
Indie film
really?
of some kind. Yeah.
And how can? Oh, yeah. I suppose how many? There were a lot of movies that came out, so
Yeah.
be interesting to see what's under it if we recognize any of them.
Yeah.
37, Salvador. Again.
Nope. Don't
James
know it.
Woods, but don't know it.
I like James Woods, but yeah, I don't know it.
Yeah.
Yo, you know what's a James Woods movie nobody ever gives any thumbs up to? Freaking
Huh.
vampires, man. Any fans of John Carpenter's Vampires?
Never
He's the
saw
vampire
that
hunter.
one.
Oh, man, it's talk about blood and guts. Holy smokes. But man, what a good movie. What a good movie. I didn't get that for the longest time because I was looking for it on DVD and I kept having to go, well, the mall I had it here was like 45 minutes away. And every time I go down there, I just find this stupid box set that had this one. It was like a 3-movie set, and one of them had John Bon Jovi in it. I'm like, I don't want a stupid movie with John Bon Jovi. I just want the movie. So anyway, for years I searched for this. I finally find it on its own. I get just the movie Vampires, and I come to find out years later that there were actually 3 of them, and the third one, I think it was the third one, did have John Bon Jovi in it. So
Oh.
yeah, I didn't realize it was all like the same
Oh no.
franchise, or whatever. But yeah,
Mm.
so I've never seen the other 2, but the first Vampires, that's a really good movie. I thought, even though one of the bald ones is in it, it's Steven. I forget, one of the bald ones is in it, but pretty good movie. It's hard to go wrong with John Carpenter too, in my opinion.
Yeah.
True.
So number 38 here again. We're getting down to the nitty gritty now. Kinzadza? I don't know.
Mm.
It's a Russian film.
I don't know.
It's a Russian movie, but it does have an actual movie rating.
Yeah. I don't know. 39 Betty Blue. Anyone know that one?
Nope.
40 Ruthless People. I've heard of this one.
Yeah, that was Danny DeVito, I think.
Oh, Bette Miller was in it. That's why I don't know it. Never been a fan. Not a fan of Bette Miller.
No,
Shake the wind beneath my wings.
Yeah.
A couple cheated by a vile businessman kidnaps his wife in retaliation, not knowing that their enemy is delighted that they did. Sounds like it might be entertaining.
Well, yeah. Now, if we're talking about them kidnapping Bette Miller, that might be interesting.
Yeah.
Shut her big mouth up.
Logging did a great version of the theme song. You mean Loggins? Glenn Schroeder. Oh yeah, he did. Yeah. Remember Kenny Loggins' theme songs?
Yeah.
Oh, like Top Gun and stuff.
It's like, Loggins does all the theme songs.
Oh yeah.
Mm-mm.
I thought at first I thought you said Love Gun, Carla. I thought we were talking Kiss.
No,
Yeah.
no.
All right, 41 Cat City. Again, don't know that one.
No, this one.
No.
It's another
42
film.
Armor of God. And that looks interesting though. I don't know it, but looks like we got some kung fu.
I think I've seen this movie with like
Jackie
subtitles.
Chan.
It's a Jackie Chan film, yeah.
Ah.
Yeah.
So I think I've seen this though, and as with Jackie Chan movies, you know it's going to be fun.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You don't even have to know what's going on. It's going to be fun.
And his bumbling sidekick, so it must be like lighthearted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty much everything he does has got a light heart to it somewhere.
Yeah, pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
43 Mona Lisa. Yep. Michael Caine.
know it.
Another Michael Caine. He was busy that year.
Yeah.
No, don't know it. 44 Children of a Lesser God. Heard of it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard of it
Heard of it,
too.
never seen it.
Yeah,
Piper
that was
Laurie,
the one
she's,
with the deaf girl. I can't remember her name. Cute.
Yeah,
though.
it says a new speech teacher at a school for the deaf falls in love with the janitor, a deaf woman speechless by choice.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Piper Laurie. Now she was she in Carrie? Is that the mom
Yeah.
from Carrie?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thought I recognized the name. 45 When the Wind Blows.
Nope.
Never heard of that.
No, me either. 46 River's Edge.
Nothing.
I remember the title.
Okay.
Got Crispin Glover in it, but
Yeah,
Keanu
Glover.
Reeves.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
A high school slacker commits a shocking act and proceeds to let his friends in on the secret. However, the friend's reaction is almost as ambiguous and perplexing as the crime itself.
Interesting.
Oh man, 47. Now we're talking. Back to School, man. Rodney Dangerfield. Yes,
There
I
you
know.
go.
Now we're
I've never
talking. Burt
seen
Young. Holy smokes! I even forgot he was in that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, now we're
Marley
talking.
Maitland, that's the name.
Mhm.
SP4H got the name I was looking for.
Oh, holy cow! Oh, geez, hold on. Glenn Schroeder's here. I just happened to look at the chat and I see somebody says, "I'm a goddamn good-looking man." Yeah.
Hello there.
How you doing, buddy? Number 48, The Mosquito Coast. Harrison Ford.
Oh, I remember that name.
And Helen Mirren. Huh.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's
Terrible
something I've
movie.
seen on HBO. Pretty sure.
Yeah.
One of
Okay,
those
49.
direct-to-VHS.
Night of the... What was that?
One of those direct to VHS films.
Yay! Hi, William Shakespeare.
Hey,
Hello.
buddy.
He made it. He made it back alive from a. So maybe keep an eye on the back stage.
Yeah, he
Back
says, "Hey
Florida.
guys, I made it back alive. This is some kind of 1986 movie review. Movies, music, anything. 1986. We're just talking.
Aren't you
the
going
first
through the
half.
music? Are you going through the music next?
Yeah. I'm going to jump
Yeah,
into the music.
yeah. So we've
Yeah.
done the movies,
Well,
which
hold on.
we
There's two more.
recognise not half of them.
Well, hold on. I noticed one of them. 49, Night of the Creeps. I think I saw that on HBO.
I'm aware of the film, but I've never seen it.
Yeah.
Pretty sure I've seen it. But okay, going down to number 50, Crossroads. That one I'm way familiar with.
Cross.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's Ralph Macchio.
That's Ralph
Is it Ralph
Macchio,
Yeah,
And-
yeah.
Steve
And-
Vai's in there.
Five.
a young Steve Vai. That's
Yeah.
right, man. The
Yeah,
guitar
I don't know
battle.
who that is.
Okay, at the end, did you ever see the movie, Carla?
No.
Okay, well,
No.
at the very end, so the story is Ralph Macchio, right? He befriends this black blues musician who, at some point in his life, sold his soul to the devil.
Yes,
And,
I knew the premise behind it, but I wasn't really interested.
Well,
Yeah.
what interests me is that he wants to get the soul back for his friend, and he has to do
Yep.
a guitar duel with this other musician. Well, that musician,
Yes.
the devil's
Yeah.
henchman there, is Steve Vai.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he's my Ibanez guy, man. He's the one who introduced. He's pretty much the reason I play Ibanez. So yeah.
Oh
And
wow.
he shreds in that. The thing I hated the most about that movie is that's actually Steve playing Ralph Macchio's parts too. And when he does
Yeah.
that classic scale at the end and Ralph Macchio nails it, that's actually
Mhm.
Steve Vai. So we know he can play that, but he has to
Mm.
flub it up as his character, Jack Butler. And I
Mm.
always wanted to hear him shred that with the distortion, with the Jackson. And so
Mm.
yeah,
There's a
so
YouTube video where somebody actually plays what Macchio is playing in that scene, and it sounds nothing like what you hear in the music.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, really bad.
Why?
Really.
Why is that?
Because Macchio wasn't actually playing the guitar in the scene; he was just making it look like he was playing.
Yeah, I've seen the video. This person plays what Ralph Macchio is playing.
Oh.
What Ralph Macchio's fingers are playing because he's lip sync
Yeah.
or whatever you want to call it. Lip
Yeah,
sync.
yeah,
fingers
yeah.
out, yeah.
Gotcha. Yep.
So some person sat down and figured out the notes that he actually played, and it's horrible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, poor him. He's an actor, not a guitar player.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yes, but Steve Vai's a guitar player and not an actor.
but he did
Well-
both.
Oh, he was an actor in that movie, John.
Mhm.
So
he did pretty
technically, he
good.
was
Well,
playing
that's
himself, really.
Yeah. He didn't really
Does that
say
really
anything
count?
either.
Yeah.
Of course, he didn't have to. But
Yep.
Yeah.
No, I mean, look at like when he lost, right?
yeah.
And he threw that guitar down, and the way he
Yeah.
walked off that stage, man, that just said it all. You didn't have to say anything else.
Mhm.
Yep.
He was
Yeah.
menacing. He was the devil's shredder for sure.
Mhm.
Yeah.
That was good.
All right. I think we went over that.
You
Now,
made it.
no, actually, I'm going to go into. I have some television stuff here too, but we'll just.
Yeah,
go
I was
through
going
this
to
real
say
quick.
your things is movies and TV.
Yeah, now these are the top rated. This isn't like everything that
Okay.
was on and things like that.
Mm.
And unfortunately, because I looked to make sure, because I thought maybe the A Team, or was the A Team still running? So they don't
That
have
was
the
still
A Team.
running.
I think it was, but they don't have it listed here because it was kind of on its way out. And
Yeah, that's a shame.
yeah, but for me, man, it's hard to beat the A Team. I don't know.
Yeah.
One of my favorite
It
shows
ran
ever.
from 83 to 87.
Okay,
Yeah.
so yeah,
Mm.
yeah, season 5 was that was a stinker. I'll admit that one was bad.
Yeah.
They're grasping at straws with that one, but love me the A Team though.
Mm,
but,
yeah.
So yeah, we'll
Yeah,
just
that
go
was
through these real quick.
show.
There's only 30 of them here, and we'll just mention them. Number 1 in 86 was the Cosby Show. I'm sure everybody knows
Oh,
Cosby.
yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be honest, I watched it. And my mom watched
Me
it. so
too.
no choice, but I watched it.
Back
Number 2 was Family Ties. That was okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
I always liked the dude. Wasn't there like the older sister? She was dating a
Mallory.
guy with long hair and stuff. He was kind of like a badass in that.
Yeah.
You mean
Okay.
Jay? Oh, yeah, Bateman. Justine
Justine.
Bateman.
Bateman. Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, Jack Lumen is here.
Hey, Jack
Oh.
Lumen, what's going on, man? Yeah, he says Mike
Mike
Post
Post,
TV theme
yeah.
tunes. Yeah, Mike Post,
For
man.
the win.
He's the king of the TV for sure.
Yeah.
So number 3 in 86 was Cheers. Oh, and speaking of which,
Wow.
we just lost Norm.
Yeah.
we
Oh, I
did.
know.
That was a pretty good show. Now, okay, here's a question for everyone. Okay, I'm sure everyone's seen Cheers.
Yeah.
Okay, here's my question. Diane,
Mm-hmm.
or I can't remember character's name, Kirstie Alley. Diane or Kirstie Alley? What do you
Diane.
prefer?
Who's the
No idea.
alley?
I could not stand Diane. I got to be honest.
Yeah, me neither.
Yeah, but she was so good looking.
Yeah, but then she opened up her mouth, and I don't know. It's
Yeah.
just-
Well, there
Yeah.
is that.
When you don't talk, the attention span of a parrot.
Well, the thing with her talking though is there's cool nerdy, and then there's like nerdy, and I don't know. She just came across me as nerdy or something. Like she
Yeah.
didn't even have anything. Like she wouldn't even talk about Star Trek.
Rebecca. Her name was Rebecca on Cheers.
Rebecca Howe. That's right. That's
Yeah.
right. Rebecca Howe. Yeah, Diane was one of those chicks where she wouldn't.
Thanks, SB4H.
Yeah, oh yeah, you got it too.
Sorry.
Yeah, Diane wouldn't talk about something cool like Star Trek. She'd talk about your finances or something.
Mm,
And
yeah.
then yell at you when nobody was around or something.
Mm.
Yeah.
Number 4, Murder, She Wrote. Oh my God, man. My mom watched that show religiously.
I enjoyed that.
So did I.
I don't know.
I could see why. Well, it was an old lady solving mysteries, so why would a young
Yeah.
boy be interested?
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
I liked it because I like murder mysteries.
That
my
was
grandmother
biased.
liked that show.
Yep.
Mm.
Well, it's
I
like
like
60
that.
minutes. 6 was 60 minutes. I didn't watch that back then either.
Yeah. Of course, I was an Angela Lansbury fan because she did Sweeney Todd on stage, and I absolutely love the cast album of that.
Now, when we go down to number 7, I did like me some Night Court.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought
that
that was.
Remember Bull?
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
Bull.
that was the funniest show on television at the time.
Yeah,
pretty
John
good.
Larroquette.
Yeah.
Oh, and that judge was so funny.
Yeah, Harry.
Harry-
I don't
Anderson.
know his name.
Harry Anderson. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was so
Well,
good.
To me, I can't think of Night Court. Okay, this is into the mind of Fed. I can't think of Night Court without thinking of Blackie Lawless and Wasp because you remember Bull, Richard Mole, right?
Yeah.
Big bailiff,
Yeah.
bald head. So there was this really cheesy movie back in the 80s. I'm not sure of the date, but it actually had a different.
Look backstage. Sorry, look backstage for it before you do
Oh,
anything
okay.
else.
Sweet. All right, cool.
See if there's any troublesome people there, like causing trouble.
Hey, what's going on, man?
Hey guys, how you doing?
Hey.
Thanks for waiting. Thanks for waiting up for me.
Oh,
sure.
Sorry, you were talking about your wasp. Your talk about
yeah.
Night Court.
Yeah, totally not related to Night Court in any way, but everything, my mind worked in a certain way. And I think Night Court, I think Richard Mole. And there was this really bad movie back in the 80s. It actually had a different name, but they changed it to Dungeon Master. It became known as the Dungeon
Sword
Master.
and the Sorcerer.
Sword and the Sorcerer, that's right. And Richard
Yep.
Mole was the villain in it. And
Zusha.
Wasp actually performed at the end at the one segment of the movie on stage. They did the whole stage show in this movie. So
Wow.
I was thinking that. And every time I hear Night Court, my mind goes. So you know what I mean? If you ever hear somebody talk about Night Court, think if Fett was here, you'd be thinking about Dungeon Master and Wasp.
Mm-hmm. You'll have
So-
this.
Yeah. So anyway, at number 8 was Growing Pains. That was okay. That was another good one.
Growing pain.
I
That's
enjoyed
broken.
that show.
Yeah,
Kirk
that was the one.
Cameron.
Yeah,
Kirk
Kirk
Cameron.
Cameron. And Alan Thicke.
Yeah.
A lot
And
of
the
people.
mother. I really liked the mother. She was really nice.
Yeah, she was cool too. But the thing with Alan Thicke is a lot of people don't realize that back in the 80s, man, he wrote a lot, and 70s, I think too, even. He wrote a lot of the theme songs for a lot of popular TV
Yeah.
shows. For example, one of the
know
greatest things, listen, if you didn't know that he was an author of a lot of those songs, he wrote one of the greatest TV theme songs of all times. You take the good, you take the bad, you take them
Oh,
both.
wow.
Facts alive.
Wow.
Alive. Yeah, he wrote that,
So
man. Alan Thicke.
He had a
So
talk
he's
show
to
for a while
blame
too.
for
the
that.
Stick of the Night.
Yeah,
Okay.
Stick of the
yeah,
Night
that
was a talk
was that was when I started to hate him because they abruptly replaced Late Night with David Letterman with Thick of the Night, and it went
Oh.
absolutely nowhere. So they brought David
Mhm.
Letterman back.
Wow.
Hmm. So when you say he wrote the song, do you mean he wrote the lyrics, or he wrote the lyrics and the music, or the music? What?
I'm not sure how involved he was with the music. I know
Mhm.
the lyrics for sure. I would have to look into that, but definitely lyrics for sure. He wrote a lot. I want to say
Okay.
Different Strokes too, but I'm not sure. Don't quote me on that one. But definitely like
Okay.
Back to Life and stuff. Yeah, there were a lot of good tunes he wrote.
Wow.
All right, so moving down to 9, Moonlighting.
Oh wow! I love
Oh.
that show.
That introduced Bruce Willis to the world, didn't it? That show.
Yeah, it did. You're right.
Yeah. I never would have thought watching that show. I remember watching it as a little kid. I never would have thought he would have become like such a big action star.
Yeah,
But and them Die Hard movies.
Yeah.
I do love them Die Hard movies. They are pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So without Moonlighting, we probably wouldn't have had them.
yeah.
Pulp Fiction too. That's another one, man. I don't know. That's pretty, especially his stuff in
Yeah.
Pulp Fiction. It was out there, but yeah.
Yeah,
Pretty
you're
good.
right. Different Strokes. He wrote Different Strokes, Effects of Life. From How I Met Your Music. I don't know. Three's Company.
Wait, what?
Wheel of Fortune. He wrote your Alan Thicke, the songwriter. He wrote Different Strokes, The Facts of Life, Three's Company.
No way.
That's
I
really
didn't even know
famous.
that one.
Wow.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Holy cow. That's
Uh,
another one of the greatest theme songs ever
Jeez.
written.
Yeah.
I don't know. How to-
Company 2.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes.
Come and knock on our door.
Do,
Oh,
do, 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 do.
That's a show one of these days, maybe one of these Saturdays we'll talk about too, man. If we got some fans that come
Oh, yeah.
here.
Yes.
Oh man,
yeah.
I love
That's
you.
a great show.
Oh, Three's
Oh, yeah.
Company.
Love that show.
Fantastic.
Chrissy.
Yeah.
Okay. Totally off this list. Okay. So Chrissy, who's Cindy and Tracy. Who do you vote for?
Well,
Who's
I always
everyone
like
was
Chrissy because she
Joyce
was like
DeWitt.
real ditzy.
I vote for Janet.
Yeah, I like Janet too.
Well, yeah, I like
Yeah,
yeah.
okay,
Well,
guy.
yeah, we know my
Well-
history with brunettes, but I'm saying of the three, the three sort of dumb blondes, which Tracy really didn't fit that category.
I like the Suzanne Summers or whatever her name was. I like that
Chrissy's
Yeah.
character.
Chrissy.
Tracy.
one. Yeah.
She was sweet though, for sure.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I liked about her.
Yeah.
But I like Joyce DeWitt too.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
No,
yeah.
I'm not knocking Joyce. No, this wasn't. No, this excluded her. This was.
It was a great
yeah.
cast. The whole cast was
The
awesome.
characters that
Even
rotated.
all, yeah, they're all great.
Yeah, because I
Yeah.
think I know I saw the ones with Suzanne Summers and the first replacement, but I never saw with the second one.
Oh, you never saw. Oh, Terry. I said Tracy, didn't I? Terry. Tracy.
Terry.
Yeah.
That
Terry.
sounds right.
Yeah.
Yeah, Terry
I
was the
never
nurse,
cared-
right?
Terry was the nurse. Yeah.
Yeah.
And she was probably the least dumb of the three, which was one of my biggest problems with Cindy. Beautiful woman, but they kind of like took her dumbness and put it on steroids.
Yeah.
It was too hard to believe. So
Yeah. Well, nobody was watching her brain.
Yeah. She's there for ratings.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. She
They got
was.
Ralph Furley. We didn't need
underwhelmed.
anybody else. They'd be fine.
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of that, okay, Ralph Furley, man. Okay, I always loved the Ropers. Nothing wrong with the Ropers, but man,
Yeah,
my-
they're great. The Ropers.
I mean, as great as the Ropers were, talk about an upgrade. Holy smokes. You
Oh,
can't
yeah.
go wrong with Don Knotts. I love me Don Knotts.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
So much in the
Great.
show.
He's classic.
Oh, again, one of these days I got to talk just like a whole episode on like The Ghost of Mr. Chicken and A Reluctant Astronaut. Two of my
Yeah.
favorite comedies of all time.
Yeah.
All time.
Yeah.
hmm
He represents some of the best of old school Disney too. Don Knotts.
Yeah.
He was in
Yeah.
several Disney films back in the 70s, and he was just hilarious. I grew up with
Yeah.
him.
The
as a
Apple
kid.
Dumpling
Yeah.
Gang.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
I know. I grew up on that stuff. It was amazing.
Well, that was Tim Conway too,
Yeah.
wasn't it?
Yeah, Tim
Yeah.
Conway, fantastic. Carol
Well, look-
Burnett. Well, she wasn't part of those, but that whole crew.
Yeah. Oh yeah, man.
Yeah.
That whole crew.
Harvey,
Well, Tim
Harvey Korman.
Harvey
Conway.
Korman.
Yeah,
Tim
Tim
Conway.
Conway and Don Knotts. Holy cow!
Yeah,
what
they
a-
were.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't make them like that anymore.
No, not at all.
No.
Not at all.
Yeah.
It's funny.
And again,
Don
that
Knotts
was,
always played this bumbling
just,
character, and yet in real
Yeah.
life, he was like a very successful ladies' man.
He was.
Well,
He
what?
was.
yeah.
Who was?
Yeah, he
Yeah.
was. Like a, yeah,
Who,
he was
who
a stud.
Who was?
Don Knotts.
Don Knotts.
Oh, was
yeah.
he really? That's
Yeah.
awesome.
Yeah, totally the opposite.
Wow.
That is awesome. I love
Yeah.
it.
He must have had a great personality.
Yep.
Yeah, he was. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. You know, and it kind of makes sense too because while he was, tongue in cheek and border, slapstick really, and just
Yes.
off the hook, he was well in control of his character at all times. He never,
Mhm.
Okay.
he always sold it. He sold it every time.
Yeah. Yeah, you're
Yeah.
right. Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
You know, I just realized something. I'm showing the wrong screen this whole time.
Oh, I was
you're
wondering why
not.
we're still on the movie screen.
Yeah.
Oh, you're just reading a list you had.
Yeah.
You were going through
Notepad.
TV shows. How are you going through
That's-
the TV show?
Yeah, I have them here. Hold on. They were up on my
Right.
screen, and like a dumbass, I didn't put them up on your screen. Hold on.
The Incredible.
There we go.
Oh.
There we go.
There we go.
Oh.
Yeah, this
Now
was
we have
Okay,
good.
so
visual aid.
your homework this week, Fed, is to learn how to enlarge while you're doing this. That's what your job. You did the bubbles last week, and
I
your
can
job
do
this week
that.
is to.
That made it a
Yeah,
little.
I'm just saying is that it'd be interesting to know if you can.
Mhm.
Normally, there's a little arrow at one of the corners, but I don't seem to
Mhm.
have that option with this one either. You guys can see that though, right?
Oh yeah, we can see it. I'm just saying, yeah. I'm just being demanding, that's
Yes.
all. A diva.
All right, so this is what I was reading from. You can see where I went down through the 1 through 9
Yeah,
here.
yeah.
Ah.
So at 10 we had Who's the Boss? That was a pretty good one. Tony Danza, right?
Danza, yeah.
I love that show.
Oh, yeah.
I
Yeah,
suppose
good
because
one.
Alyssa Milano was the same age as me, so it's sort of that's where you
Yeah.
got the thing. But yeah, I love that show.
Yeah, that was a good one. Now 11 Dallas. I've seen it. I remember the whole Who Shot JR thing. I remember that.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I never really watched. That was more of like a soap opera, correct?
Yeah.
Sort of thing.
Yeah. That one I liked for a couple of years.
Coming in at number 12 was Newhart. Did enjoy that.
Yeah.
Newhart was pretty good. That's the show where that ended with him waking up and the whole thing was a dream, wasn't it?
Yeah. And
Yeah.
he woke
Oh,
up with
wow.
Suzanne Plachette, who was his wife in his first television series.
Ah,
See, that's a cool way to end. That's how Disney needs to end the sequel trilogy. You know what I mean? Just
Yeah.
wake up and it'll all be a dream.
It's a bad dream.
Yeah.
Nightmare.
It's all a nightmare.
Yeah.
We're wiping it off the
Yeah.
slate. It's all gone.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ray wakes up with Palpatine.
yeah.
There you go.
It's just noticed in the chat, Matt Eagle said, I never saw these. I was born in 1990. I know we're all
Ah.
foggies here.
These
So
were all
still
released
we're
when I
behind
was
the
born.
ears.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of things I've seen. Like, for example, I love Hogan's Heroes. That was before I was
Yeah.
alive, but
Oh,
I saw
yeah.
them in reruns.
Yeah.
I love me some Hogan's
Yeah.
Heroes.
Like one of my all-time favorite movies is Fritz Lang's Metropolis. That came out in 1927.
There
Oh,
you
that's,
go.
Yeah.
that's a super
It's a silent
classic.
film.
Yeah, that's one of those essential watches for any science fiction fan
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
of any age. It's a
Like
must
the
do.
original
Must
dystopian
know.
sci-fi.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right, going down to number 13 was Amen. Now, I'll tell you why I watched Amen for one simple reason, because that was George Jefferson. That's why I watched Amen.
Yeah.
I love
Oh,
the
yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it wasn't
I-
the same character, but same actor.
Yeah.
So.
You know.
Oh, I
Yeah.
never
He
heard
was
that one.
actually quite a good actor.
Yeah, George Jefferson. Yeah.
Did you say you never heard of Amen?
I've never heard of Amen. No, I didn't know that the actor for George Jefferson did that.
Yeah, he was I don't think he was the preacher in that, but he worked for a church.
Huh.
Mhm.
All right.
And yeah, that's about all I remember about it. But it wasn't bad.
Yeah.
It wasn't George Jefferson though either. I mean, it's hard to top George. I mean, man,
Yeah, the Jeffersons were.
actors back then, your Archie Bunkers, your
Yeah.
Carol O'Connors
Yeah.
and stuff. Holy cow,
Yeah.
man! You couldn't get away with any of that stuff nowadays.
No, hell no.
Yeah.
Man, I got in
When
trouble
did
a
the
lot.
Dukes of Hazzard? Do you remember watching the Dukes
Oh,
of Hazzard?
Oh, I
late
love the
late
Dukes
se-
of Hazzard.
late
Yeah.
70s. Oh yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah.
Every
79.
episode.
Yeah, 79. I think that started.
Yeah, late 70s.
Man,
yeah, that
we
was
love
great.
that show.
Oh,
Oh,
Me and my
hey.
brother would watch it.
On top of all the other collections I have, I do have a little Dukes of Hazzard collection. The only thing is,
Oh,
I haven't
yeah.
showed them off yet because a lot of the stuff, the boxes are covered in, let's say, a certain flag, and I'm not sure
Yeah.
how to handle that.
Oh yeah, you
Oh,
might get in
yeah.
trouble.
Yeah, but I do
The
have some Dukes
YouTubes.
of Hazzard.
But
Yeah, I
it's
love
the
you.
flag of the Democratic Party.
Mhm.
That's right.
Mm.
Just say it's that.
Yeah.
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 I mean, it's not. It's
Yeah.
true.
It,
Pretty much is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I love the Dukes.
Actually, you know what? It is true. I'm going to back this up for just a little bit of a historical. I'll say it's hearsay because I haven't read any books on this, but apparently, the Democratic Party were the pro-slavery party back during the
Yep.
Civil War.
Yeah, what's true.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
100%
that's
accurate.
They're the ones who kind of started it. Yeah.
There you go.
It's like they're
And
the
on
ones who
that
stormed
note-
out of Congress because they're like, oh, they elected another Republican president. We're out of here.
On that note,
Mhm.
right there, I want to plug a movie, the movie Lincoln, starring. I'm thinking of Michael Fassbender, but it's not Michael Fassbender.
No, I know I have it.
The guy from Gangs of New York.
Yeah.
Daniel Day-Lewis?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
So Lincoln. So the movie Lincoln, I highly recommend, starring Daniel Day-Lewis. The movie only takes place over the course of like 3 days. The whole movie.
Mhm.
That's the time frame of the movie, and
Yep.
it is intense, and it shows Congress and everything just ripping each other apart during that whole period of that whole decision, and it is really, really awesome. And I actually learned a lot about not only hoping that most of it's true and less of it's
Yeah.
fiction. I presume that is, but the irony is that the way they depicted Congress fighting even back 150 years ago is almost no different than it is today. And it was fascinating to see that. And it was really well scripted too, for being that they got a place language back 150 years ago. They're not trying to, they definitely avoided colloquial communication. And so it seemed like you were back in the day, yet they were still bickering and bitching at each other just like they do today. It was awesome. So
Yeah.
I recommend that film.
People
Yep.
never change.
Movie. Nope.
Awesome.
Yeah, people never
Well,
change.
look at that Hamilton thing. How you see all the founders and that they're just little bitches as well. So say that.
Brother, you cursed.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, but I couldn't
No,
think of another
fine,
word. I couldn't think of another
Yeah.
word.
It works. No, it works.
It works.
Just
It's
caught me off
acceptable
guard.
here, right?
So, all right, moving on down. 227. I remember that. That was. Oh, you know what? Yo, that's weird because I think 227 was a spin-off for Florence, the maid from the Jeffersons, if I remember correctly. Black
Oh,
women living in apartments, and one of them was apartment 227.
Oh,
Yeah, pretty sure.
yeah.
they're-
Yeah, that was weird. I didn't connect that. And both the
Yeah.
same year. So that's weird. And then,
Hmm.
well, now we're moving down. 15 has three slots here. So we have Matlock, CBS Sunday
Ooh.
Night Movie,
Cool.
and
Mhm.
NBC Monday Night Movie. Yeah, I was always
Mm.
watching
Yeah.
good
Those
movies.
guys are duking it out.
Matlock I enjoyed.
That was another one of my
Mm.
mom's TV programs.
Yeah.
That was
Of course, I
Andy,
also liked Old Country Buffet, for the early bird special. 'Cause all us old people went there then.
yeah, Andy Griffith. Yeah, that's who that was. Yeah.
Yeah.
He always wore that white suit.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Do you remember that? Okay, so 18 was Monday Night Football. Nah, never was a big. When I was really small, I liked football, but never,
Yeah,
never big on
baseball. Of course, this was football in the 80s, back when it was still a blood sport.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember
Real
watching
men.
a highlight reel. Not too long ago, my brother and I were watching a highlight reel from the mid 80s, and we were like, every single highlight in this reel from the show is a penalty now. And most of them would get you
Yeah.
ejected from the game.
Yeah.
Yep.
They allow you to wear a dress for your uniform next year, I believe.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Sarcastic ball.
Jeez.
You bounce a balloon around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
I don't
They're
So-
gonna
know.
hug. The teams will hug when they come out to meet each other before they go on the field.
Yeah.
Nope, players are hugging, and that looks like a couple of them just got shanked.
Yeah, something kind of off topic, but I don't know why something you said there just sparked this in me. You know what kind of infuriated me in real life. This is a real life thing. So,
Yeah.
my daughter's entire school career, I dreamed of her graduation and things like that. And our school colors are purple and white, and the boys always wore the purple, and the girls always wore the white. Okay, the year my daughter graduated, they decided to make it what's the word I'm looking for? Non-gender specific, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
And so the
That's
color,
right.
Gender neutral. Gender neutral is that what they get?
gender neutral. And my daughter graduated wearing a purple gown. I was fit to be tied, dude. It's like she should have been in white. Call me old fashioned,
Yeah.
whatever like that. But
Yeah.
that year was the year they decided to change that shit, and
Yeah.
it really pissed me off. But
Yeah,
'Cause I
hate when they
graduated
change traditions.
yeah, I wore purple. My son wore purple. My daughter should have wore white. Anyway,
Yeah.
that's I guess why us dinosaurs are on our way out. But anyway, so 19 was Kate and Allie. I remember that show. No, I remember being, I was a kid and I wasn't even sure what lesbians were, but I wondered about those two. I remember wondering about those two in that show.
Like Ace and Gary.
Yeah, there were two grown women living together, and
Ambiguously
that one was
gay.
weird. Yeah. Number 20 was the NBC Sunday night movie.
Yeah.
Wow.
Remember that? Yeah.
Or
This
Sunday
sort of,
Night Football.
yeah, so like the Sunday night movie, the Monday night movie and stuff, they made the list a couple of times. But I'll tell you what, back in the 80s, I used to record with a VHS tape. I used to record, especially around Halloween time. The Halloweens, the John Carpenter Halloweens and stuff. And to this day, I can still hear from, you do your best as a little kid sitting there trying to clip the commercials out, but you'd always get some of them. And I remember always hearing like the theme from whatever it was, the Sunday night movie or whatever. To this day, man, I watch a Halloween and sometimes I hear ding, 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 ding. Associate that with Halloween or something. So
this is how we pirated movies back in the day.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I left the commercials in though, because I collected them. I have a hard drive full of commercials from 1997 to 2006.
See, that's
Yeah,
cool.
now people like to watch that stuff. Now we
Yeah, I do.
watch on YouTube like, this is cool. I remember this.
I do. I watch stuff like that. One Rod, man, you should put that stuff on YouTube. I watch that stuff all the time.
You should. People will put it short, make it shorts out of it. People will watch that stuff.
Dude, I was just talking about the video I uploaded this morning. I have a Converse weapon commercial, a little segment of the commercial in the video. So people, I enjoy watching those old commercials.
Yeah, yeah, me too.
Takes you back.
All right, moving down to 21, we got two in that slot as well. LA Law and My Sister Sam. I know of them both. I don't think I watched either.
Yeah. LA Law I watched for a while till that got ridiculous.
I know I've heard of LA Law, but I've never seen it.
No.
Yeah. Well, the best part of
You're
it
probably
was
too young.
Susan
You're probably
Day.
too young then, Rod.
Yeah. Now 23 was Falcon Crest. Now that there was kind of like a soap opera, right? Now I never saw Falcon Crest.
Never watched that one.
My mom was a Days of Our Lives kind of woman. I've seen
Yeah. Mine was too.
Guiding Light, I think.
Funny.
Yeah. I don't know Falcon Crest though.
As the stomach turns.
Now 24 was in 1986 was Highway to Heaven and Dynasty. Again, never watched Dynasty, but I liked Highway to Heaven, believe it or not.
Yeah.
Michael
That
Landon.
last weekend.
Really?
And I watched.
Yeah.
Oh.
So are these in order of popularity of some kind?
Yeah.
Release order.
These were the top rated in the United
okay.
States from 86 to 87 that season.
I'm definitely going to disagree with two of these right now. I wasn't a big Dynasty fan, but I know that thing was massive. That show was huge, way huger than number 24. There's no way.
Well, it might have been only that rating for that year.
Maybe. Okay.
Is it? Maybe this is the late season of it. I don't know.
Yeah, this is 86 to 87.
Some of these other things, like I said, I hadn't even heard of them before, and Dynasty was monumentally huge. And so was Miami Vice. Miami Vice was Friday night, 9 p.m. prime time.
Yeah, that's true.
Let's see.
That's one of the most expensive slots on TV.
Yeah.
That was most expensive. That was probably the most expensive slot on TV was 9 p.m. Friday night. and there's no
Yeah.
way in hell that was number 26. Everybody in school that I was with watched Miami Vice every Friday. That was that's what we did. So
And
anyway,
people copy. How influential was it on people what they wore?
Oh man.
yeah. Oh, I mean, kidding me? Yeah, the jackets and the
Oh yeah.
members
The
only
wedding
crap.
singer.
Yeah.
Even in the Wedding Singer movie, like the guy dressed like Don Johnson. He had a car like Don Johnson.
Yeah.
Ferrari.
Huge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, if you would, William, if you would have been here for the movies, man, most of us never even heard of some of them. So
that's right.
We didn't have a lot of foreign films in that list.
Yeah.
I was listening to you guys toward the end of it, but I hadn't got myself here. So, but yeah, that would have been fun. I mean, the 80s were such a great period for just filmmaking and obviously TVs too, but filmmaking was just kind of, I think, at a peak in the cross section of capability and technology for being able to tell just about any story on the screen. And then we still had really great writing, and we hadn't gone over the deep end in wokeness or anything like that. And I really met, we go through the whole, if you went through, January 1st, 1980 through December 31st, 1989, the number of awesome films that came out is just incredible. It's almost countless.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got like so many great movies that just flopped in the theaters. There's just too many of them to go see.
Yeah, right. Single years that were just epic and how, you can't see
it.
It
became popular in the rental market, which also was a big part of what made the movie industry so big in the 80s, because now you had so many independent factories churning out movies that you could rent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I remember way back then too, whenever something would come out in the theater, even when Star Wars would re-release in the theater year after year after year, I thought I have to go see it again, because when it leaves the theater, I'm never going to be able to see it again. Because that's what we thought back then. Like, before we had VHSs or everything, we thought if you don't see it in the theater, you missed it, buddy.
Yeah.
Listen, when I was a little kid, okay, we had HBO, and my mom used to subscribe to the TV Guide, right? And I remember every month or every week, whatever, well, I guess it was week, I'd scour through that thing with the hopes of finding Star Wars, because I didn't have a VHS or anything like that back then. Dude, we used to have this little corner of our front room where there was this little like nook in there, like I could squeeze in. I used to keep a little calendar in there, man. And when I would come across that Star Wars was going to be on HBO, I would mark down every date on that calendar, dude.
That's awesome.
I would mark them off. And when it came to that last one, dude, listen, no word of a lie, I would cry, man. I didn't know when I was ever seeing Star Wars again. And I'm saying Star Wars, I'm talking A New Hope, because
Star Wars.
Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi were way too new for HBO back then. It wasn't like now. Right. 3 months now. And the movies on Blu-ray back then, it was a decade. You know what I mean? Till a movie came out.
It was shocking.
Yeah. Man, I would cry when it. Don't tell anybody. That's our secret. Don't tell anybody. Cry about
the internet knows. I
remember when they announced that Star Wars was going to be played on public television with commercials, and that was just their minds were blown. We just couldn't believe it. We had VHSs by that point, but not everybody could afford a VHS. So that was a big deal. And I just thought, wow, this is like a monumental step for the movie industry that they're putting something this big on TV.
Well, geez, dude, you know what I used to do when I was really small, before we even had HBO? There was scrambled HBO. The channel was there, but you couldn't see it. I used to take a boombox. That's how much I love Star Wars, man. I used to take a boombox and fit as much on audio tape, and record it as I could, and then play it back and play with my action figures along with it. That's how much I love.
Oh, that's such a great idea.
That's cool. That's real cool.
I mean,
and one of the things we did with the scrambled HBO was, back then you had 2 dials on the television. One was your channel and one was fine tuning.
John, what did you do?
We could find the channel where HBO was supposed to be, and then turn that fine tuner all the way to the right, and it would come in perfectly.
Nice.
The way to get around the scramble.
Yeah.
Yep.
I got a couple books sitting in my workshop that detail how to actually bypass all the scrambling on TV stations.
Cool.
They're old books. It's cool.
I just bought a black box. It just scrambled everything for me.
Yeah.
Serious.
I don't even have to worry about it. I just got rid of my TV. I don't even watch TV anymore, so I don't even have to worry about it.
I still have a tube.
Yeah.
All right. So anyway, let's just blow through these quick because we didn't even get to the metal yet. So
Yeah.
26 was Knots Landing in Miami Vice. Yeah. I mean, do we even need to say more about Miami Vice? It was a huge show. Wasn't my favorite, but of course, gigantic influence on 80s culture for sure.
You guys remember when they had that event where they blew up the Ferrari, and they advertised it well in advance. They're going to blow up a real Ferrari on the show, and so they advertised it like a good couple of weeks in advance so that everyone would show up and watch this one episode, and it worked because it was a huge viewing, but that was a big deal back then.
Wow.
I remember I wanted boat shoes because they wore boat shoes.
Yeah, deck shoes.
Yeah, we call them boat shoes in New Zealand. So
you watch anything from the 80s now, like you hear on YouTube, music videos, commercials, anything, so widely influenced by Miami Vice, the look and the feel of everything. So
yeah.
Moving down to 28, Alf. We got Mexican Iron Man's favorite TV show of all time.
Yeah.
I did like Alf. And you know what? I used to have a big stuffed Alf, and I don't know whatever happened to it. Man, I wish I still had it because, man, that would come in handy. Not that I would show it to Mike or anything, but man.
No, never. Cool. Not on a live stream in the middle of the show. No, never.
Cut off what you should do is send him cut off its head and put it on a stick and send it to him, and he can put them outside his house so Alf stay around.
People do send him Alf related things. I think he's regretting. He's regretting. Yeah. I remember John. I think of Slaughter's guitar player Tim Kelly. If you remember him back in the day when he started going on stage with a Bart Simpson guitar, and then like just everybody would just send him and give him Bart Simpson, and to the point where he regretted it. I think that's where Mexican Iron Man is now. I think he's like so out, it's ridiculous. But also Hunter though. Yeah, I love Hunter. Fred Dreyer and I forgot her name, but
I never heard of it.
Oh, you never saw Hunter?
No.
I was just talking to me the last week or the week before where there was a handful of songs when I was a little me, always played by ear. And I figured out the Hunter theme song on my guitar.
Yeah. Wow. Good job.
Yeah, I can't remember the girl's name either, but she was gorgeous.
She was. Yeah, Dee Dee McCall. She drove the Dodge Laser, the red and silver Dodge Laser. And he drove the Hunk of Chunk.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that was a good show, though.
Stephanie Kramer, that's her.
Stephanie Kramer, that's it. Yes, thank you, Glenn Schroeder.
I mean, she was just dark-haired, gorgeous.
Yeah,
and a little too much. A little too much makeup sometimes. Just on the border to trailer trash. I love that.
Trailer trash. I haven't
right
heard
on the
that
edge.
word in ages.
No, me either. The Sarge points out that ALF was alien life form, is what that stood for.
Yeah, it's an acronym.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
Yep. Hey, and then rounding it all out, we had head of the class. Was that that was Dr. Johnny Fever's show, wasn't it? He was the teacher, I think. In that,
I think so. Never saw it myself, but I've heard.
Head of the class. Is that head of the class?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was. It was.
From WKRP in Cincinnati. I can't think of his real name.
I did watch that show. That was a good. I enjoyed that part. That it was almost like a later version of what was that one with John Travolta?
Welcome Back, Kotter.
Marino.
Welcome Back, Kotter. That was a good show.
It was. Yeah. It was sort of like a show like that, right?
This is just pointing out to me that not just 1986, but television shows back in the day were much better. They were just much better.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome Back.
Yeah.
So many things. Welcome Back, Kotter, Three's Company, Hogan's Heroes, stuff like that. Holy cow. It was so good.
Yeah, Gilligan's Island.
Gilligan's Island, yeah. That was one thing where I bought the 3 seasons of Gilligan's Island on DVD. And I talked to my kids for the longest time, like, you got to watch this show with me. And they finally sat down and watched it with me. And I was so nervous because I knew the first season was in black and white. And I'm like, where do you want to start? And when they said, let's start from the beginning, I'm like, oh, they hate it already, because it's black and white. No, they loved it. It was that funny. Really? They loved it they loved it in black and white. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great show. I'll put that on Tubi or something now in the background. And I'll be sitting here working on something and I'll hear something funny. And before I know it, I'm in there watching it. It still holds up to this day, Gilligan's Island. Yeah. So. Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen a proper episode of it.
No. Oh, man. You got to watch Gilligan.
Yeah. I will.
Oh, yeah.
I enjoy comedy.
Watch any episode of that, and you'll understand the debate about what are you, a Ginger or a Marianne?
Yeah,
Marianne.
yeah.
Marianne all the
Personally,
way.
Marianne.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Same here, dude.
Yeah, Marianne.
Ginger was annoying, man.
Yeah.
yeah,
She was annoying as all get out. You know what I did
Marianne,
love though?
she was
I remember there was an episode that had Kurt Russell as a little boy. He was
Yeah.
a jungle
Oh
boy
wow.
on that show.
wow.
Yeah, there was an episode with Kurt Russell.
yeah. That's another weird thing. Nobody's supposed to know about is Russell Johnson, who was the professor. He had been a bombardier in B-25 Mitchell bombers in World War II. Flew 44 missions. On the last one, he had to ditch, and he hit the water with both feet, broke both his ankles.
Oh.
Oh.
Mm.
Yeah,
All right, before I get in, I think we pretty well covered everything. Well, how can you can't even, scratch the tip of the iceberg with how great the TV shows were from the 80s, but I think we pretty well hit most of that. So I'm going to get into the music, of course. Going to try to go back and get through some of these chats. I happen to notice Glenn Schroeder says, I told my kids the terrible secret of Gilligan's Island. Uh-oh. There's a terrible
it's a
secret.
television show.
Let's see. Matt Eagle says, I watch What's My Line from the 50s all the time. Incredible, intelligent TV.
Yep.
Intelligent TV.
I've never heard of that. I don't know what whose line is it anyway? Is it like that or not?
No, it was a panel show. I forget whether, it was they brought out three people as their panel and tried to figure out what the guest's line of work was or what he was famous for. And the panel was blindfolded.
Oh, man, Glenn Schroeder said they died in a wreck?
Who?
Gilligan's Island? What, they die in a minnow? What happened?
Oh, they died in the wreck and it was all a dream.
Oh.
What? How can you dream if you're dead?
I don't know.
I don't know. The Sarge said Marianne Summers, Don Wells, was the actor to get residuals negotiated in a contract.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, good on her.
Yeah.
Clever girl.
Yeah.
I just had like Jurassic Park flashbacks right there.
Uh-oh. Linrod's mic just died again.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. All right. Well, I might as well. I was going to, I'm so far behind on these chats. It's hard to even make them make sense. So I was going to go into the metal, man. We need Lenrod here for that, though. That's for sure. Lenrod. The Sarge pointed out earlier, Don Knotts, the incredible Mr. Limpet. That one's one I barely remember. That's where he was the cartoon fish, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that was a really good one. Bizarre, but really good.
Yeah.
Nimrod, can you join on your phone and just like talk, like be an avatar, like William Shakespeare? Just, I don't know.
Oh, the Sarge had also commented on Moonlighting and said one of the most ahead of its time shows ever. Great opening.
Mm-hmm.
It was cool.
I haven't seen that in forever.
And wasn't it like there were rumors? I don't know if it's true that Bruce Willis and that other chick didn't get on. Like I don't know if it's near the end or whatever.
I heard that too.
Yeah.
Is her name Sybil Shepherd? Was it Sybil Shepherd?
Yeah.
Yes. I don't remember that, but I do.
Yeah.
Jack Lumen said, I guess there was a reason why I forgot anything about In the Thick of the Night. Yeah, I don't remember that one either. I didn't even know he had a talk show.
Yeah, that was a nasty situation.
Oh, they were talking about Kirstie Alley as Savick was indeed smoking hot. No disrespect to the actress who replaced her. No. Yeah, it's hard to follow Kirstie Alley, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Jack Lumen agreed. Kirstie just went a little off later. That's a shame she didn't come back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, Diane was played by Shelley Long in Cheers. My cats are sorry if you hear that. My cats are wrestling in the next room over here.
Oh, that's okay.
Oh, wait, hold on. I didn't catch the whole conversation. It's probably up further, but I see Glenn said thanks to someone named
What?
after a Queensryche song. London, I believe. That's your daughter's name, right?
Yes, yeah.
London.
He said that, yeah.
Ah,
Yeah.
very cool.
I actually
That's
remember that.
cool name.
Yeah.
Mm.
Oh, going back to this song I was singing earlier, DeBarge.
DeBarge.
Yes, that's right. It was DeBarge.
Wow.
That's right. You ever?
What
That's a
song
name
was
I
that?
haven't heard in a long time.
Who's Johnny? I was singing it on the show a little bit ago.
Okay.
But don't. Let's forget that.
Yeah.
You know, there's actually another one. I want to say it's his,
Mhm.
and I can't believe I'm about to do this, but there's another song from the 80s, and I think it was one of his that gets stuck in my head too. And I don't know why. And I don't remember the name of it. But it goes something like this. Forget about the worries on your mind. You can leave them all behind. Something like that?
Yeah, I know
Yeah.
that song.
Okay, was
Yeah.
that the
What's
Barge?
that? Was that DeBarge?
I'm not sure.
What's the
I don't
name?
know why
I
I
don't know
think
the
it
name of it.
was.
I know that song.
See, if I was smart, I would have waited
Rhythm
till
of the Night. It was Rhythm of the Night. That was the
Rhythm
name
of
of the
the
song,
Night,
wasn't it?
Rhythm of the night,
Yeah.
dance until the morning light. Oh yeah, it's all coming back to me now. See, now if I was
Mhm.
smart, I would have waited until we wrapped this up and brought this all up to you guys backstage rather than on YouTube. But that's how I roll.
Yeah, I don't know
Well,
if
you
that
can
was
sing.
DeBarge
Yeah,
or
it is DeBarge.
Is
is
it?
It's DeBarge. It is DeBarge.
all
Yeah.
right.
See, I would
Never
prefer to be
ever-
wrong. Honestly, I'd prefer to be wrong. I don't want people knowing I know these things, but apparently I do.
Yeah.
My husband knows all music. I just know comedies. Like I just lived
Yeah.
on English comedies when I was like in my
Yeah.
teenagehood. And my husband loves music.
They were talking about the Dukes of Hazzard. Matt said he's seen most of it.
Mhm.
I have them all
Mhm.
on DVD.
Mhm.
Yeah, I was
Nice.
looking into that because I was wondering if that was still running in '86, but that one there ended in '85. It said so.
Oh,
Yeah.
maybe you should have done a 1984 or something like that that had all the
Well,
TV shows.
the '86 leads. Well, I was inspired, like I said, the video
Oh.
that I put out this morning. But
Mm.
A Fet Rearway Nation Gaming says he can join.
We were
Maybe
just
he
about
knows. Maybe he
finishing.
knows metal.
oh,
Do you see him in the chat?
yeah. Hold on, I was just saw Lenrod there. All right, I will grab the link. Hold on.
Kitty.
Mm-hmm.
You can hear them. I
Yep.
kind of figured.
They're
Right in the next
awesome.
room. Like I said, they're quiet all day long.
Saving it up for tonight.
Yep.
Yeah.
At least one of them hasn't had a hairball yet. That usually when I go on Doomcock's channel, hairball.
Yeah. Ah, yes.
I swear to God, man, at one time I rallied for Doomcock to do Galaxy Quest for the longest time. Longest
Oh,
time.
Mhm.
I
great
pestered
film.
him like you wouldn't believe. And
Uh,
I actually finagled the night off to be on the show that night, and I sat here like I was thinking all this great stuff I wanted to say. Swear to God. Soon as I hit unmute the mic, man, the Anakin got a hairball right behind me, and I'm just like, I just train of thought went out the window. So I think if you ever go back and watch that episode, man, I was just like, yeah, it's a good movie. I'm okay. Move on. Go ahead, Jill, anti-derivative Jill. Yeah, I didn't even know what to say.
Oh,
Thanks, Anakin.
went to the dark side of the force just then, I guess,
Yeah.
no.
Sure did.
on your
Something.
behalf.
Oh yeah, what dreams may come. When we have
I got a
shuffled off this mortal coil, it gives us pause. There's the
I got a little story to
calamity
tell
of
you.
so long a life.
While we're waiting for Lenrod to come back or Rearway Nation to get on, I got a story to tell you.
Go for it.
On the way here, right when I was texting in the chat about an hour ago, and I was saying, "Yeah, I'm just about to go offline." I was going off to stop my finish my last errand, and I had been at the library where I picked up something a kind of a large box set of this Jimi Hendrix Vision Electric Ladyland Studios 3 CDs and Blu-ray and a book, a pretty thick book. So it's this new release of they've been coming through Jimi Hendrix's material and putting out these Blu-ray plus multi-CD remaster sets, and they'll have outtakes and maybe some live concert on CD, and then the CD itself will potentially have the whole album remastered in on Blu-ray audio, plus they'll have videos on it. It's really great stuff.
Wow.
So I'm at the library to grab this thing. I didn't need to grab it today, but I thought, yeah, I want to check this out this weekend. And I didn't put it in my backpack. I'm just carrying it because it's kind of big. It's a big black thing, big black, nondescript case. And on the way to my last task, I don't own a car. I'm on the bus, so I live on the bus in Seattle. It's a really easy bus city. So I get off the first bus to make my transfer to the second bus. And you have to be sharp on this stuff, because when these buses, they don't wait for you. In the city, they're like, chop, we got to go. Let's go. The bus comes. If you're not standing there, we're taking off. So you always have to be aware that when you see the bus coming, get ready and be ready to get on the damn thing. I put my bag down. I've got some other things in my hand. I just let me put these in the bag. That's smarter to do. And I lay the thing against the bus bench. Okay, this black Descript box is probably worth about $100, and it's brand new. The thing, the
Let me
library,
guess. You forgot it?
4 or 5 months, and I get on. And so the bus shows up right away, and I grab my bag and I jump on the bus, and I get all the way up the hill, which is about a mile away, and up a very steep hill. I go to get off the bus, and I don't have the disc set with me, and I'm looking around and I'm like, oh shit. And I look around quick, going, it's not on the seat, it's not under the seat, it's not near the seat. And I'm thinking, where did I last have it? And I thought, I set it down at the bus bench, put my bag down to maneuver my other crap in the bag, and I think I left it there. And where this was down the hill about a mile away, then a steep hill, and it was right at the northeast corner of Seattle Center, where there's only about 1,000 people walking around right now because the place is packed with people. There's all kinds of events going on. There's restaurants everywhere. And I'm thinking to myself, even though I'm like 5 minutes, that happened 5 minutes ago, it's going to take me 10 minutes to run at a sprint down the hill to get there. There's no chance in hell that somebody, all you got to do is walk by, look at it and go, what's this? Open it up and go, score. And I just got off the horn with you guys, and this is really why I don't say a whole lot when I'm traveling, because I'm on the bus. I'm always conscious about keep everything with you, keep your wits about you, always be ready for, know where your route, know where your transfers are, and just get to your destination. And I always put the phone back in my bag too. I look at the phone, look what I'm doing, and put it back in the bag, because I've absent-mindedly drop something off like that, and you have no chance. It's not like you're in your car and left it in my car. No, you left it on the bus. You left it on a bus bench. And it happens all the time. It's easy to happen. It doesn't happen all the time, but it's easy to happen. So it's always my biggest fear, and it has happened before. So I'm sitting there thinking to myself, my Saturday is ruined. My weekend is ruined. I feel like such an ass. I didn't even need to pick this up. Why did I do this? What an idiot. I'm going to feel like an ass when I go to the library, and you definitely have to pay for it. And my heart sank, and I just felt like, and I waited like 4 to 5 months for this on hold, and I was just pissed. And this was just an hour ago after when I said I'm leaving, when I said I'm going offline. So I run down the hill, and I'm not a fast runner, but I make it all the way down there just as fast as I can. My legs are killing me. I'm starting to pull muscles in the back of my hamstrings or whatever. And as I get closer to where I knew where the bus bench was, I start speeding up, just thinking, every second counts. Every second is potentially me beating somebody else just walking by it. And as I run up to the thing, I see this black image, which was just the shape of this box, because it was kind of nondescript, fortunately, sitting against a black bus bench. And as I see this, I realize it's still there.
Wow.
It just kind of blended in. It just kind of, if you didn't look right at it, you wouldn't tell if you didn't look right the hell at it. And so, and I run up to it really quick, and I open it up, and it's all in there. And I can't fucking believe this.
Yeah.
You got lucky, man.
Well,
a happy
write a
ending.
thank you note to the guy who painted the bench.
Anyway, that was a very true story. Now everyone's arrived, so.
That makes you.
It's
that
a
makes
good
you
weekend.
sick when you realize that, though, doesn't it?
It just makes you sick to your stomach, and you just feel, because it's such a nonsense mistake, and you feel like it could have been avoided so many ways. Just absent-mindedness is all it takes to do something like that. So anyway, I just thought I'd kill some time
Yay
with
for
that story.
you!
So, yeah, it started out. It was going to be a really crappy weekend, and now it's turned out to be a. You're thankful for small wins like that in the world.
That's when they say buy a lotto ticket, don't they? When
That's right. Time to buy a lottery ticket.
Yeah.
All right, man. Cool. Hey, before we get on to the metal, now that Lenrod's back, Wade, what's going on, man? How you doing?
Good. How are you, Fat? I haven't
Hey.
been on in a while, so I thought I might as well pop on.
Yeah, man. I'm still breathing. I guess that's a good thing.
Yeah.
Could complain, but I won't. But glad you're doing good though. Been a bit.
Yeah, I'm here.
Cool. Do you know anything? You a metal fan?
Like, where are we?
You like heavy metal? No.
Tell me if. Hold on, let me look. I gotta look. I'm more a rock person, but I guess I could be a metal person. Let
Well, I
me
think there's
see
some hard rock stuff in this list that I'm about to share here too. But
You can
okay. So,
go for it.
all right,
Worst
man.
case scenario, I don't know anything. I'm not very helpful. Worst
Well,
case
I
scenario.
thought I knew a lot about metal, and looking at this list earlier today, man, there's even stuff on here I never even heard of. So, Lenrod, I'm sure you probably did, but Glenn Schroeder had said if there's metal involved, fet. There's always metal involved here, buddy. It's in the blood.
Yeah, there is.
This
He
channel is
manages to. Yeah.
the blood of this channel flows liquid metal. I don't know. It sounded better.
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
sounded way better in my head. But hold on, let's bring this list up, and I'm going to try to make sure I actually bring the list up this time.
Yeah.
Ah.
So there we go. We're up, correct?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can
There it
barely
is.
see it, but it's up.
Almost.
Okay, yeah.
There it is.
Well, I can do this.
Should you put you in the middle instead of me so we can see you?
Hold on, we'll do this.
There we go.
Where
And we'll
that?
just be
Oh, there we go. There we go. Okay.
a bunch
There
of
we go.
voices.
There we go.
Okay, I'm in.
So here we have a list. This is Wikipedia. I believe I got this off of
Voices in
Wikipedia.
your head.
That too. I hear, man, they never shut up. That's the thing.
No, I know. They fight all the time in my head.
I'll tell you what. I don't,
Wait,
the only-
Motorhead is metal?
hard rock.
Yeah.
Like I said, I
Yeah.
think there's some hard rock acts. There's actually some questionable things, and I'll point that out in a second. But
Sorry, I just was like looking in. I'm like, not that I listened to a bunch of Motorhead, but I've heard of Motorhead.
pretty rocking.
Metal, so the Dark didn't come out till '87.
I don't
That
know what
Church
they're
album.
famous for.
Was it? I thought Metal Church was 86. The Dark.
I think the Dark came out in '87.
I
I
don't
might be
know.
wrong. I would grab the album and look.
We'll have to verify that. But this here, what we have here is a list of, like Carla, we were talking earlier about, how artists nowadays, they put out an album every 4 or 5 years or whatever. Check this list out. This is just albums and EPs and primarily metal
Wow.
from
Yeah.
1986. The year
No
1986.
way. Really?
Yeah, like,
Oh my
yeah,
god.
like look,
Wow.
like obviously we can't
1
go
year.
through it all.
That's
That's
crazy.
Yeah,
No.
but I mean, I'll do some noteworthy ones on my end here, starting with Abattoir, the only safe place. I don't know if you guys ever heard of them, but man, I love me some Abattoir.
I know
actually-
you've talked about them before.
Yeah,
That's the
actually-
only reason I know about them.
I have that CD. That's a great one. John, there you go, brother. Except Russian
Oh,
Roulette
yes.
came out in 86.
Yep.
This one definitely classifies as more of hard rock, but AC/DC, who made who?
Yep.
Yeah.
That was
Well,
86.
Wait, but they're not metal.
No, like I said,
they're
there's
just
some hard
rock.
rock. Well,
Yeah.
okay, so for the sake of argument, I want to point out over here. For some reason, Michael W. Smith is on this list, and he's a Christian. So listen, okay. Secret time again. Okay, when I was talking about my guilty pleasures, okay. Michael W. Smith, I forget what the year was, but he came out with a song called "Place in This World" back in the day, and I love that song.
I don't think I've ever heard it.
Oh man, that's a good song, John. You're listen.
You can't admit. I bet you've heard it before. No,
Yeah, you may have
for
heard
my
it.
time technically, but I know of it.
John, if you're ever feeling down, okay,
Mm-hmm.
this is
Put it
one of
on.
those songs, man, where he basically says, looking for a reason, roaming through the night to find my place in this world. You know, it's one of those songs. You know, it's very inspiring to me. So, you know, sometimes it takes a little more than metal. I'll be honest, and sometimes that song does it for me. So, anyway, I don't know why he's on the list, but he's there. So, again, there are some. I didn't put this list together, but.
Fair, what is it? Fair, what are we looking at? Like before we're looking at top 50 movies in 1986, then with TV shows. What is this list called?
What we're looking at right here are the albums and EPs from metal bands. You got that? We're not even talking Madonna or this is metal band.
Well,
wow.
And a couple
that
questions.
That is amazing.
Yeah. From just 1986.
Just 1986. And wait until, listen, there are some heavy hitters on this list too, by the way. So
how many is this 50?
Oh yeah, Master of Puppets.
Oh, this is well over 50. Metallica's in here.
Yeah. Okay.
So, but I'm just saying, like, I'm just going through some notables. Like, I love Alice Cooper, Constrictor. John, we were just talking about the man behind the mask.
Yeah.
Let's see. Just scrolling down, I can't possibly read them all.
Billy Idol, Whiplash Smile. It's not a bad album.
Billy Idol, Barren Cross. For any fans of Stryper out there, you know, if you never heard of Barren Cross, another like Christian type metal band, Barren Cross was a good one. Let's see, Black and Blue. Black and Blue, unfortunately, spawned Tommy Thayer, who is now, well, I get was in Kiss, but that's where he started out in Black and Blue.
Black Sabbath.
Yep, 7 Star.
Yep, Black Sabbath album came out.
Technically, that's
great album.
Dad, where's Aubrey?
It's like Tony Iommi's first solo record.
Hey, where's Ozzy on this?
Okay, well, I'm going down. What I'm doing is I'm going down the left side. I'm just going down to the left side, doing some notables, and then I'll come down the right side.
I didn't see if he was on there.
He's on here, believe me, and one of my favorite albums too.
My bad. I got ahead of it. My bad.
Okay, we'll get there. We're getting there. But just running down here, man. Like, okay, I'm not a big Bon Jovi fan, but "Slippery When Wet." I mean,
that was a big album.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking. Listen, I'm not a big Bon Jovi fan, but you're talking. You give love a bad name. Living on a Prayer.
You made a lot of money on that album. Well, he's a good businessman, actually.
Yeah. That was a big album for them.
Yeah.
And that was
how is he a big businessman?
I don't know what he does, but I know he's been in. I've seen him on the CNBC, as a matter of fact, interviewed live on the show. So I don't know what he does for business, but he's a businessman. So
well, you'd be surprised to find out how many. Okay, so I'm a big Megadeth fan. Just two of the members of Megadeth. Well, the singer and founder Dave Mustaine, he owns a winery.
Yeah.
In Italy. I mean, he has there's Megadeth wine. The former bass player Dave Ellefson has his own brand of coffee. You know, so yeah, they're all pretty much businessmen nowadays. But
kind of have to be with the way the labels shaft you.
Well, Bon Jovi is the one who shafted Cinderella because he owns the copyrights to all their songs from the first couple of albums. And
was Cinderella a band?
Yeah, he got them the record deal, and they gave him the publishing. And it was a very bad move. Yeah. And
it's funny you mention that because Night Songs is on here, Cinderella's first album.
Yeah, their debut.
Yeah. And Brittany Fox's first album.
Yeah, Brittany Fox, another band. I just recently watched a documentary on them. That was partially Cinderella. It's Cinderella related.
The Remains.
Yeah. But Cinderella Night Songs. I remember that was wrong album. I remember that was we had a local radio station. For some reason, when this came out, they played this entire album on the radio. Yeah. Even though I recorded it all, it was so great. I still ran out and bought the album. Hold on.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. Suddenly, all the rednecks are coming out of the woodwork and riding their ATVs and stuff past my house. So if you hear that, I apologize.
Yeah. And I saw Brittany Fox live in Wilkes-Barre at Skateaway.
Huh.
God.
I just recently watched a documentary, like within the last 2 weeks. I can't remember the channel. John, I'll have to send you a link if I come across it.
Yeah.
But I didn't realize, man, Dizzy Dean like broke the guitar player's arm and everything.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, I didn't know about that. Yeah, that was a bad one. But
and they were not at all a good-looking band.
Brittany Fox?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're better looking than me.
Well, Michael Kelly Smith, I think, is the guitar player. He looked like a train wreck, really.
Now he was the one that was in. He was the original guitar player for Cinderella, correct?
Right, right.
Is that if if you guys would listen to Cinderella and then listen to Brittany Fox, you can totally tell they were copying the sound of Cinderella for sure.
Yeah,
They're still good. They're still good band though.
yeah, yeah. Because they did a meet and greet at the one record store in town before the show, and they're pretty awesome.
Chastain, now he was a good guitar player.
Yeah,
His Ruler of the Wasteland came out in '86.
yeah.
Cities. I remember Cities. That was the drummer from Twisted Sister.
Oh,
AJ Piro.
AJ
That was his
Piro.
band. Yeah, that was his band.
Man, I haven't heard the name Twisted Sister in so long.
Oh
How
man.
long were they a band? Are they still? They're not a band anymore, surely.
Well, the drummer.
I
AJ
still
died.
think of them as a rock instead of metal, but I guess what do I know? I'm young.
Yeah, technically they are just rock.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Under the Blade was pretty heavy.
Yeah, but
And
still,
actually, here's the thing. People think that Stay Hungry wasn't that heavy. It wasn't produced very well.
no.
But the songs were kind of heavy. I mean, everybody thinks of that. They think of We're Not Going to Take It, I Want to Rock. But the rest of the album's fairly heavy. And the album after that, which kind of bombed, Come Out and Play, was really pretty heavy for Twisted Sister. It wasn't fast, but it was heavy.
Yeah.
Come Out and Play is
That's
definitely
true.
metal. Come Out and Play is definitely metal. The fact that they chose to put out Leader of the Pack, that one boggles my mind. But the rest of the album is pretty great. The Fire Still Burns. Man, that's a kick-ass song.
Mm-hmm.
That one, I don't know. That's an underrated album. Come Out and Play.
Yeah.
Anyway.
There's Crimson Glory.
Oh, Crimson Glory's first one came out. Yeah, 86. Now, the first one's the first one, self-titled. That's great. But now, 88 was the Transcendence. Oh my God! Anyone into progressive metal? This band right here, they were on to something. It's a shame that the singer ended up dying, but great band, great band. Cryptic Slaughter, Convicted came out in 86. Dark Angel, Darkness Descends.
Yeah.
Another one of the iconic thrash metal bands from back in albums from back in the day.
Yeah. Let's see.
Dio.
Destruction. Oh, Paul Diano.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Paul Diano.
Dio's Intermission. Trying to remember.
That was a great album. That was a great album. That had, I think that was kind of his introduction of Craig Goldie.
Yeah, that's what it was.
And Craig Goldie was playing some of the like Rainbow in the Dark and stuff. It was the first time I got to hear him playing it. Yeah, I had that on cassette. I don't have it on CD, but I had it on cassette.
Yeah,
that was a good little EP.
Yeah, there you go. The first leg of the Sacred Heart tour.
There we go. Here's Dirty Looks. I believe just last week I was speaking about them. My band. I actually went to the bass player's house, and we were going to record our album there, but kind of it didn't work out.
Yeah,
they're from my neck of the woods. Dirty Looks.
Mm-hmm.
See, there's so many things like
Europe, huh?
I've never even heard of some of these bands, believe it or not.
I don't think Europe would be considered metal, though, would they?
Listen, here's the thing. A lot of people don't know that they actually started out as a band called Force, and they were metal. And they won. My understanding is they're Swedish. They won a battle of the bands in Sweden, and actually their first album. People think the Final Countdown is their first album. It isn't. Their first album as Europe was an album called Wings of Tomorrow, and it was a bit heavier. It was definitely it was metal. And as a matter of fact, on that album, they did the song "Open Your Heart" originally, and it was performed on a 12-string. And then they ended up the album after the Final Countdown. They re-recorded that song, but that was like the wimpy song on the album on "Wings of Tomorrow." "Wings of Tomorrow" was much heavier than this one, but obviously, "Final Countdown" is the hit.
Yeah. That was for a movie too, wasn't it?
Was it?
Yeah, it was a movie called "The Final Countdown."
Yeah, I think it was in a movie. I think it was.
Yeah, it was like a modern aircraft carrier goes back to Pearl Harbor or something, I think.
Oh, yeah.
Well, the thing about the Final Countdown, the album, is it's a good album. John Norum was a hell of a guitar player on that album.
Yeah.
He actually left. They did the video for the Final Countdown, and then he left. And in every video from this album after that, there was a fella named Key Marcello, was the replacement guitar player who was in the videos and kind of air guitared the thing. But he actually played on the album after this. And holy cow, if you guys, it's not metal, but if you guys never heard the song Superstitious by Europe, one of my favorite guitar solos, period, ever. Out of any, so check out the song Superstitious by Europe. Yeah, great solo. Key Marcello, very underrated guitar player. From what I understand, they're still jamming though, and John Norum, the original guitar player, is back though, from what I understand.
Oh, cool.
But John, something interesting. You might get a kick out of this. After he left Europe back in the day, 86, 87, he put out a solo album, and the only video that I'm aware of he put out was for his song, you may know this one, Back on the Streets, by a little guy named Vincent. Vinnie Vincent, yep.
Yeah.
Vinnie Vincent song, yeah.
Very cool.
Really cool video too. I still remember he was on his way to a show, and somebody stole his guitar right out of his hand. So like for the whole video, he's trying to track down his guitar. He's going to pawn shops and everything. Anyway, he ends up getting his guitar back. Makes it just for the end of the show. Does his shred thing, and then when he's leaving, he learns his lesson. Man, he handcuffs the guitar to his wrist.
Yeah.
So, kind of cool little video from back in the day, but John Norum, very good guitar player.
Very cool.
Yeah, Exciter Hall.
Yes,
this album right here. Okay, it's not one of their heaviest. All right, I have such a connection to this album right here for a couple of reasons. Number one, let's get the sci-fi aspect out of the way. Loved me the show V when I was a little kid. Totally made me think of Jane Badler ripping her face off as one of them there aliens, right?
Yeah.
But this album itself, okay, there's a song. Well, the whole album kicks ass.
Oh yeah.
School rules, but there's a song on here called "Dying Tonight." Okay.
Yeah.
One of the first things I ever recorded, and I say that I use that term loosely. I took like a couple boom box and put them together. And me, I had my nephew. I wrote some lyrics, had him sing over. I totally wrote the lyrics, but I completely played the chords to "Dying Tonight," right? And it got around school. And there was a couple tapes of ours that got around school. This is one of the songs where everybody's like, "Man, that song's great. You guys are gonna go places." It was totally I ripped off "Dying Tonight."
Jeez.
But "Dying Tonight," great song, great album from a great band, Canadian band, right there, 3-piece. Originally made a hell of a lot of noise for three guys.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And there's another band that I'm going to get to in a second on here, probably my favorite 3-piece of all time. But so let's see, Fastway. There you go, John. The Trick or Treat soundtrack came out that year.
Pete Way and Fast Eddie. Can't
Clark.
remember his Clark.
From Clark from Motorhead. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now Pete Way, did he actually play on it? I don't think he did.
I think he did. I
thought the whole thing fell apart because they named the band after each other, and I thought he bolted or something.
I'm not sure when it fell apart, but I think it was after the album. But they were together for about a year, something like that. But Pete Way came from UFO.
Oh yeah, that's right. Moving down to this one here, I hope Glenn Schroeder. There he is. Glenn Schroeder's still in the house. Fate's Warning. Now this is pre-Ray Alder, but man, what a band! What a band!
Yeah.
Again, in the world of progressive metal,
Mm-hmm.
or a little heavier back then, but I kind of dig me the Ray Alder era better. But still great band, great album that year. Fifth Angel. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Little Easter egg here. Last week when I was jamming, one of the songs I played was it wasn't this album. It was the album after this. But I was playing a Fifth Angel song called Midnight Love. If anyone who was familiar with the Howard Stern show back in the day, before he became a dickhead, when he was back in the 80s, when his show was actually kind of cool, the intro back in the day was Fifth Angel, Midnight Love. And that's one of the songs I was playing last week. So that's how much I like that song. Flotsam and Jetsam. Doomsday for the Deceiver came out in 86. Fans of Metallica should know this is the band that spawned Jason Newsted. Yep.
Cool.
Girls' School. I slightly remember them. I remember they were
Yeah.
They did a lot of stuff with Motorhead.
Yep.
Yeah, Kelly. Oh God, I can't remember her last name, but she was a really good guitar player. She got an award from Guitar Player magazine, I think it was. But
Yeah, matter of fact.
she had died of ovarian cancer, I believe.
Oh,
Sad face.
It was sad.
it says right in the description here, frequently associated with contemporaries Motorhead.
Yeah,
They are the longest running all-female rock band, still active
Yeah.
after more than 40 years. That's cool.
yeah, and they did a good version of Fox on the Run from the Suite.
That's a cool song.
Yeah,
Hey, that's in Guardians,
Yeah,
isn't
that's a
it?
great song.
Guardian of the Galaxy. I thought it's in. I mean, it's in the album.
Mm,
Which song was that?
Fox on the Run.
Oh, yeah, I
Yeah.
think that is. Yeah, that sounds right.
yeah.
Hey, John Jafria. Lenrod, this is probably
Oh,
way before your
God,
time.
yeah.
It's probably off your radio, but now Jafria, correct me if I'm wrong, that's what spawned Craig Goldie, wasn't it?
Yes,
Was he in
yes.
Jafria? What was he in?
And
Jafria or Rough Cut first?
I think Jafria was earlier.
I know, I saw an interview with him where he didn't admit
Yeah.
to it, but somebody basically asked him if he hated being in Jafria, and he basically said, yeah.
Yeah,
It was just a gig, which is kind of
Yeah.
funny. And then he went on to listen. The Dio album, he was on a couple, but Dream Evil specifically for me, I love that
Yeah.
album.
Oh,
I love
yeah.
Vivian Campbell, but Dream Evil is a hell of an album.
Yeah, it is. The only thing I didn't like on that album was the keyboard solo in All the Fools Sailed Away. It was the wrong tone for my taste. But
I love
other
everything
than
about that song. I love that. I
Yeah.
love everything about that song. I'll be honest.
Yeah, it's a great song. Had a great video too.
Yeah,
But,
for sure.
You know,
Reminded me of Conan the Barbarian or something.
yeah.
Yeah.
And nothing against Claude Schnell, the keyboard player. He was awesome in his own right.
Then we got Great White, Shot in the Dark. I'm not real familiar with that album, but I think we all pretty well know Great White.
Yeah.
This is an early one in their career. Of course,
Yeah.
Guns N' Roses, The Live Suicide came out that year.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hallows Eve.
Yeah.
Hawk. That's Doug Marks.
Oh, yeah.
So,
Doug
dude.
Marks guitar lessons.
Dude, back in
Metal-
the day, you couldn't
Method.
scroll through a Metal Edge magazine and not see his picture in the back of it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Metal
Yeah.
Edge guitar lessons. Yeah, the metal. Yeah,
God. There's a really good interview with him on YouTube also, and he talks about that. And he made a killing on those lessons.
yeah. Hurricane. That was another decent band. It kind of went under the radar. That was the
Yeah.
brother of Carlos Cavazo. That was
Yeah.
Robert Cavazo's band. Matter of fact, Kelly. What's the singer's name? John Kelly Hansen. It's right in front of me.
Yeah.
Isn't he currently the vocalist of Foreigner? Isn't he? Well, he was until Lou
Yeah.
Graham came back.
Yeah. I don't know exactly the timeline of it, but yeah.
The Hyde, I'm
Yeah.
not completely familiar with, but I know someone that likes an Asian musician that goes by Hyde. I'm not sure any kind of metal, almost like a techno metal sort of thing. I'm not sure if that says CA, so I think that's Canada.
Could be.
The Hyde, I'm
Yeah.
thinking
Never,
of Asian.
yeah, I don't recall them.
Now, when I did my little clip, I did a little short this morning, and I mentioned at the end of my video that I put out this morning,
Mhm.
just off the top of my head, some things from '86, man, I didn't even touch on. Iron Maiden, Somewhere in Time, man.
Yeah.
I know a lot of Maiden fans aren't super huge on that. I love Somewhere in Time. It's right up there for me.
Yeah.
It's a combination. It's a great album, great artwork. The artwork, man, I could just sit and stare at this cover forever.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. And if you look at the signs in the shops all around it, there's all kinds of Easter eggs and shit.
Oh, and this
Yeah.
artwork is it's like the whole gatefold of like an album and everything. This is only a small smidgen of the artwork.
Yeah.
That you're seeing in this
Yeah.
picture. I mean, you
Yeah.
could sit and look at it for hours and see different things,
Yeah.
But on top of that, the album itself, and there's another album on this list too, that I didn't touch in my video either. But this year was Spawn, Somewhere in Time, and Judas Priest Turbo. And a lot of
Mhm.
people, a lot of fans dislike both albums. Personally, I love them, and I feel like a hypocrite for saying it because I'm not a big fan of synthesizers and everything either. But this is both these albums are kind of where they
Yeah.
got into the synthesizers and everything. I love both albums, both of them.
Yeah.
The
From
live
beginning-
version for the turbo tracks are way better than the album versions, though.
Mhm.
But well,
Like
the
Turbo
thing-
Lover live off Priest Live is phenomenal.
Really?
I'm sure it's heavier.
Yeah.
That's the only thing. It's the only knock I have towards Turbo. It could have been produced a little better. It's a little.
They went for a poppier production on it.
Yeah, it's watered down for sure. But on Turbo, one of my favorite songs, maybe in my top 5 favorite songs of all time, is Out in the Cold. It's a kind of a deep track off of that album. A lot of people either don't even think of it or they love it, and I'm one of the people. I love it.
Yeah.
That is a great song.
But
Oh,
going back to
God.
Somewhere in Time, I mean, holy crap, dude! You know what I've learned to appreciate over time? The song "Stranger in a Strange Land."
Yeah.
And the reason why I love that song, like I always love the riff in it, but
Mhm.
the bridges, right? The breakdown right before the chorus and stuff.
Yeah.
Nico does this like disco hi-hat drum beat.
Ah,
And I love it, man. It so fits the song. It's quickly become one of my favorite songs off the album.
cool. Oh God, Keel.
Keel.
Yeah.
Oh
Keel.
yeah, Final Frontier. I had that. I did like this trade. And you know what the funny thing is? It's one of the bands I mentioned in my video this morning from
Yeah.
86. I had this. What happened was I bought in 1986, I bought Slayer, Rain and Blood. Okay.
Yeah.
And I took it into school the next day. And my one buddy was a diehard Slayer fan. And he's like, yo, can I buy that off you? I'm like, man, I just got it. I think barely even got to listen to it yet. He's like, you give me that now. And I will bring you, it was something like 14 cassettes. He's like, I'll bring you in 14 cassettes tomorrow.
Yeah.
And I was like, man, that's pretty hard to pass up. I can always rebuy it.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I did the trade. And in the trade, I even forget what the other albums were, but the only 2 I remembered was this one, The Final Frontier, and Lizzie Borden, Murderous Metal Roadshow. And of all of them, I thought they all sucked. I ended up trading another kid. Surprisingly enough, we're gonna circle back here. I ended up trading everything except Lizzie Borden for Iron Maiden, Somewhere in Time on cassette.
Ha.
So we came full circle here, but that's how the chain of life worked back there in 1986. And in that trade, I did regret, of all the albums that I traded, not that Summer in Time wasn't worth it, but I did let go of the Final Frontier here. But to this day, I still have Lizzie Borden on cassette somewhere in the house.
Yeah.
I think it was Keel that brought us Ingwe Malmsteen. And
Steeler, right? Ron Keel's band was Steeler before Keel, I think.
yeah.
And that's
yeah,
right.
I think so.
Yeah.
And then Ron Keel himself didn't make it in metal as big as he wanted to. So he went country.
Yeah, Ronnie Lee Keel. I remember that.
Yeah. Oh my God.
You know, he has a YouTube channel, and I catch it from time to time. Every now and then it'll pop up in my feed, and I think he like interviews people now and stuff. But he's kind of metal again. But he's completely shaved his head bald and everything now.
Oh
But,
wow.
He probably has no
underrated
hair
vocal-
anyway.
No, it was kind of thin back in the day. But listen, underrated vocalist though. I love me this song. It's not off this album, but Somebody's Waiting, off the album after this one.
Yeah.
Man, his vocals in that top notch, man, top notch.
Yeah.
Kick-Axe, man, that's a blast from the past.
There's a fun fact. This came out in '86. Simultaneously, Transformers the movie soundtrack. The song "Instruments of Destruction," the band NRG, is actually Kick-Axe.
Wow,
Ah,
They changed their name to Kick-Axe not long after that soundtrack came out.
nice. Huh. Oh, Killer Dwarfs, man. Anybody
Oh, yeah.
familiar with Killer Dwarfs?
yeah. You turned me on to them last year.
Yeah, man. Stand Tall's a good one. I'm kind of preferential to an album called Dirty Weapons. It's a couple years after this one, but
Yeah.
Killer Dwarfs, they're a Canadian band. And if anybody watches the YouTube channel Dave's World of Fun Stuff,
Yeah.
okay, he's always selling his Penny Black CD, right? At the
Yeah.
end of every video. Well, Penny Black was his band with the singer Russ Dwarf from Killer Dwarfs from back in the day.
Ah.
Yeah. But yeah, like I said, you guys, I'm sure by now are familiar with the song Stand and Fight. Totally Killer Dwarfs had on the album Dirty Weapons was a song called Coming Through.
Yeah.
And it was about beating somebody up and it had the F word in it. So that's why I wrote Stand and Fight was that's where that's totally due to Killer Dwarfs.
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh, King Diamond, man.
Could
Fatal
never
Fight.
get into him.
Oh, you know, he's
He's an
another
acquired
one.
taste.
Yeah, he is. I can listen. Here's the thing: if some people can't get past the falsetto vocals, but guitar players,
Oh yeah.
Andy LaRock, holy smokes, he's right up there, right up
Mhm.
there. Some of the great ones from the '80s.
They
Shredder,
got more killer riffs in one song than most bands have in their entire catalog.
King Diamond's songs are like his one song is like multiple songs.
Yeah.
Like you could totally make 6 songs out of a King Diamond song just with the riffs and everything that goes on them. So technical.
Oh yeah.
I love them. The album Them. No, I think that was '88. But Them. Oh.
Yeah.
King Cobra, Thrill of a Lifetime. I'm not familiar with that album. I think it was the one before that was Ready to Strike. That was a good one. This is the one I was just talking about. Recently, Pop Culture Breakdown did the movie Iron Eagle, and King Cobra did the theme song. And Gary Ambrosia retweeted the video, and it's King Cobra. And I was pointing out that the singer, John, I don't know if you know this, but Mark Free, the singer from King Cobra back in the day, is now Marcy Free.
Yeah.
And
yeah. And he went a little around the bend.
Yeah. Well, he went way around the bend. And I see videos from time to time where people will ask, Carmine Appice was the drummer. Carmine Appice was the drummer of King Cobra, and they're always talking about a reunion, and they'll ask him point blank, is Marcy Free coming back? He says, nope.
Yeah.
Well, they have a problem now too, because listen, I love Wasp, but Johnny Rod Johnny Rod was an original member of King Cobra, and he ended up joining Wasp, and he's in a lot of trouble these days. Let's just say he was doing some things he shouldn't have been doing with people younger than him or something. So unfortunately,
that's not
cool.
I
don't know how they're going to get around that either. But Creator. Oh, here's one.
Pleasure to Kill. Yeah.
Pleasure to Kill came out in '86. Holy crap, man!
Yeah, it's stinking heavy.
Anybody that is not familiar with Creator and you want some just in your face, heavy as all get out German thrash metal.
Teutonic thrash.
Yeah, I mean it's basically Germany's Slayer. In some cases I think they're a little better than Slayer. And I even love like their newer stuff too, dude. Like Enemy of God, Satan is Real. Mm-hmm. Just the riffs. I mean, you're talking riffs. Sammy, their guitar. Well, I shouldn't say new guitar players. He's been in a band for like 20 years now, but man, he's a pretty decent riff writer too. Also, too bad John's not here. I noticed recently. I actually just saw they're putting out a documentary video, like movie, and I noticed in the trailer, Sammy is playing an Ibanez Destroyer these days. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah.
Cool. I'm back.
Okay. There you go.
Yeah.
John Crocus came out with 2 albums in '86.
That's a live album and Change of Address.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some Crocus.
And Change of Address, I think, is the album that killed them. Is that was that the one with the Ballroom Blitz?
No, I know that song.
Don't think
from
so.
Rock Band from the video game.
Yeah, that's been covered by many people. Crocuses you probably never heard. I'm probably safe.
Artists I've never heard of, but I know the song.
Yeah.
But I'm younger, like I said, so.
Well, that was also in Wayne's World, I remember.
Yeah. But Crocus's Headhunter album, that is a murderous album. Love it.
You know, listen, Heart Attack doesn't get the respect it deserves either.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, man. I love the song Let It Go. I love it.
And Tonight Long Stick Goes Boom.
That's just a great song.
Yeah.
It's corny, but it's great.
Yeah. And unfortunately, their manager fell in with the Bon Jovi crowd and turned them into a glitter metal band, and that just killed them.
That hurt.
You know, Mark Storace in sequins does not work. You know, he's denim and leather all the way.
Oh, Glenn Schroeder said Blitz was earlier than that album.
Oh, good.
Oh, speaking of Lion,
Yep, there it is.
the Power Love EP came out that year.
Yeah.
And there we go, Lizzie Borden.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, two of them. They actually had Menace to Society. That's right. That came out that year too. That's another great album.
Then a few months of each other.
Yeah. The Murderous Metal Roadshow. Actually, it's funny that I ended up going down this road with in 1986 because I'm thinking back of riffs and stuff that I played on last week's live stream, and I played Dead Serious, which is there were two studio songs recorded for the live album, Murderous Metal Roadshow, and Dead Serious is one of them. That's another song I was playing on a show last week.
Yeah.
That's weird, man. All roads were headed to 1986 this week, it appears.
Yep. There you go.
Mm-hmm.
London. Now, that was Nikki Sixx's original band, correct?
I believe so, yeah.
I'm not super familiar with. Yeah, that's them. Yeah, I recognize the singer.
Yeah.
Loudness, 81, 86 live came out that year. And Lightning Strikes.
Mm-hmm.
Yngwie Malmsteen Trilogy.
Yeah.
I like Trilogy, man. I love You Don't Remember, I'll Never Forget. I love that song.
Yeah, that's a great one.
Queen is in Love is another great one.
Was just Scott Soto singing for him still?
No, that was the two before this. This one, man, this was the gay guy. I can't think of that. He was the bald guy that wore the wig. I can't think of his name off. But great singer though. Phenomenal singer.
Yeah. Wow.
And honestly, I think Jeff Scott Soto fit the earlier stuff. I don't think it would have fit as well on this album as this guy's voice.
Yeah.
So, okay. Let's scroll back up to the top here. Hey, we're making progress.
Yeah.
Okay. Now.
Oh, Frank Marino had a record out that year.
Awesome.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, from Mahogany Rush. He was doing the two-handed tapping in the early 70s and late 60s.
Yeah.
Man, you guys are schooling me. I don't even know this gentleman.
Yeah, he totally rocks. Check him out.
Yeah, listen to Mahogany Rush.
I will have to make a note.
Oh, yeah, he'll blow your mind.
Oh yeah.
And some of the sounds he gets on his guitar rig is really cool.
He was super young when the first Mahogany Rush came out. He was like 15 when that record came out.
Yeah. Yeah.
Glenn Schroeder said Joe Lynn. No, Joe Lynn Turner was on the one after, I think. That was Odyssey.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I don't know why I can't think of it. Mark. Oh, man, it's right there. The singer from Trilogy, Yngwie Malmsteen. It'll come to me. But here, man. Holy cow.
Legendary record right there.
Talk about an album that shaped my life.
Mm-hmm.
Changed my life. Listen, they had it sound. I love almost anything Megadeth, including the new stuff. All right.
Yeah.
Especially the Kiko stuff. One of my favorite guitar players on the planet because he can play anything. But listen, Peace Sells, But Who's Buying had one of the angriest guitar sounds I've ever heard in my life. It's just like a cheese grater, right?
Yeah.
Could have a pickup installed in it. I don't know. It's like ripped your face off. There are portions of there's like a breakdown in Wake Up Dead where they're just chugging. It sounds like a train. You know what I mean? I think this is one of the heaviest, especially guitar albums I think ever recorded.
Yeah,
definitely.
Never duplicated. The sound was not even by Megadeth. The sound was never duplicated. But angry, man, angry. What an angry album.
Yeah,
definitely.
Well, he was an angry person.
Yeah, he still is. They're still going at it. He's saying something about how he said he wrote all the songs that made Metallica, and it's like this whole shitstorm going on the internet. I love Dave. He did write some good songs, but I wouldn't say he made Metallica. But
yeah,
I think they would have made up by now. I mean, they did do the show together at the 30th anniversary performance. He went on stage and played like the original
Yeah.
versions of some of those early Metallica pieces.
Yeah.
Well, the thing of it is everybody looks at it from Metallica's side, and
Yeah.
I don't know. I can see where Dave's coming from, though. Maybe I'm petty like Dave. I don't know what it is, but imagine that. Imagine you're such an integral part of their, their sound, and you think you're invincible. You think you are Metallica, right? And you get that wake up call that morning. They
Yeah.
come up and
Yeah.
give you a bus ticket and tell you to get the hell out of here.
Mm-hmm.
And then that would be one thing, but then they go on to become the biggest band in the world,
Yeah.
with one of the biggest albums ever recorded.
Yeah.
For the longest time, they were like right neck and neck for a real long time, but Puppets really put Metallica over the edge, and then Justice, and then of course the Black Album just went insane for sales.
Yeah, that one went berserk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see.
I know Messiah Prophet. I know the name. I just can't think of the band.
Yeah.
I know the metal. Oh, geez, there you go.
Yeah, the Dark, it was so good.
Mm-hmm.
I love every
Love
song
that
on it. The first,
Yeah.
the one before it too. Just Metal
Yeah.
Church. Another great one too. But this one
Yeah.
here, man. I have always said, okay, I don't know why I associate it to professional wrestling, but if I was going to be a professional wrestler and I came down and I wanted my theme song to be the most ass-kicking song I could think of, it'd be Ton of Bricks, the first song off this
Yeah,
album.
the opening. Yeah.
Imagine walking down to the ring to I mean, holy cow, dude. I pity the guy in the ring.
Yeah.
Metal Massacre, man. I remember getting those things.
Those compilations, yeah.
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 Oh, look at just this one here. Someone who listed, Trouble, Overkill, Metal Church, Metallica, Slayer, Virgin Steel, Hellhammer,
Yep.
Voivod. Yep, Course Master Puppets.
Yay, Pastor of Muppets.
That's actually a font. The Metallica
Really?
font. Yeah, the Metallica font is actually called Pastor of Muppets.
No
Nice.
kidding.
Yeah.
I saw a great picture somewhere of Cookie Monster dressed up to look like the Pope, and it said Pastor of Muppets on it. I haven't been able to find it since the day I saw it. I wish it still existed somewhere on the web.
Yeah.
Just go make one with Grok or something.
I was going to say, just AI.
I don't
man.
touch AI. AI is evil.
I've been dabbling. I mean, what are you going to do? Everybody else is doing it.
Yeah.
If everybody jumped off a cliff, would you jump too?
Yeah, probably.
Depending on the condition of the parachute and the safety net,
Yeah,
and
I'd be the one at the bottom filming it.
whether it was more than 1 foot from the top of the cliff to,
Yeah.
the land.
Well, going back to Master of Puppets, I mean, I made no secret that I'm more of a Megadeth fan, but there's no disputing this is possibly the biggest metal album of all time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this was 1986. I mean, personally, I mean, sometimes it depends on the day of the week, but sometimes I like Ride the Lightning even better. But I mean, Master is definitely the album. It's the one that really, really put Metallica on the map.
That was their first record to hit gold status.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see.
Vinnie Moore, another great guitar player. He had an album that year, Mind's Eye.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't heard enough of him.
No, I used to, and the only way I used to hear of him was back in high school. Some of my friends would just pass around tapes and I'd get to hear it,
Yeah.
Motorhead's Orgasmatron came out in 86.
And this is an interesting change for the band, too, because they went from a 3-piece to a 4-piece for this album.
Yeah.
I think it's a solid record.
Yeah, well, I mean, you can argue that either Motorhead is rock or metal, but there's no disputing that, they spawned one of the greatest metal bands of all time, in my opinion. Overkill.
Yeah.
Overkill totally got their name from a Motorhead song.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
They kind of had
love
3 different genres covered. Like they're like rock, metal, punk. Just like all the elements were in there.
Yeah.
And it just made Motorhead.
Mm-hmm.
Nuclear Assault, 2 albums that year, Brain Dead and
Yeah.
Game Over. I remember my buddy, man, he swore by Game Over. Omen, The Curse came out that year. Onslaught, The Force.
Yeah, it's a solid album.
So here you go, Wade. We were talking. Ultimate Sin came out in 86. I think an underrated Ozzy album. Even Ozzy hates that album, but hey, my boy Jake's on air.
Yeah.
I enjoyed that record.
Yeah.
The songs
Earlier
are kind of
artwork, though.
the artwork. That's probably That might be my favorite Ozzy album cover.
It's like
Yeah.
it's so strange, but it's so captivating to look at. Because Ozzy's just a
Yeah.
weird monster dude,
Yeah.
and then Butthole.
Yeah. Yes.
Hey, it's like make me a cover with the 1980s on it. There you go.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
There you are.
Listen, the songs are kind of shit. I don't dispute that, but the guitar playing is still phenomenal.
Oh
Jake
yeah.
still
Yeah.
kicked ass on that album, and it may not be the heaviest song Ozzy ever did, but "Shot in the Dark" is pretty damn phenomenal in my opinion.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of weird. The song almost doesn't fit on the record. Like it's the very last track on the album.
Yeah. Let's see. What was his album after that one?
Was that Unveiling the Wicked?
Nah.
Yeah, because it would have been
Yeah, it would have been on No Rest for the Wicked. That's the next
No
one.
Rest for the Wicked. Unveiling the Wicked.
Yeah,
is
Unveil was Exciter.
Exciter. Yeah, I have an Exciter on the brain. Yeah,
Yeah, and that was
that was Zach.
Zach Wild's first one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see.
Phantom Lord, Evil Never Sleeps.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, look what the cat dragged in. So 86 spawned Poison.
Yeah.
There you go.
God
fan.
help
Yeah.
us.
I feel like there's a
You
little
lost-
too much makeup on that cover.
You know this.
Look like
This
Barbie
poster.
dolls.
See this. There used to be a gigantic poster of this out at my local music store where I took guitar lessons, and every Tuesday night my mom would take me out there, and every time she walked past this poster, she'd have to make a comment, something like "They're wearing more makeup than your girlfriend" or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I'd be like, every week I'd be like, "Mom, I don't like them. What makes you think I like them?"
Yeah.
Because they look like girls. I thought they were girls.
I don't know. No, this. Now we're talking. Possessed, Beyond the Gates.
Yes.
This is Possessed second album. This, listen, when you're pissed off, it's hard to be possessed. And listen, here's how metal this guy is, right? The singer of this band was gunned down in a random drive-by, right?
Yeah.
This dude still performs in a wheelchair on stage, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's how metal he is.
Ha.
Like you don't stop the rock, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I always thought it was weird. There's such a difference in, you look at the first album, Seven Churches, right? And it's just their logo with an upside down cross. But then you go to this with this fantastic artwork. I don't know if they got more money by this time period or what, but the contrasting covers was always weird to me because I sit there looking at both covers and I'm like, weird. I don't know why Queen's on here. They're definitely not metal.
No,
No,
not even a little bit.
That album is basically for the movie Highlander. That whole album is a takeoff. It's not. It's a co-creation with the film, and some of the songs on that album are used in part on the film, and then of course these are like extended versions of all the songs. But it is. I wouldn't call this a metal album myself, but Brian May is of course a genius guitar player. But this is a great album if you like this. If you like Queen.
Yeah.
Oh, I like me some Queen. Now is Who Wants to Live Forever on this album?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, but which one?
This is the album this is the one that debuted that song. So
Which album is it? Because there's two songs by the same name.
The album is A Kind of Magic.
Do you have a picture of it?
It's.
I listen to both.
I think I can click on this.
Yeah. There you go.
Nope. Didn't really make it much bigger though. Neither did that. That's the cover.
For Live Forever?
No, the album is A Kind of Magic. The song Who Wants to Live Forever is on this album.
yeah.
Oh, I thought it was someone else then. Because there's another one. You know who I'm thinking of? I'm thinking of... let me pull up the old Amazon Prime. Not video music.
Yeah, Glenn says Some Kind of Magic. Yeah, is that? It is Some Kind of Magic, isn't it? I think they got the title wrong. No, it does say.
No,
the album cover says
that's
A
correct.
Kind.
Yeah, it does say A Kind of Magic.
It's not right.
Yeah.
That's correct.
I like Queen.
No, I'm
and it-
thinking.
Yeah, me too.
You know who I'm thinking of? I'm thinking of Alphaville. That's
No
why
clue, man.
I'm
Never heard it.
Never mind.
Matt
Well,
Eagle says, "Hey, Matt Eagle says Tie Your Mother Down is borderline metal." I don't argue that. Hey, also,
Yeah.
what's the other one? What's the other one that Metallica covered? Even
Oh, Stone Cold Crazy.
Stone
Yeah.
Cold Crazy. That's pretty metal.
Yeah,
That's
that's
pretty metal.
yeah.
Hey, even I Want It All.
Stone Cold Crazy from Sheer Heart Attack album, and Tie Your Mother Down from Jazz. I think the album was Jazz. If it wasn't
Hey.
Jazz, then it was The Day at the Races.
I think it was Day at the Races because Jazz is like bicycle and stuff on it.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah.
I could just look it up.
Back in the day, I used to listen to these albums, religiously, and I could tell you the order of every song on every album, but I've kind of lost that because it's been a few years.
Yeah.
You know, the other night at work, Fat Bottom Girls came on the radio, and I can't believe that still played on the radio. I
Yeah.
can't believe people
Still a
are
great
all
song.
kinds of offended. You know,
It's like
Fantastic.
the song's about how fun fat chicks are, though.
Yeah, screw
Yeah.
these people if they can't handle it. Go listen.
Let's
to
talk
somewhere
about
else.
big, beautiful women. How could it be offensive to them?
That's right.
Yeah.
oh, here you go, John. Now we're talking.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
86 Bond Rage for Order, man.
Lovely album.
What a phenomenal album.
Yeah.
The song Noye Regel, to this day, his scream at the end of that hurts my damn throat when I hear
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
It's mind blowing. You know,
Yeah.
what an album.
I'm trying to remember. Was it that album or the one before it? They opened for Kiss. I think it was the one before, but I really didn't know what I was seeing and hearing when I saw them. And I wasn't familiar with them at all, but they were just total energy the whole way through it.
Yeah, I was a little late. I didn't get into Queensryche until around this time, Rage for Order.
Yeah.
And then I went back and I learned to appreciate the old stuff.
Yeah,
Old
that's
stuff.
what I did. Because I actually got into them around Mind Crime.
Well, the weird thing was the first thing I remember hearing from them was they did the remake of Gonna Get Close to You. And they had that really creepy video.
Mhm.
And I would see it for weeks on the Headbangers Ball.
Yeah.
And it would just stick in my mind. I'm like, you know, because I'd watch the video and be like, man, that was lame. But then I keep thinking about it. And then I finally I saw it at the mall one day and I'm like, screw it, I'm going to pick it up. I think I actually like this song. And then here the whole rest of the album is nothing like it, but it's much better. So I'm kind of glad. I don't know, whatever about what it was about Gonna Get Close to You made me buy the album. And man, that turned me on. It's such a great band.
Yeah. And I forget which album had The Lady Wore Black.
That was the first one, self-titled.
Okay, the EP.
No, that's right. That's where I heard them first. It was one of those compilation albums we were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
It was like it was Slave to the Metal. I still remember I can see the cover in my mind. There was prison bars and there were skeleton hands holding on to the prison bars. That's where I first heard them. And then I heard Gonna Get Close to You, and I was like, well, I did like the other song, not sure about this. That's what it was. You know, so yes, I heard The Lady Wore Black first, because that always made me think there's a legend around here. We had a lady in white. There's the next town over, there was an old railroad track that some woman was killed on, and supposedly to this day she still walks around. The lady in white, you can see her down there. But so I always thought The Lady Wore Black, you know, connected it there. But
Cool. Yeah, The Lady Wore Black. I liked the song as it was originally, but then they did the unplugged version of that, and that was just absolutely killer. So my band at the time, we pulled that one and Silent Lucidity off, and that was kind of strange, but it was a lot of fun to play those songs.
that's one of the only Queensryche songs I don't like very much is Silent City. It's just too Pink Floyd for me.
I always thought that was Pink Floyd for the longest time.
Yeah, it's very Pink Floyd like.
Yeah.
I love Pink Floyd, so it's always a good song for me. But
Yeah, I liked it at first, but it got over familiar.
It got overplayed is what happened there.
Yeah.
It killed it. I mean, the little bit that I could kind of tolerate it was killed by the overplaying of it, unfortunately.
Yeah, but the fact that we pulled that off, and the way that worked was our drummer was very frustrated in the band and in his own life at the time, so he went off camping for a week. And we're a little concerned about him, so he figured, well, what's his favorite song from Queensryche? And he said, well, right now it's Silent Lucidity. So John and I put it together and even did the the part where the keyboard comes in on the bass just by rolling up the volume control. And the only time in my life I ever sang backup vocals was on just the Yaz in the breakdown towards the end. But, surprisingly, we actually harmonized on that. But we played it for Mike when he came back, and as soon as I did that roll up on the bass, his eyes got huge, and it was like, okay, I'm back with this.
Yeah.
So that was
Reinvigorated him.
great. Yeah.
Glenn Schroeder says in the chat, he says, "Killing Words Unplugged is a beautiful. Killing Words is a beautiful song in general."
Yes.
Yes. I almost want to say monthly at some point when I'm bored. That song pops in my head. Beautifully sung by Jeff, and wait for me, I'll understand. It just takes time to comprehend your changes. I'm no Glenn. I'm no George. George.
Jeff.
Getting tired. I'm no Jeff Tate here, but what a song! Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Great.
And two, going back to the Lady Wore Black. One of the things I often think is, you hear metalheads all the time saying, "You don't whistle in a song." Well, I don't know.
Yeah.
That works pretty damn good in that song.
Yeah. Yeah. In
Yeah,
fact, John
Glenn
did
said,
pull off the whistle in that one.
Glenn says, "Check out my channel, guys." Yeah, I have a link ready to go for you, and I'll try to remember to put it up, buddy. Yeah, I see we're going pretty long here, so I'm just going to kind of power through some of these. Quiet Riot, QR3. I love Quiet Riot. Big influence on me. QR3, that was one of those albums where I loved the Wild and the Young, but the rest of the album didn't live up to that song, I thought.
Yeah.
But Wild and the Young's a great song, though. Great intro by Frankie Banali, too, by the way.
Yeah.
On that song.
Has he done anything that wasn't great?
Not really, no.
Yeah.
Great drummer.
Racer X, Street Legal came out that year.
Yeah.
Racer X spawned Scott Travis and Paul Gilbert.
Yep.
Oh, Dancing Undercover came out that year. I'm a big Rat fan. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh yeah,
I'm a big Rat fan.
love Rat.
Especially the EP Out of the Cellar and Invasion of Privacy. But this here, I often don't think about this album much, but there's some killer stuff on this album.
So it's about their third record, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Technically, not counting the EP.
Funny thing about this record, I found from the factory, they screwed up tracks 4 and 5.
Did they?
They're combined together as one song. Like Slip of the Lip and Body Talk are one song on the record. Even though the record says 10 tracks, you only get 9 when you play the CD.
Wow. I'll have to check mine out. I never caught that.
Yeah.
And it's like if you're just listening to the record from start to finish, you don't notice it. But when I popped it in my CD player and I saw the track number, I'm like, wait a minute, that doesn't match.
Wow. Interesting. Coming down to here, though, I'm going to go with the EP first, Mad, which was decent. But, man, The Pack is Back came out that year. A lot of Raven fans don't like The Pack is Back.
Yeah.
The album before it as well was an album, beautiful little album called Stay Hard.
Yeah.
I love both of them. A lot of diehard fans think that's where they sold out. I love them both. I love the song The Pack is Back. I love the song Rock Dogs off this album. I think this is a great album. They just got screwed because somebody thought it was a good idea to get half naked in hockey gear and be on the cover. But this is a good album. It's a good album. I'm sorry. Cheesy, but very good. And I love me Raven. I love Raven. Very criminally underrated band. But I love The Pack is Back.
Definitely. Let's see.
Oh, the Rods. Rods had an album on that. What was it? Rock Goddess?
This is Rock Goddess. Yeah, it's a band that I found on accident. I bought a record at a thrift store. It was their Hell Hath No Fury album. And it's I found it at the thrift store and I played it. I'm like, holy crap, these chicks rock. It's like, how are they not bigger? It's like, but it's a really good album. And the cool part, the record is on loan from. There's a big sticker on it that says it's on loan from A&M Records, not for actual play.
Oh,
So
I have a Blue Murder album that has that sticker on it.
Yeah.
Well, they caught my attention right as soon as I scrolled up here and you would think, well, because they're blondes. No, because I noticed the one on the left is playing in RG, and I've been as RG.
Yeah.
That caught my attention. Oh, speaking of Rough Cut.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Rough Cut Once You came out that year. I was saying the Rods, too.
Yeah,
Another
it's a great
band.
album.
I'm not super familiar with this one, But like I said, when I think it was the actual first song I ever learned to play by ear was "Violation" by the Rods.
Yeah.
So I have a soft spot for the band.
Yeah.
And "Eat 'Em and Smile" came out in '86. Holy cow!
Oh yeah.
Ah,
I
yeah.
saw that tour. Billy Sheehan, Greg Bissonette, and Steve Vai.
Oh,
That
yeah.
was absolute murder and the loudest thing I've ever heard in my life.
Well, that's a super group right there.
Yeah. I mean, it was so loud. I was putting cigarette butts in my ears
Wow.
Nice.
and pulling them out at my aunt's house later on with tweezers.
Oof.
Yeah. Don't want to do that too often.
Yeah, that sounds unpleasant.
No. Yeah,
I'm not real
Samson-
familiar with the Samson stuff, but wasn't that Bruce Dickinson's former band?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Again, I'm big on Danzig and I like the Misfits, but I'm not big on Sam Hain either.
Yeah.
No, I mean, when I say I'm not big on them, I'm not very knowledgeable. I don't know much
Yeah.
about them.
Yeah.
I'm not saying they suck. I'm just saying I'm not real familiar for some reason. That's a,
Mhm.
there's a hole in my Danzig knowledge, and it's Sam Hain.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Satriani had an album come out that year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was that his first one? Or yeah, it is the debut. Yeah, it was the very first one.
Mm-hmm. Sabotage, Fight for Rock came out that year.
Ah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Not their best, but it's a good one.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
Shark Island, I remember MTV used to play the crap out of them.
Sepultura, the
Don't
Brazilian
remember.
band.
Morbid Visions. Now, what's the deal? Lenrod, maybe you know. There's like a pop band called Sepultura too, correct?
That's the news to me. I never heard of it. I only know the band.
I only know I'm not very knowledgeable about them either. I just had a friend back in high school who was big on Sepultura. But I'm pretty sure if you look up Sepultura, a lot of this like Brazilian pop group guys, like the sharp dressed guys, and I don't know. I never understood I think there's two Sepulturas.
Yeah.
Have
Have a good night, Wade.
All right, man.
Night,
Take
dude.
care. Yeah, I'm totally not paying attention to what's going on in the chat or anything. That's the thing when you get me talking metal.
Yeah.
Tunnel vision.
Yeah. Let's see.
Yeah, but that's because that was the thing. I think it was back in the 90s or something. People were talking about this pop band, Sepultura. I'm like, what are you talking about? They're a metal band from Brazil. No. I think there's two Sepulturas.
That's
The
possible.
name might translate into something like mundane from Portuguese.
Yeah.
It's actually
tell
like
you-
the band's name is Apple Core or something.
I'll tell you
Yeah.
what isn't mundane.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there you go.
Rain and Blood came out in 1986.
What's the one right above that?
That's Slaughter, but it's apparently a Canadian band.
Yeah, Canadian band.
Yeah, that's different because I think down below this is Vinnie Vincent.
Yeah, this was pre Mark Slaughter.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a different band altogether.
Yeah, but let's not gloss over this just yet. I mean, this is a very critical album in the world of
Yeah.
metal. You either you may hate this, but you know it.
Mhm.
Oh yeah.
This thing opened the doors for a lot of metal bands with their lyrics and on this album, all the controversy that this thing stirred up got a lot of doors open for a lot of metal bands because every other label wanted, their Slayer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Love them or hate them, man. Slayer is a vital part of metal history. And this
The only
album,
problem with this album is every subsequent album is just Rain and Blood Part 2, 3, 4.
Yeah.
yeah,
They pretty much just their sound turned into this for every subsequent album.
yeah.
Don't
For
get
the
me
most
wrong,
part.
there's some great stuff that still followed it, sure, but it just basically every album was Rain and Blood Parts 2, 3, and so on.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, in that case, though, sometimes I like that. For example, Overkill is one of those bands that when I get fed up with everybody changing and sounding, changing their sound and everything, at least I can go back to Overkill and know what I'm getting. And it's always good,
Yeah.
too. You can
Yeah,
do
they're
that.
Not
and be good.
necessarily bad.
It worked for AC/DC.
Yeah.
Wait. That St. Elmo's Fire is in the movie soundtrack?
Oh.
Now, first of all, I don't know why that would be on the metal list here. But
yeah, that's
again,
got to be something else.
this is weird because we're going back to me discussing my guilty pleasures and how one of my top guilty pleasures is Man in Motion, the theme from St. Elmo's Fire, the movie.
Yeah, who is that? John
John Parr.
John Parr. That's it.
Wanna be your man in motion. All I need is a pair of wheels. Take me where my future's lying. St. Elmo's fire. Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
that
that film was 1985, so
maybe the
Yeah.
soundtrack didn't come out till '86. I don't know.
I love that
yeah,
Les Paul
right.
he had with the Union Jack on it. That was great.
What was this from the movie?
No, that was from the music video for it. He did "Naughty Naughty." That was the song.
Oh, who are we talking about here?
John Parr.
Oh, Jim. See, I only know the St. Elmo's Fire one.
Yeah.
There's also Billy Squires song on
Oh,
that,
oh,
on that
okay.
soundtrack.
Billy Squire.
There's a Shakedown. I don't know if I know that. Shakedown.
I-
I'm not sure.
That sounds familiar. That's a guy who got screwed. I often think of going back to the band Raven, how they kind of screwed. They did that look with the hockey gear and everything, and it got known as athletic rock. Was something
Yeah.
that I think that helped ruin their career. I think of Billy Squire because same thing kind of happened with him with that video.
Yeah.
Was it Rock Me Tonight or something like that?
Yeah.
It was so flamboyant, and
Yeah.
I think that kind of ruined his career. Same thing. I
Yeah.
think Raven and him in the same sentence sometimes.
Yeah, because that guy Ortega directed it and said, "Oh no, it'll be fine."
No.
Dear
Was it?
God.
Yeah, because I remember seeing that as a kid. I remember MTV playing that, and I was like, man, this guy is like Fruit Loops, man. But,
Yeah.
now as an adult, I hear a lot of his stuff, and it was pretty good. It's a shame.
Yeah, you go back to songs like "I've Got the Big Beat," man, killer stuff, and the whole what the hell was the album with the stroke on it?
That's true.
That was Don't Say No is that album.
Yeah, great
Yeah.
album. That's
Yeah.
real rocking
Great song.
songs.
Yeah.
The Stroke, man, that's a classic. Yeah, I don't know albums or anything, but My Kind of Lover is a pretty good one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think it was
Yeah.
the same album.
Was it?
You know, a lot of good hits.
Yeah, that's a shame.
Yeah,
that they
record's
haven't
solid.
done.
good
Yeah.
night, mother.
Night, Mama Fez. Yeah, moving right along here. Oh man, another album that really shaped my life, man. To Hell with the Devil, and here, so I'm glad they pictured the censored cover. Believe it or not, this was banned. I only have this on cassette.
It's like a Christian album and they censored it.
Yeah, they're dragging the devil to hell. I don't see what the problem was, but hey, that was a PMRC back in the day.
I
Yeah.
guess.
Extreme, but what an album! What an album!
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just the opening track, man. To Hell with the Devil.
And of
That was
course,
kind of
they
my
had
balance. When I listened to too much Slayer, I kind of balanced it out. I'm like, okay, now I gotta fit some Striper in to bring
Yeah.
it back to the light side.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What was the other one? The Yellow and Black Attack.
Yellow and Black Attack.
Yeah.
Yeah. And good stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Soldiers Under Command too. That was a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that one.
Yo, you know what? That's a whole. Okay, so I've spoken before about. I have a pretty vast 1/18 die-cast car collection as well. They made a die. They commissioned Striper commissioned a 1/18 scale of that van. If you guys remember the van on that cover,
Yeah.
yellow and black
Yeah.
van that they were standing on with guns and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
There is a 1/18 scale die cast of that in existence, man. And I really wish
No
I had.
kidding.
Yeah, yeah,
Holy
Dang.
shit.
yeah. That was sweet. Hey, Tesla.
Yeah.
Mechanical Resonance came out that year.
Tesla.
Modern Day Cowboy. Talk about a kick-ass song.
Yeah, that was a great album. And I used to love jamming to that. Modern Day Cowboy was awesome.
That is
We
a
skipped
good
over Sword.
Little Susie.
sword.
Sorry, yeah, that album metalized is stinking heavy, solid awesomeness. Very
Mm.
underrated band.
Dude, I don't know that one.
Yeah, it's really good. I'd highly recommend it.
I will definitely have to check this one out.
Like as soon as you
Canadian
hit
metal
play, it
band.
just smacks you right in the face with a nice
Why
heavy
can't you
riff.
listen right here? You know what? This is the thing about metal. At least when I was a kid, man, you walked in a music store. Sometimes the cover just spoke to you. Man, that cover is
Yeah.
telling me a lot right there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just the cover makes me want to hear it.
Yeah. Very cool.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
Tigers of Pantang. First Kill came out that year. That
Yep.
compilation.
Yeah.
Van Halen, 5150. Any
Yeah.
any Van
Van
Hagar
Hagar.
fans in the house?
I enjoy it.
I can listen to it.
It's definitely a different band's from what
Yeah.
David Lee Roth was, but it's still good. I enjoy
Yeah.
Sammy Hagar quite a bit. All of his works I enjoy.
Yeah.
I dig him too. I like him a
Yeah.
lot too. I'll be honest.
Yeah. I Can't Drive 55 was a great song.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like a Bad Moto Scooter, with Montrose.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I love his stuff with Van Halen too. My only problem with, you ever notice when Sammy joined the band, a lot of songs contained the word love in the title.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I'm all for love and everything. There was a lot of them were great songs too, but
Yeah. All very radio pop stuff.
yeah.
Yeah, I was like, I know one of my old teachers when I was in school talk about Van Hagar tracks. It's like, yeah, Sammy Hagar ruined Van Halen. It just turned everything into love songs. It's like, Sammy,
Yeah.
I'm a wuss Hagar.
Yeah.
Hey, they sold though.
They did.
Yeah,
I said it's
big
still
time.
good music. It's
And the
Interesting
timing
production,
was
too.
right for that version of the band.
yeah.
Yeah.
Vinnie
There you
Vincent.
go, John.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
The first Vinnie Vincent Invasion came out that year.
Yep.
I remember I was big on I was never big on Robert Fleischman's voice much though.
Yeah. Well, him and Mark Slaughter were similar, but
I prefer Mark.
different enough. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I prefer
Well,
Mark.
that's the thing. Mark has a much better range, and he can do more with it.
Yeah, they're crazy
But,
range. Man.
yeah, there was a couple of good songs on that. Back on the Streets was a good
Mm-hmm.
song.
Yes.
The problem was Vinny never understood that the guitar solo is part of the song. The song
No.
isn't part of the guitar solo.
Yes. And in this
Yeah.
case it was. Yeah, this one is over. That's where the second one, All Systems Go, I think was much better. He was tamed down.
Yeah.
There was a leash put on him again and it was listenable. This one here is crazy.
Yeah. But
There's some good moments on it though. Boys Are Gonna Rock is pretty killer. I love the riff.
Yeah.
Great
Yeah.
riff.
and I saw them in not Wilkes-Barre, across the river in Kingston, at the Kingston Armory, opening for Alice Cooper.
Nice.
And I got to meet them outside and almost got to meet Alice, but he was talking to a security guard. And I didn't want to get involved.
That'd be nice to meet
But,
Alice, man.
That'd be cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I only got to meet his crappy guitar player once. Anyway.
Yeah.
Prick took my guitar. I'm never letting that go. I'm dead. That's my Dave Mustaine. He has Metallica. I have Mike Bruce.
Yeah.
Yep.
I got to scroll. Voivod was a pretty cool band back in the day too, though.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And,
I'm hearing more and more about them. I was never into them, but it sounds like they were pretty killer.
Yeah, wasn't Newstead in there for a stint too? I believe.
Yeah.
Jason Newstead.
It was kind of part of the reason why Newstead wound up leaving Metallica, because while Metallica was on major downtime, Newstead was working with Voivod, and Hetfield didn't want any part of that.
Yeah.
That led to a lot of disagreements. Then Newstead quit the band.
Yeah.
Well, they used to boost my self confidence because I've always struggled off and on with weight and everything, and back in the day, their guitar player was kind of overweight, and his name was actually Piggy. And and I used to think, well, if Piggy can make it, I can make it.
Yeah. Well, that's how I was with Brian Wheat from Tesla.
Oh, did you see him lately?
Not lately. A few years ago, he was still chunky, but not fat.
Oh, dude, he's not looking good. Like, I mean, no disrespect, but he looks like Jabba the Hutt. It's Jabba the Hutt. It's like
Really?
It's like he doesn't even have a neck anymore. It's just like his head.
Oh, wow.
His head melts into his shoulders.
Oh,
Yeah, I
that's
just
too
recently
bad.
watched. I'm always talking about Waste Some Time with Jason Green, his channel. He was just on another one of those Monsters Rock cruises, and Tesla performed there.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it was just from the last couple of months too. He's not looking too good.
That's too bad. Damn.
Well, you know
fine
what's
bass
good?
player.
What's good is
Yes.
let me tell you, I was so disappointed in this album back in 1986. I was, after the self-titled album and The Last Command, which I love The Last Command too.
Yeah.
This one was kind of a letdown, but now as an adult listening to this album, I effing love this album. This thing has matured well, I must say.
Yeah.
I love Inside the Electric Circus now. Every song on it. Restless Gypsy, I'm Alive. Holy hell.
Yeah.
John, they did a cover of what was it? Easy Living. And
Oh, that's where that came from.
and I
Okay.
Don't Need No Doctor. And they're both pretty killer too.
Nice.
Listen,
Good
there's a
release.
song. This is how cool is this, man? There's a song on this album called Mantronics. Okay, where he's singing about being half man, half machine.
Yeah.
And at one point, he says something about having balls of steel,
Yeah.
mechanical pearls, one fast lane on top of the world. Dude, he's singing about having mechanical balls, dude.
Yeah.
How are you going to beat that? I mean, how metal is that? But no, definitely an album I think has gotten better with age. This one here, for sure.
Yeah.
Warlock. I have something I'm hoping I don't forget at the end here. I want to show something at the end.
Mhm.
This is a little thing that made me smile this week. But well, I see Wasted. Wasted out an album here.
Warlock is the band Doro Pesh came from.
Yes. Yes. She made me very happy this week.
Yeah, I
Yeah, I
saw,
saw
that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Wendell Williams had an album. Speaking of Motorhead, Lemmy's Woman.
That was basically a Kiss album. Because
Oh, is this the one? Did this have It's My Life on it?
Yeah.
Oh, I love that song.
She had Eric Carr, Paul Stanley, and Ace Frehley on it, and I think Gene Simmons produced it.
Yeah.
But,
that's cool. Hey, speaking
she borrowed Kiss.
Yeah,
she sure did. Speaking of Kiss, wasn't White Tiger? Wasn't that the band that Mark St. John was originally in? I believe.
Yeah, it says right on the screen.
So.
Yeah,
I guess I should read them. Yeah, Mark St. John.
Mark St. John. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Zebra. I don't know much about Zebra, but again, one of those metal compilations, and apparently they considered Zebra enough to have them, a metal enough to have them on this compilation. And one of the only songs I'm really familiar with is "Tell Me What You Want." I believe was a Zebra song.
Yeah.
Not familiar with it.
I like that one.
Yeah.
Zodiac Mind Warp.
Oh God.
I remember when they came out. Wasn't the world's biggest fan, but
yeah,
the drummer, the guy who played drums on the Roulette stuff. That's where we started having. I started seeing cracks in the foundation because he was like, "Man, this Zodiac Mind Warp, man, did you see that last night on the ball?" I'm like, "Yeah, that sucked." No, that was great. I'm like, "Uh-oh."
Yeah.
Oh, jeez. Snow White did an album that year too.
Who was it?
Snow White, the one just above Zodiac.
Yeah.
Snow White, another one I'm not familiar with.
Yeah, they're pretty good. I only have one of their records, just their Act of God album, which I believe is their first record.
Yeah.
It's not bad.
Wasted there.
Save your prayers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was Pete Way.
Yeah, former UFO bassist Pete Way and Scottish rocker Finn Muir in 1982. This is formed.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Wild.
Yeah.
Oh, they were on Chrysalis, same as Vinnie Vincent, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Pat
and then just a real quick thing on the way out of this one, man. This here, I hope you guys can see them all. I don't want to read them all, but list of bands that were formed in 1986. Band Baton Rouge was a band I dug. Out of Louisiana. I have their CDs here somewhere. I'll have to dig them out. Man, I haven't thought of them in a long time. Baton Rouge, Lights Out on a Playground, I think was one of them. And they were a pretty decent band.
Dark Throne formed in this year.
Bolt Thrower was born in 86.
Yeah, born, really.
Bonfire. Bonfire. Yeah, John.
Yeah.
They're the ones that did Kiss gave them Sword and Stone, the song Sword and Stone. And Bonfire covered it for the Wes Craven film Shocker, the soundtrack.
Yeah.
Man, that could have been one of the greatest songs. Yeah, phenomenal song. And this guy, great guitar player in this band too, but he basically emulated even Bruce Kulick's solos and stuff from the song. Kiss that would have been better than anything on Crazy Nights.
Yeah.
They definitely should have included that song.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bonfire. Good band, though. Cacophony came out, was formed in 86. Little Marty Friedman and Jason Becker.
Yeah, I remember that.
Circus of Power. I remember them, but I don't remember much about them. Cycle Sluts from Hell.
Yeah, I remember.
That is
I remember seeing that name in, I think it was Hit Parader magazine.
That's a catchy name, man. I got to be honest.
Yeah.
Get some nice black metal, Dark Throne.
Yeah.
A lot of these, I got to be honest, I don't really know. Iron Christ, that's a cool name. Not familiar with them, but that's a cool name for a band.
Yeah.
Manic Street Preachers.
There you go.
Were born in 1986. Macaulay Schenker Group. There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like the song Anytime. Oh,
Mhm.
Robin McCauley's voice on that, man. It's like,
Yeah.
I get it. When you always hear these chicks, they love Rod Stewart,
Yeah.
his voice on that, man, I can totally understand. What am I saying here? Never mind. Get this whole segment.
Yeah.
But man, I
Wrong.
tell you. Oh, Nelson was born in Monkey Pup too. Holy smokes. Monkey Pup was 86.
Wow.
Nelson,
Skid
though.
Row.
Yeah, Skid Row. Yeah, that was definitely 86.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nelson, though, came out. Yeah, man, I guess that was it. Was that 86? That seemed later to me. Well, that was when they were formed.
Yeah.
Because then good old Bobby Rock left. Well, I think he went from Vinnie Vincent to Nitro, I think. And then he left Nitro to go to Nelson.
Something like that. Yeah.
Prong. Prong was formed in.
Yeah, Prong. Yeah.
86.
Oh yeah. Snap Your Fingers. Great song.
Yep. Salty Dog. Yep. Skid Row.
Of course, Skid Row. Yeah.
Sugar Ray. I know the name, but they weren't metal, were they?
Just a rock band. It says
Yeah.
Yeah.
heavy or funk metal.
Vane. Vane was a band. Vane's a weird band. They again, the roulette stuff we recorded is another band that kind of influenced that. And back in maybe 91, that their first album might have come out. I loved it, man. I used to cruise town jamming in that thing. I just listened to it not all too long ago. And I'm like, man, what was I thinking? He sounds so gay on the album and stuff. And I was like, I went through a phase where I was like, man, why was I listening to him? So I started looking him up on YouTube and seeing if they were still, and they're still playing. And I'm watching a live concert. I'm like, they got a chick in the band now? And I'm trying to look at the guitar player. So I look it up online. We transitioned.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now it was the singer who sounded like he would have eventually transitioned, but no, it was the guitar player.
Jeez.
Weird.
And it was the guy from back in the day too that was on the album I liked.
Yeah. I'll be right back.
XYZ.
Yep. XYZ formed in 86. Yeah. Okay. Well, hey, I think we pretty well covered. Well, I mean, you can't really cover everything from back in 86. That was cool, but I think we hit it pretty hard here tonight.
We hit an awful lot.
We did. I went way longer than I intended to. I'm hoping I'm really dipping into my hours for next week, but I don't know. We'll see. Okay. I almost lost my StreamYard screen here. All right. So yeah, I didn't even gloss on the stuff from I have some pop music saved here too, but there wasn't anything real super noteworthy from 86 that I recall. I'll never get caught back up with the chat. Again, I apologize. And that's a bad thing for showing things like this. I totally need an assistant. But on the way out, let's see. I have some notes here. I thought I'd give a sneak peek. Hold on. My Facebook doesn't want to open. And I see I got a message. I was off on the screen too long. My Facebook. Okay, here we go. All right. So earlier today, it was weird too, because I should have been preparing for this. But I happened to see a picture of Pedro Pascal that he posted on Twitter. So I couldn't resist. I got hard at work. I thought I'd give everyone a sneak peek. These are probably going to be turned into shorts, because I don't know if anybody noticed, but I've created a playlist called Picking on Pedro. He's doing such asinine things nowadays. I thought, well, we're going to pick on Pedro.
Well, he's working a lot and making money.
He sure is, but I don't know. He's going out of his way to be weird. I mean, we can't dispute that.
Let's say he is an actor. I mean,
yeah.
It's just the nature of the artistic type,
Yeah.
Yeah, but he's
gotta help us.
on overdrive. So I came across this picture today, and so I've already got a couple things in progress. We're gonna stick them in some home improvement, and the brawny man. So
sure.
I don't know.
Jeez.
I'll probably do something with these, but I couldn't resist as soon as I saw it. Just want to let everybody know if Fetz hasn't forgot about this sort of thing.
Yeah.
I thought I'd show those on the way out.
Cool.
I do have something else I want to share on the way out, but let's do this. Again, I apologize for missing everyone in the chat. Got to get me one of those things where eventually maybe I'll get the thing where I can have the chat just over in the corner or something like that. But I'm seeing SP4 said OU812 was better than 5150.
Yeah.
You think?
I love the title of that album because it's basically making fun of David Lee Roth.
Yeah.
Like, you even smile. Oh, OU812?
Yeah. I don't know. I forget what all was on OU812, to be honest. I can't really make a comparison.
Like all fired up and
Yeah.
mine.
5150 though, that was Love Walks In, right?
Yeah.
And Dreams.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I don't know. I kind of love me those songs, I got to be honest. In the world of Van Hagar.
Which one had Gary
Dreams isn't
Sharon on it?
That one I don't even know. I wasn't even paying attention at that point.
Yeah. Because Gary Sharon was with a band, Extreme, I think it was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Previously, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, More Than Words. Yeah, we played that acoustic ballad.
Mm-hmm.
So on the way out here, anybody have anything they want to plug or talk about?
Let's see. Well, we've got a golf tournament for the lodge on June 29th. RM Temple Country Club in Dallas, PA. Anybody wants to play, let me know.
Okay.
Oh, looks like I'm road tripping.
Yeah.
Lenrod, how about you? Anything coming up? Any tunes coming out? Anything to look forward to?
I came up with another new song today. And
Awesome.
I got like a bunch of stuff I just need to finish.
Man, you're a machine.
I just haven't been feeling quite up to it.
Like
I'm stressed into oblivion and having a minor identity crisis.
No.
And I found out that I'm autistic.
Whoa.
Oh.
I scored high enough on the test to be considered a high risk for autism.
Jeez.
It's like, well, that makes sense to me, actually, because I do have a hard time humaning.
Well,
don't feel bad, brother. I mean, I haven't been tested for most of this stuff, but I'm probably qualified for most everything out there. I'm stressed out to the max every day, and you guys have probably seen all my twerks, twitches, and yeah, and I'm twerking now. Yeah. That's off camera. That's why I didn't have the camera on. I was twerking while we were going over the metal stuff.
Thou shalt not twerk.
Oh, sorry, man. I apologize.
Twerking is a sin against man and God. It's an abomination.
Indeed.
Right. Noted for the future. No twerking on this channel.
It's a horrible word and a horrible act.
Hear that, everyone? New rule on this channel. Thou shalt not twerk.
That's right. Twerking channel.
That's our motto now. Thou shalt not twerk. How about you, William? Anything coming up?
Thing.
No twerking here.
How about you, William? Anything coming up or anything you wanna put out there for anyone?
No, I've got nothing going on. I'm just a rambling fool.
Same here, man. I just do it in front of everybody.
Yep. Did you play guitar tonight, Fett? Did you play?
I didn't. I felt a little bad last week because I think I alienated people where I was having fun. Nobody came on the panel and hung out with me or anything. So.
Oh well.
Yeah, I was out of town, so I couldn't come over.
Ah, all good.
Yeah.
I have business with my IRL friends. I feel like I have too many friends.
I can never have enough.
The problem is most of my friends don't live anywhere near me, so I got to travel everywhere.
Load of feeling.
It's like
welcome to my world.
The weekend after, heading down to Chicago to visit friends down there.
Yeah.
And then after that, I got a trip to go visit my friends in Iowa, and then at some point, I'm going to head on to the East Coast. I'm going to visit all you guys.
Nice.
Awesome.
If we don't have PodCon, I think I might just take a week off from work and just drive and spend a day with everybody as I loop around and come back home.
Sweet.
Cool.
I got a bunch of cousins on the coast too, so I can stop and visit them.
Very nice. Very nice. Yeah, that'll be great.
I don't typically go anywhere. I got me a trip to New York coming up at the end of the month, but That's about all I really have going on.
That's an important trip, though.
Yeah. But so okay. As far as me, usual shenanigans. I'm gonna try to keep cranking out the videos. Hopefully people will watch them, and hopefully the channel will keep growing. Just gonna share one more thing on the way out. Try to end this on a positive note because it's been a rough week. I think for all of us, after talking to everybody a little bit here.
Yeah.
It's been a rough week for everyone. So on the way out. So the other day was Doral Pesh. It was her birthday. And anyone unfamiliar, she's the beautiful and talented female singer of the band Warlock and her own solo project, Doro. And well, I wished her a happy birthday. And this may not be, big deal to anyone. It's not really. But, I wished her a happy belated birthday, and she hearted my comment. And, for 1 second, she knew who Fet for Hire was. And that made me, and that was cool. And I thank Doral Pesh. And it's the small things, everyone. So when you're discouraged and, life feels like shit, hang in there. We all go through it. I'm going through it. Ben Rod's going through it. We're John. Yeah, listen, it's going to change. So don't give up hope. Yeah. And, well, I guess that's it. I want to thank everyone. As I move the screen back over, I want to thank everyone that was here tonight. Again, like I always say, you guys aren't subscribers. You guys are my friends. You're always welcome here. And I want to thank everyone that was here on the panel. I want to thank everyone that was here in the chat that I totally blew off for the second week in a row. I will do better. I promise I will try to do better. We're learning, baby steps. But I also want to thank everyone that will watch this on the replay. You guys are just as important to me as the people who are here now, because I understand not everyone has the time. And listen, I don't mind. I'm not going to get offended if you watch another show and come back and watch mine, man. That's why I'm here. Spend a little time with me. Maybe leave a comment, leave a like. Helps out greatly. So,
for sure.
Hey, Max
comment,
Redstone
subscribe.
just got here.
Who did?
Max
Redstone. Look, every time I'm leaving, man.
Yep.
Every time I'm clicking on the wrong chat now. I'm getting so tired. I'm clicking on the YouTube chat instead of this one. You can't bring them up like other people. But yeah, man. Yeah, proof of life. Yeah, we're still living. Been a long day for everybody. We're a little worn out. I'm saying stupider things than normal, and that's bad because I say some stupid things. But like SP48 says, I think he was the one that had the good night up on the way out. I always feel bad because every time I click end stream, a bunch of people put good nights in and I can't share them. So I just want to say good night to everyone. And thank you so much for hanging out with me here on my little tiny YouTube channel. And I'm hoping that you guys know what to do. And girls, I'm hoping you know what to do now. You have to take care of yourselves, take care of each other. And more importantly, you have to take a nap. No, just kidding.
Yeah.
Make it sleazy. Yeah.
Take care, everybody.
Shaking